you understand each other. Sometimes, like I said, sometimes you don't have to even say a word for you to communicate. You don't. It's like when we're growing up, we go out with our parents. The parents would have told you, don't eat to when you go to that person, don't eat to. And you get there, they're offering you food. And your mom sees that you're even thinking of. She looks at you one kind.
The eyes
You
of
understand that she's complicated. You get the message and you conform with yourself.
sure.
Likewise in marriage too. Now your spouse could be an introvert. Before you propose you to her or she accepted your proposal, you guys must have known each other. You guys must have been communicating in one way or the other. You guys should, that made you comfortable before agreeing to marry each other. You need to go back to those basics. Okay, what does she like? What does he like? What doesn't he like? What doesn't she like? And how does the person want to express? Men usually don't talk much. Men usually don't want to talk much. Something's happened, a man would have rationalized in a man like this thing is gone, move on. But a woman, until that thing is properly discussed and dissected, it's not game over. You need to talk about it.
Yeah,
And more for than by the time the woman even comes to you to talk about it, you've even forgotten what happened. Like, hey, what happened, Seth? Okay, I'm sorry. Just say I'm sorry. And the woman will be like upset, like, why is he saying sorry? He doesn't even know what happened. He has forgotten. And he says, but as a man, you have to say that sorry. I'm sorry. You just have
I'm,
to say that sorry to
I'm
move
happy
on.
you said that. I'm happy you said that because I was beginning to worry for myself
He's like,
because I don't talk.
yeah.
I'm an introvert. Maybe I'm one of those people who bottle things up for longer than necessary.
Necessary.
But that is me now.
So you're learning now that
Yeah,
you
but
need
that
to
is
change.
me. That
Yeah.
is me now. Eh? But you will help me out, Mr. Mr. Jamiu. Where does unconditional love and acceptance come in this whole equation? We've been saying so much, communicate, communicate, communicate. Where does unconditional love and acceptance come in? Love me without, I mean, love me.
Just
with-
love me. Just love me.
no, just
Anything.
love me.
Take anything
Just
you
love
see.
me. Isn't understanding the individual equally as important, as understanding how they want to be communicated with? If I don't want too many words, you have to understand that now. Am I being, am I making
No,
myself clear?
you are very, very clear, John.
Yeah.
Unconditional love I equate to for better for worse. And like I said earlier on, for better for worse for me means no plan B. It's a one-way ticket. If you have that at the back of your mind, you make that thing work. It's like you and your parents. It's unconditional love. It's one-way ticket. Your mom, your dad will do things that will upset you. Do you now disown them or do you deny them? The tongue and the teeth will always fight. Do you now cut out one tongue for the teeth or what? You understand? So that's unconditional. It's a mindset. And nobody, let's be fair, let's be clear, nobody determines your happiness except you. You determine if you're going to be happy, if you're going to be sad. Somebody calls you a madman. Why would I get upset? Am I mad? No. So why would I get upset? So you need to be, most of the time, we determine what happens. Your wife says, hey, honey, this and that, or you tell your wife, oh, you're stupid. Such language shouldn't happen anyway. But when you say something, to your spouse, you need to also be careful what you're saying because words are like egg. Once they drop, it can never be regained again. So you need to be very, very careful. Words like stupid, idiot, nonsense, mad should not even exist in your vocabulary in the house. That's on one side. Now, going back to your question that unconditional love, once your mind is set that this is it, what else again? Nothing comes to you as a surprise because you've already made up your mind that hey, this one no, I'm going to fight it out, I'm going to wait it out, I'm going to solve it. And as long as you and your madam have had that understanding, then that is it. Then sometimes we need also to have certain rules or codes or to diffuse heated situation. If you have like okay, I'll share an example. Myself and a spouse, if you have misunderstanding that is really, really, really bad, that we are not even talking for a day or two, guess what? If you come into our house, like you won't even know. That's when I'll carry and you sit on my lap. That's when we'll be kissing in front of you. You think that we're the perfect couple. Once you go, you get up, everybody goes out. But later on, we'll settle it.
Wow.
Then if it's getting out of hand, there's a code. There's a code we both have. No matter what, either of us use that code, everything stops. That anger, that whatever it is, drops off immediately. No matter how bad it is, it drops off and we reconnect immediately. And okay, we start laughing, then we start resolving it. Okay, this is what I did, this is what I didn't do, this is why I felt it, this, and it's over. So unconditional love is a mindset you have to build between you and your spouse. Build for yourself, then make sure you encourage your spouse to build it, and you have common ground to resolve your issues.
Okay.
Thank you, John. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes,
Yes. I feel a lot better now.
and I believe this code is personal to you and Madam, and it's not a code you can
Yes.
share, with anyone else who is at this point that needs something special like a code. So that takes me to my next area. Would there be a different communication styles for you and your wife? You have a code. You have different communication styles. Would there be different communication styles then for different situations and different people, or is it just a one-size-fits-it-all approach? Is it just something, that is unique that you can deploy and the whole situation changes for the better? Or, is it different with different people and different relationships?
Good question. It's different for different people because we are all unique. I'm only sharing my experience in my relationship with my wife. We have friends who've had different kind of communications relationship and communication in their relationship, so to say. By and large, it all depends on the two parties involved. If the two of them like speaking, then they speak more. If they don't like speaking, there are times you sit down with somebody you're comfortable with, you don't even have to say a word. You just sit down beside each other and you are extremely comfortable and you're enjoying each other's company and presence. Some way, telegraphically, you are communicating. Okay. So there is no hard and fast rule that this is how, but the only rule that applies is two of you must understand each other, must try and run a simulation of what if this happened, how do we handle it? In talking to each other, you get to know what each other's preferences are like. And you can now, okay, this is what my wife likes. My wife likes eba. Why would I now be giving her amala? Now I'm looking for trouble. My husband doesn't like coffee. Why would I be giving him agbo? I'm looking for trouble. You understand? If I have to give him agbo, I need to explain to him, say, Oga, there is no coffee. It's only agbo that we have. And this agbo, you need to take it because of A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay. Then at that point, it's his decision to make. So there's no, like I said, no hard and fast rule. We just need to understand each other, agree a set of mutual, agree to respect each other, and how to handle certain things when they come up, because there will always be misunderstanding. And I will share one example. I tell my mom, my late mom, God bless her memory. She's always said when I was a kid that she's going to live with me because I'm her favorite son. And I've always told her consistently, Mama, you and I, we fight a lot. As in, we always have misunderstanding. There's no way you come and stay in my house. What's going to happen to my wife? If you and I can fight this much and vehemently, then what's going to happen to you and my wife? It's not going to happen. I can build you a house in the same compound, but you not stay inside the same house with us. And that's how it is. Okay. And she has to understand that, okay, I love you, but you have to move on.
That's the word. Life has to move on, whatever it is, life goes on. We either forge forward, together, or we go our separate ways. But like our guest just said at the beginning, just zero your mind on there's no plan B, no going back. But John F. Kennedy once said, and I would like to quote at this point, let us not seek to fix the blame for the past. Let us accept our responsibilities, move ahead, and face the future. Mr. Dina, you really have been a lot of help this morning on our show, and we appreciate you. Please say us well to Madam. 20 years, no be joke.
Yeah. And I really want to thank you. I want to thank you so much, because I think you've touched some areas.
Yeah.
For me
You
personally.
felt it yourself.
I felt it. So I want to thank you so much, JD, for sharing those thoughts on communication and your relationship experience.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Okay.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Well, she's next with our lifestyle segment. You know her. She's Pharaoh Owotomo. And she will be joined this morning by Dr. Lanre Olushola as they both will take a look at love and respect. Another area that is very interesting in our topic. As we continue with our series, relationship series, and on today's focus on should I go or should I stay? It is still our relationship series, like I said earlier, and the show is today with John and Helen. We hope you have learned a lot from the two guests we've had so far, and there's much more to come. Pharaoh is just around the corner. Please don't go away.
Hesse Designs is a fashion accessory label that specializes in the design and creation of handcrafted bags and footwear. I knew I was going to do something in fashion. I didn't know what exactly it was going to be, but I knew I would be in fashion. If it used to be the cleaner in fashion, whatever, but I have to be in fashion. When we started off with just strictly bag making. But then you get people say, oh, can I get a matching shoe? And then over time, people say, oh, I would like to give my boyfriend a wallet, but I want it with Ankara or something. So over time, we had to listen to our customers and infuse their ideas into our brand. Okay, we wanted something with the African touch, with the Nigerian feel. We make leather bags. But if I'm making a leather bag and I put it in a store, if you don't know Hesse Designs is Nigerian, you probably think it's a foreign bag. So what's the point of promoting something that is not, if you look at, you can't link it to Africa, you can't link it to Nigeria. Wanted something to promote Africa, wanted something to promote Nigeria. We also want to empower our artisans here. So that's why we keep our content local, raw materials local, production local. We still get a lot of people from around the world ordering from our website. So I believe it's because of what we've built, the brand we've built over time that still speaks for us. In the last 3 years, we've done over 10,000 items. We've sold over 10,000 items to both corporate clients, retail clients, and wholesale clients.
Thank you, John and Helen. Last week we talked about love languages, and today we're delving into relationship make or break issues. Lanre Olusola, popularly known as the Catalyst, needs little introduction because he pioneered life coaching in Nigeria and made it a discipline that has become widely accepted as a mandatory requirement for personal self-development and growth, as well as organizational manpower resource building. With over 2 decades of coaching under his belt and numerous Nigerian and international individuals and organizations as clients, his academy, the Olusola Lanre Coaching Academy, a mind, emotions, and behavioral change academy, has not only changed lives and businesses, but has also turned previously coached individuals into coaches. And that, to me, is what I call paying it forward and mentorship. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
The honor is mine.
Awesome. So, let's delve right into it. Today we're talking about love and respect. I was actually going to quote the Bible because in my Bible scripture is not great, but I think it's Ephesians 5:33. It says, husbands, love your wives as you love yourselves, and wives, respect your husbands. How important is love and respect?
Well, you know, I mean, leaning back into where you started off, which is scriptures, right? You know, they went to meet Jesus and asked him, which is the greatest commandment, right? So Moses gave us 10, excuse me. And then they were trying to trap Jesus, and they said, which of those 10 are the greatest commandments? Guess what he says? It says love.
Love.
And then he broke love down into 3 dimensions. It says, love the Lord your God with the entirety of your being. And then love yourself. And then love your neighbor. So love is expressed in 3 dimensions. One is you have a personal and intimate relationship with the one who is love. And learn love from him. You know, receive love from him. And then with that, love yourself. Accept yourself. And then when you understand that, then you can give it to other people. So that's the greatest commandment. But, you know, when we talk about respect, right, everybody wants to be accepted. Everyone wants to be regarded. Everybody has needs. Everybody has wants. Everyone has beliefs, values. They see the world from their own perspective or from their own lenses. And people, you know, deserve to be accepted. They deserve to be, you know, honored for who they are, for the gift that they are to the world. And those 2 things, they work together, right? If I truly love you, I would accept you for who you are, right? I would regard your needs. I will regard your wants. I will regard you for your beliefs and your values. I would honor that. They may not be mine, but I have to respect you for that. And that is one of the greatest elements of love. But we feel that love is a feeling that we have never felt before. That giz thing, right? Love can be expressed as a feeling, but love is not a feeling. Love is a dedicated, affectionate commitment, right, to someone's well-being. Love is accepting people for what and who they are. Love is believing the best in everyone, being patient to help people evolve to be their best, supporting people to live their dreams and fulfill their purpose, right? That is the essence of the fact that it's not good for each one of us to exist in isolation. We need one another, right? You know, the construct of love, respect, and needs, right, is another matter, because I can tell you I love you, but it's difficult for me to say and accept that I need you. And until we get to the place where we understand that we're all human beings with needs and wants, right, with pain points, and we need each other for each of our needs, wants, and pain to be alleviated, right, we will not be loving and respecting each other as is required.
Okay. That is a lot that you've packed in there. But I want to drill deep.
Yeah.
Respect. And I want to even take it back to scripture. God did not say, husband, respect your wife. He said, husband, love your wife. Wife, respect your husband. So you've just broken down respect into regard, acceptance, honor. I want to understand that word respect a bit more, especially as it relates to men versus women, because I genuinely believe that what a man sees as respect is not necessarily what a woman sees as respect.
Yes, and even what one woman sees as respect is different from what another woman sees as respect, right? So if we went back to the definition of respect, it is, right, I'm giving regard to you for your needs, your wants, your beliefs, your values. So if I'm married to you and I truly want to respect you, first thing that I need to do is to know what your needs are. Is to know what is important to you. is to know what your values and your core ideology or perception to life is. To know what you want, right? And if I truly do respect you, right, it is to listen to those things that matter to you and, you know, to give it to you as your husband, right? So that shows that I truly respect you. Now, for you, your values may be different from another person's wife's values. Your needs and your wants will be different from another person's wife's needs and wants. Where you're going in life, your life purpose may be different. And so the kind of support that you need, right, may be completely different. And so, yes, I like the concept of saying that, yeah, women receive respect or define respect differently from men. There is a truth in that, right? But there is also a truth in the fact that how you want to be respected is different from how another woman wants to be respected. And so if I am married to you, right, the onus lies on me to find out how you want to be respected and what respect means to you. And that's what we should be talking about when we're courting, when we are dating. Those are the things that we need to find out, right?
Yeah.
And the reason why you are married, right, is so that I exclusively, right, I'm the one that ensures that all of these things that you need, all of these things that you want, right, I give it to you.
And the same for the husband as well.
Yeah, so when we talk about love now, right, you know, the Bible says, husbands, love your wife. Like,
Sorry, I just want to interrupt you quickly. I'm going to caveat this to our viewers. It is relationships. So relationships is not necessarily husband and wife. It can be a courtship, it can be dating. As far as there are two people in a romantic relationship, those are the things we're talking about. The same rules apply.
all right. So speaking about husband and wife, right, and the scripture that you quoted, husband, love your wife like Christ loved the church and
Yes.
gave of himself,
Yes.
right? So a man, how did Christ love the church, right?
Selflessly.
He was selfless.
Yes.
He gave his life.
Yes.
He taught.
Yes.
He lived by example.
Yes.
He was a role model, right? And the husband is required to be that, right?
Those are tall orders, though.
Yeah.
For
So
human beings, those are tall orders.
so what we're talking about with those two scriptures is both people are supposed to be submissive to one another. Both people are supposed to live selfless lives. So I come into that marriage, right? Right, to give you what you need. You come into that marriage to give me what I need. And that, you know, is what completes us. That is what makes our marriage, right, what it's supposed to be.
Why is it then hard sometimes for men to love and respect their women in a way that the woman understands, and vice versa for men? So why is it difficult sometimes for the opposite sex to love and respect each other in a manner that they understand?
All right, this success, you know, has formulas and principles. So successful marriage, right, also require that you know the principles that make it successful. And, you know, we're talking about the foundational principles, right? But if you do not understand what those principles are, that's the first thing. If you do not accept what those principles are, that's the second thing. The third thing is, for men, their ego gets in the way. For women, right, a lot of times, right, women want what they want.
When they want it.
When they want it, how they want it.
Yes.
But if you recall, I did say that you are in that marriage not for you. You're in that marriage for your husband, and your husband is supposed to be in that marriage for you.
Right.
So it's about mutual selflessness. So you're not in there to demand. You're in there to give. You're supposed to be a gift. And a gift is something that you freely give, right? But how many of us choose gifts that, you know, people actually need and want? So if I sell shoes, my default would be to always give shoes. Because
Yes.
really and truly, it really doesn't
It's
cost
easy.
me. Yeah, it's easy,
convenient.
right? If my love language or my appreciation language is words of affirmation,
Yes.
right? My default will always be to speak words of affirmation to you.
Yes.
How many times do we really truly sit down and ask ourselves, what does Farron really need? Right? What is her love language? What is her respect and appreciation language? If it is words of affirmation, then I have to refrain myself when I'm angry. Right? I can't lash out. I can't say the kind of words that I would normally say because I know that words hurt you more.
I see.
So I've got to bridle my tongue because if I say something, right, it runs deep. And so, look, marriage is the only institution that before you get into school, you are given the degree.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
you can fail at it.
Yeah.
1 in 2 marriages globally is ending up in divorce. First-time marriages, right? 63% of second-time marriages is ending up in divorce. 72% of third-time marriages is ending up in divorce.
So it's going up.
It's going because you are not learning the mistakes you made in your first-time married failure, right?
Yeah.
You are still running your failure model. A lot of people are destroying their marriages simply because they are ignorant about the principles that make it succeed. They are unwilling to make the sacrifices that are required. Marriage is hard work. It's hard work. Marriage is almost like you are dying every day, right? You are dying to self.
Dying to self. I hear that a lot.
And marriage, successful marriage is built on some fundamental pillars. Friendship, right? Forgiveness, maturity and emotional intelligence, kindness. Those are critical foundations that successful marriages are built on. And if you do not invest in those things, right, you will not benefit from them. And so a lot of us place emphasis on many things. Oh, I'll give you gifts. Oh, it's your birthday. But what are the critical things that you should be doing to ensure that these things succeed? It's hard work, and people, you know, they're too busy. You know, I have to provide. I have to take care of the kids. Oh, we have to buy diesel. So, you know, they're focusing on things that are needful, but also, you know, you didn't get into the marriage because of those things. You got into the marriage for companionship. You got into the marriage for love. You got into the marriage for intimacy, for relationships, right? Long term.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't do the needful now, right, you can't reap benefits later. So when you get into your old age, if you do not invest in friendship now, when all the children are gone, so what are both of you going to be doing?
Yep. Yep. Yep.
And so it's friendship, it's kindness, you know, that's going to keep that relationship going. Because, you know, all those hormones that used to rage, right? At some point, at 70, hey.
So these are some really, really deep, deep nuggets. And even me listening to you, I'm like, I got a lot of work to do.
We all do.
It's a complete mind shift. But here's the thing. You talked about diesel. You have to buy diesel.
Yeah.
Life is hard. Nigeria is hard. Lagos is ridiculously hard. You're running a rat race. Where do you find the balance? That's one. And two, me, Pharaoh, I'm wired differently from my husband. How do you bridge the gap between both parties being wired differently, by DNA, and the fact that life is a rat race and you need to balance?
Okay, so I'll take, the second question first. How, do you, manage your differences? Simple. I say that the way you see the problem is the problem. The problem is really not the problem. It's your perception, because perception creates your reality, right? If you see that we are different, right, then you will act different, right? And then it will become a problem. But if I see that I am incomplete and you are a gift to complete and complement me, then my relationship with you will be completely different, right? Because if I am an introvert and you're an extrovert,
Yes.
right, and I'm a deep introvert, that means I don't talk. That means that when we go out, I will just be sitting down and looking like Lucozade. But meanwhile, you are the one that, starts the conversation. You are the person that brings light into the conversations. But when you open up those conversations, I'm very intelligent and deep. And I get into those conversations, right? We can be there for hours and people will have a good time, right? Talking to me, right? So what I'm supposed to do is to accept that you are not forward. You are just an extrovert that opens up conversations, that I go into those conversations, lean into them, and engage, right? While you wrap it up. But if I see you as different, I want to change you to be like me. If the whole world is like me, then who would initiate the conversation? That's just an example, right? So if I see you as a complement rather than someone that conflicts, the way that I am, then I will make the best use of our relationship and our difference, right? But let's now come back to, the realities of life, because, it's the reality of life. Whether it's you, whether it's me, whether it's somebody else, all of us have to sort out our needs. It's nothing new. We all live in Lagos. There's nothing new that Lagos has dropped as a bomb. We all know there's traffic. We all know, you have to get diesel or petrol. You all know you have to sort out your own security. It's a part of life, right?
Yes.
It's a part of our reality. So, if I call Pharaoh and you start laughing and jumping and acting as if you're a lunatic, right, then I'm wondering, are you okay? But if I call Pharaoh and you respond and you answer me normally, then I know that you're okay. So why are we responding to Lagos the way we are responding to Lagos? As if we do not know that this is Lagos. This is Lagos now, right? And Lagos will not change. It is the way it is, right? And so you've got to take that into consideration in everything that you do. If you want a peaceful life, move to another state where, you know what, if you leave your office at 5, you will get home at 5:05, right? There's nobody that will disturb you. You don't need a lot of the hustle that you get in Lagos. If that's the life you want, you've got to relocate. But if you want to live in Lagos, you've got to take Lagos with what it has, because that is the energy of Lagos, right? And you've got to look at your life holistically. Life balance is an illusion in Lagos. Harmony is what you should seek for, which means that you look at your life holistically, right? And you prioritize per time. And you have the right conversations with the people that matter. So whether it's your wife, whether it's your family, right? You say, look, for this season, I'm going to be pursuing X, Y, Z, right? I need your support. I am not going to be available as I'm required to be available. Please, how can you support me? We should have that conversation. Because at the end of the day, when I deliver, right, the whole house will
We'll
enjoy.
benefit from it.
Abishe, we want to go to
Yeah.
the overs for
Yeah.
summer,
Yeah.
right? I
Yeah.
need to focus on this
Yeah.
so that, the nature of my work is I've got to put in the time
Yeah.
so that I can reap the benefits, so that we can go to the overseas, right? But you know what? Because I know that, we cannot pack all your needs,
Yes.
right? I will get back home at 9 p.m. I will shut down everything that I'm doing, knowing that I cannot finish everything that I want to finish in 24 hours.
Yeah.
I still have tomorrow. So let me pack everything that I'm doing at 9 p.m. and then let me face family between 9 and 11 when I go to bed. I give time to my children. They go to bed at maybe 9:30. So we all know that, daddy and the children is 9 to 9:30.
Yeah.
Give them that quality time, right?
Awesome.
And then, wife at 9:30 to 11, right? So you choose the days that you watch Telemundo together. You choose the days you
Yeah.
watch Chelsea and Arsenal together.
Yeah.
You choose the days that
So you plan.
you
You plan to
fail
get harmony.
If you fail to plan, you have already planned to fail.
Very true. Very
In
true.
every aspect of your life, you plan.
Yes.
In every aspect of your life, you are conscious about the decisions that you are making, right? Why do we leave this one to chance? Why do we feel that this one will work itself out?
Very, very true. And on that note, I've just been told that we have 2 minutes left. And I want to quickly end by you giving us 3 important takeaways that can help us navigate through this thing called loving and respecting each other.
All right, so, life is bigger than love. Life is bigger than marriage, right? And so the first thing is you have to look at your life holistically and live life holistically, because you only have one life. Second thing is you have to choose your life, and you have to choose yourself and be kind to yourself, right? You have to love and respect yourself. And if you truly love and respect yourself, you will know that you need love and respect, and other people need love and respect. And so you also have to give love and respect, right? And also realizing that no man is an island by himself, right? Part of life is family. Part of life is marriage, but it's not everyone that will marry. But if you choose to marry, then like you want to succeed in your career, if you want to succeed financially, also plan to succeed with your marriage. And success in that department, right, requires hard work, requires time, requires dedication, requires commitment, right? Pay the price. Include it with every other aspect of your life, right? There are principles of success. Find out what they are and apply them, and you will, succeed, or you will be succeeding.
Daily
And
as
know,
you go along.
right, that we're all work in progress. No one is perfect. No one has it perfect. Don't compare yourself with anybody else, because they never tell you what is going on really in their marriage. You may actually have a better marriage than some people that you're looking up to.
Wow.
Focus on your focus and walk your path.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This has been an honor, and it's gone by so quickly.
Thank you.
I really, really hope that, I know I've learned a lot. I've literally been scribbling, and I can't wait to watch this again. In the hope that it will create some very much needed shift in perspective.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Right. So next with us is Dolly Phillips, our fitness expert. Hello everyone, and welcome to the fitness section of today's show. As you can see, we're on the floor today because we're working abs and our core muscles. As always, my name is Dolly Phillips, and with me is Elvis in the house. All right, so we're going to start with a quick stretch while we're here and then go straight into our workout of the day. So deep breath in and out, in and out, in and out. Last one, in and out. Drop your head side to side, nice and gentle. Don't strain that neck. 2 more. 1 more and relax. Now head it down and up, down and up. Make sure your chin touches your chest. That's a good one. Good. 2 more. 1 more and relax. Now from this position, you're going to stretch your hands forward and just relax those shoulders and your lower back. Drop your forehead down to the floor if you can. If not, just stay in a neutral position. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And let's roll up gently. Hands behind your back, clasp, and squeeze those shoulder blades together as you raise your chest to the ceiling. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And relax. Hands on your shoulders, rotate backwards for 4, 3, 2, and 1, and opposite direction, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and shake it out. Okay, so we're going to start with our bird dog. Now, bird dog is always in your all fours position. We're going to extend the left leg out and the right leg, and now we're going to touch our ankle in this tiger crunch here. So here, here. Have we got it? And your time starts now. Let's go. Now, reach for those ankles. Extend your leg back and try to touch your ankles. It's very easy to touch the knees, but we want you to go further. Touch your ankles. Very good. You have 10 seconds left. Come on, push. 2 and 1 and time. Awesome. Next workout is push-ups. Now, Elvis is going to do normal push-ups, but I'm going to do my push-ups on my knees. So pelvis to the floor, and we work down and up. Take your time. Don't rush it. Just make sure your chest goes all the way down. 2, and rest it. Good job. Now your next workout is up and down plank. So we go down and up. I'll do the easy version, and Elvis will do the hard version. Come on, let's go. Down and up. Keep your knees down. If you can't do what Elvis is doing, just stay with me. And rest it. Good job. Our next workout is bicycle kicks. We're going to send the elbows to the knees. Are we ready? Let's go. Come on. That's it. Come on. Push those elbows to the knees. If this is too quick, slow it down. Slow it down. 1 more. And relax. Now, leg raises. Sit on your hands. It makes it easier. Extend your legs out. We're lifting those legs up to the ceiling. Let's go. Up. Woo! And down. And up. Now, if this is too difficult for you, let your legs touch the floor. If this is still too difficult for you, lift one leg up at a time. All right? There are options, but I'm going to stay here because I want my six-pack to be complete this February. All right? If that's your goal, stay with me. 1 more. And relax. Now we're going to stretch really quickly. So let's sit down, legs crossed, nice and easy, and relax. Deep breath in and out, into the stomach, and out. So imagine you're blowing air into a balloon, and out. Last one, in and out. Left elbow down on the mat, reach over. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Take it to the other side. Stretch the sides. 4, 3, 2, and 1. How flexible are you? Let's try. Walk those hands forward and head down. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Walk back. Excellent job. Shoulder stretch, clasp hands together, turn over and push. Let's take it up to the ceiling and grow tall. Very long torso. Lovely. And release those fingers and down. Hand across the chest. Good job. Trap that elbow. Very nice. And the other side. This is a good stretch for the shoulders, especially after the up and down planks. And relax, shake it out. Head circles, last one. Head down, circle right, all the way around. Try and relax while you do this. One more. And let's rotate in the opposite direction. Left. One more. And relax. Awesome workout, everyone. Thanks for joining us, and we hope to see you very soon. Bye-bye.
As always, John and Pharaoh, is like this show is for me. Seriously. Because I sit down here and I listen to the guests and I'm like, are they talking about me?
Oh, you get that feeling too.
Are they helping me to?
All of us.
I actually thought today's show was designed for me.
So did I?
Because I was able to pick, I was able to see a lot of me,
Yes.
in what was being discussed.
Yes.
Things I need to work on, things I need to reach out for, and my understanding
Yes.
of really what it is. Because now I believe that marriage is a school.
That you never graduate from.
Yeah. You get your certificate.
But
before
you're
you
still in.
and you learn every day.
Yeah. It's a lifetime
I
degree.
think all of our speakers, all of our guests,
Yes.
they did justice.
Yes. Yes.
And
they
it's
did
serious
justice.
business, that people must take it, that it is serious business to prepare for any relationship, whether marriage relationship or not.
Yeah. And
Because all of this, you don't learn when you're already in it.
And you know what? One thing Larry Lushala said, he said, these are the things that you should talk about when you are courting.
yes, he did.
So rather than waste your time, well, not waste your time, because that's also necessary, right? Other things that we do. But we need time together to understand,
But another thing that he said that at the very end that was really important was that you have to love yourself. You have to
Yes.
love and respect yourself so that you can give love and respect. And it's almost like, to this thing we're saying about marriage, you get the certificate before you actually start the marriage. Let's even take you way back. As children, the onus is on your parents to teach you what love and respect looks like as a child, so that you have a healthy understanding of loving self,
yes,
respecting self.
yes,
You have the what's it called, in the nursery school, what's that place where they play? You have the playground where you learn to love and respect your parents and your siblings, such that when you become an adult, you are a healthy human being that is filled with love and respect for self.
That's
we
where the
need to-
values
we need
and
to
the
learn, we
belief.
need to learn and understand all of these things.
Yes, before you even get into marriage.
Amazing. And
It's a journey of life.
just so that I don't eat into my nuggets.
Oh, your nugget. Okay.
I have
So
my
let's have
nuggets.
it.
I have my nuggets for today. And you see, my nugget was carefully picked, actually, for today's topic. It's, as a public speaker, you should listen to the eyes of the audience.
You should listen to the
Listen
eyes.
to the eyes of the audience.
The eyes are
in
now talking.
The eyes.
of the
Communication
audience.
is stronger through the eyes.
The funny thing with that?
Yes.
It's easier to do now because we all have to wear masks.
Oh,
On Instagram, somebody was saying that now she's able to do things with her eyes.
Yes.
And it's
So
interesting
the eyes
because you
are very
see the
strong
eyes.
in communication, right?
Yes.
If you remember that we say that up to 70% of non-verbal, is what we all engage in, 70-30. All right, you're a public speaker, you're addressing your audience. If you're able to connect, it's about connectivity now. First, connectivity. If you're able to connect with the eyes of your audience, it tells you a lot. They're happy, they're unhappy, they understand you, they're tired, and all of that. And it is non-verbal. So you're able to deliver according to what you see in their eyes. So we say to you, it's always good to listen to the eyes of your audience. And
Nice
that
one.
will be my nugget for today.
Awesome nuggets.
Oh,
Yes.
awesome
Awesome
nugget.
nugget.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes, yes,
And
yes,
then
yes.
for the next week, so we have come to, we are almost coming to the end
Of
of
the
our
relationship,
February
yeah.
relationship series.
Series, yes.
We have one more topic to go. Next week, Saturday,
Please don't say it in Yoruba
27.
today. Please, 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 please,
I
please,
won't.
please.
I almost did, okay. That's my mother tongue now.
I know.
Well, not my mother, my father tongue.
Okay.
Don't you want to have children? So that is next
Please
week's
say
topic.
it in,
I should say it in Yoruba.
in your father tongue.
Okay, let me say it in pidgin. I be una no one born pikin. That is
So that's what we'll be
next
talking
week's
about
Abi-
next
topic.
week.
Abi una. I like that.
Yes. So we then talk about, the journey, ability
Yeah.
to
Yes.
conceive or not conceive.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
To enlarge.
Yes.
Okay, relationship series on this show today with John and Helen, and it's every week. I'm like, this is life.
Yes.
This is life. Relationship is life. Marriage is life. The family is life, and there's so much that we need to know on a daily basis to get close to actually achieving, the balance that all our guests from the very first edition, they've talked about balance and harmony, respect, principles, disciplines, selflessness, so much. And these things look like they are so far away. Like you said, they are eaten over by all of the distractions and having to cope with life on a daily basis. We hope that our show today has been able to meet the need of 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 persons who are at the point of making this very important decision. Should I leave or should I stay? We'll see you next week. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. I'm Helen.
And I'm John.
And I'm Farah. See you next week.
Bye for now.
someday tranquility will settle upon Borno State in northeast Nigeria. The ordinary rhythms of life in the rural areas will return, as will the everyday bustle of the city. But for now, a restless tension lurks beneath the surface. Not a moment goes by without the threat of violence. Without the fear that the militant Islamic group Boko Haram might unleash an attack. A grim reminder of a conflict still to be resolved. A country's struggle with extremism. An unfinished journey from evil. Yet there are Nigerians who've stood up to the terror, who've shown the courage to fight back, the determination to go forward, and the resilience to forge a new future for their nation. Each morning in the town of Chibok, Rebecca Solomon goes about her chores. But what may appear a simple life became for her a nightmare that began on April 14th, 2014. That evening, Rebecca's daughter, Deborah, was staying overnight in a government school dormitory preparing to take exams the next day. The exams never took place. Deborah is one of the kidnapped Chibok girls believed to be held in a remote forest hideout. It's been 1,000 days since Rebecca has seen her daughter. Deborah's abduction, along with over 200 other girls, exposed to the world Boko Haram's ruthlessness, as well as the dysfunction of Nigeria's government and military, and it stirred many Nigerians to take action on their own. Buki Shonibare had planned a career as a human resources consultant in Abuja, Nigeria's capital.
But then 2014, April 14 happened, and that just opened me up to another life entirely.
Buki became a frontline campaigner for the Bring Back Our Girls movement.
Last night I could not sleep, and for once I felt what it meant for those girls to be out there. And then we came out to stand in solidarity with these girls, and then we are being blocked off. Nothing will stop us. We will keep coming out until our girls return. What do we want? Action!
Aided by social media, the Bring Back Our Girls campaign sparked worldwide condemnation of Boko Haram.
Our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls!
Like millions of people across the globe, my husband and I are outraged and heartbroken over the kidnapping of more than 200 Nigerian girls from their school dormitory in the middle of the night.
Boko Haram's leader, Abubakar Shekau, capitalized on the group's sudden notoriety, threatening to convert the girls to Islam, marry them off to his commanders, or sell them into slavery. For Buki, it was personal.
It's simply because I was once that girl. Even though I've not been abducted before, but I know what it means to be sexually molested. I know what it means to have to do something because you want to stay alive.
With the international community watching, the Nigerian government issued promises to save the girls, but the lack of swift action angered parents.
If the government cannot take action, we are asking for the United Nations to come in and help us. Or if the United Nations reject us, we just don't know what to do.
Within 2 weeks of the Chibok kidnappings, Bukky had made up her mind to stay on the front lines and keep protesting until the girls came home.
And we were screaming like 15 whole days. Some parents have not seen their children. 15 whole days. Where are they? And then we had to commemorate 30 days. And we could not live with that reality.
In truth, the reality was worse. Bukky had no idea at the time, but the 30 days would eventually stretch into more than 3 years. Nigeria. Rich in oil and natural gas. A nation seeking to present itself as the image of modern Africa. But a country that is far from united.
180 million people plus, 250 ethnic groups, thereabouts. This is a difficult country to govern at the best of times.
Splitting the north from the oil-rich south are cultural and economic fault lines that date far back to Nigeria's colonial past. In the predominantly rural and traditionally Muslim northeast, that fault line is fragile. Although Nigeria collects billions of dollars selling its oil each year, more than 60% of Nigerians live in poverty, many on less than $2 a day. In the northeast, the poverty rate is even higher.
We're speaking about northeastern Nigeria that is really one of the most impoverished and marginalized regions of the country. This is a region that had one of the lowest literacy rates in the country, one of the highest infant mortality rates in Nigeria. So the nature of governance was really poor to begin with, and people were frustrated in seeing the growing levels of inequality in this community.
Poverty and inequality, along with neglect by those with political power, helped sow a rebellious brand of Islam in the northeast. Its leaders took as their model one of the world's most brutal and dogmatic Islamist movements.
It was at that time in 2003 that there was a community of individuals that moved to the borderlands of Nigeria and Niger in an attempt to create a purist Islamic society based on the model of the Taliban in Afghanistan.
Originally, the group was peaceful and its message inclusive.
What they preached was, we have an alternative system. If the system you believe in does not value you and leaves you out, we will not do that. We are more inclusive, we will take care of you, we are doing Allah's will, and we will define our own society, an alternative society that is just and good. So that was very appealing, especially for people who felt left out.
But eventually, this alternative society split. The leader of its dominant faction wanted a pure form of Islam and an outright insurrection against the government. His name, Muhammad Yusuf. Yusuf was intelligent and charismatic, but bent on confrontation. People began calling his movement Boko Haram. Literally, Western education is forbidden. Although the group disavowed the name, and still does, it captured Yusuf's essential beliefs. He preached that Western values were undermining Islam, and he called for a holy war.
It's difficult for the West to understand jihad, in part because our modern societies are by their very nature essentially secular. We've come to terms that religion is not a reasonable pathway to organize modern society. Whereas those who are pushing for jihad are saying that religion is the correct way to shape a righteous Muslim society, a land of faithful Muslims. So invariably, those two positions are going to be extremely difficult to reconcile.
Yusuf's base was the northeastern city of Maiduguri, the capital of Borno State. As his sermons became more militant, tensions with local authorities grew. Then, in 2009, Boko Haram exploded into Nigeria's wider consciousness. That June, police clashed with some of Yusuf's followers on their way to a funeral, wounding more than a dozen.
Kuma waɗannan mahaukatan sojojin in ba ɗauke su a cikin gari ba ba za a zauna lafiya ba.
Yusuf denounced the government actions, and a few weeks later, his followers struck back. With guns and grenades, they attacked police stations in several cities, with the heaviest assault in Maiduguri. Over 4 days of fighting, the police response was merciless. They rounded up Boko Haram suspects, killing them in the street. They destroyed Yusuf's mosque. Then they captured him and took him for interrogation. Hours later, his body was in the street. He'd been shot multiple times.
And he became a martyrdom figure to Boko Haram. And since 2009 until today, all factions of Boko Haram consider him their inspiration.
More than 1,000 people died in 4 days of fighting that July. Afterward, Boko Haram disappeared. But when they returned a year later, it was with more weapons and a new leader. A bombastic and violent Yusuf deputy, Abubakar Shekau. He proclaimed all-out war.
Their argument is a very simple one. You've come up after us. You've killed many of us. You've killed us literally by the thousands. You feel you've decimated our community. We will fight back. Now we will take jihad to you.
Over the next 4 years, Boko Haram put the Nigerian military and civilian security forces on their heels.
Within that period, the militancy and the insurgency of Boko Haram grew stronger and stronger, and it's in this context that Boko Haram was able to acquire land, acquire territory, with limited Nigerian response.
Boko Haram expanded its domain, but Maiduguri remained ground zero. The city of more than 500,000 had a teaching hospital and a university.
Before the insurgency, Maiduguri was a very quiet, peaceful town.
Fati Abubakar was a nursing student living with her family in Maiduguri at the time Boko Haram began its assault in 2010.
We were known for being very traditional, conservative people, and we all knew our neighbors. It was a very diverse community before Boko Haram.
Within months, Fati became a witness to the wholesale destruction of her hometown.
I watched everything happen, from the tension, the bomb blast, the dead bodies on the streets, the houses burning. Sometimes our house would shake because of a bomb blast.
People soon fled. Fati and her family left in late 2012.
At the time, they were killing boys and kidnapping girls, so my parents were not comfortable with that. And then we moved to Abuja, and I lived there for 6 months before I went to London to study.
Fati completed her studies in London, writing a dissertation about the effects of war on the psychological health of refugees. And she found an outlet to help her cope with the loss she felt as a refugee herself.
I really took up photography around that time that I was struggling with all that was happening around Maiduguri, and I was really interested in how you can do visual storytelling and still have an impact on the community.
Fati returned to Maiduguri in 2015.
But when I came back, people had become desensitized. It was like a transformation. They didn't even feel any of it. They just kept going. So that was what, had my attention.
Fati imagined another side of the place she called home, a humane side she wanted to show the world. It was the opposite of the images of war and destruction flooding the global news. and from the deluded propaganda of Boko Haram. In its videos, Boko Haram's leader, Shekau, glorified the group's violence in the name of Islam. But hidden inside his secretive caliphate, the reality was starkly different. Boko Haram brutalized fellow Muslims, beating and killing them at will to maintain control and religious piety. Graphic evidence of the group's conduct surfaced in 2016 when Voice of America journalists obtained and authenticated some 18 hours of videos shot by Boko Haram's own photographers. The raw footage is an unflinching record exposing how one of the world's deadliest extremist movements operates behind the scenes. A daily diary of terror. At public tribunals designed to enforce authority by intimidation and fear, villagers were herded together for displays of discipline. For small sins, offenders were flogged, sometimes by their peers. But for offenses like selling drugs, the punishment was ultimate. No pleading for the accused. Just a bullet in the heart or the head.
When Boko Haram first became violent, the attacks were mostly on the Nigerian state itself. So government offices, prisons, police headquarters. As time went on, and it seems that Boko Haram felt more and more aggrieved, its targets widened and widened, until now it seems to be anybody.
In their encampments, Boko Haram soldiers, many mere boys, trained for warfare and played like children.
The media characterizes Boko Haram as madmen, as crazy, as psychopaths. But what we can see in the footage of the foot soldiers is that in many respects, they go around their daily business just like kids in any other part of the world. We also see them receiving pep talks before battle, where they're told some of you are going to die and some soldiers are going to die. The difference is the soldiers aren't going to go to paradise and you are. And this goes to show that ideology plays a very important part of motivating them to engage in acts of killing. And after a period of time, these young boys become regular Boko Haram fighters willing to sacrifice their lives for the broader mission of the commanders to establish some form of Islamic governance.
It's impossible to know how many Nigerian boys have been conscripted into Boko Haram. Likely, it's several thousand. The penalty for refusal is severe. Danladi was abducted when he was 12, but found a way out later. Shown the Boko Haram video footage, he recognized some commanders and recounted how boys were forced to fight.
Mulai bai layaka suna yanka. Su yanka kan wannan su ajiye wani a kan gadon bayan shi, wani a kirji. Wani sun yanka shi har su buɗe kirjin shi su cire zuciyan shi. Haka da sun surata mu suka ce mu fara mu kwashi bindigogi.
Shekau made clear that Boko Haram would cleanse Nigeria of anyone who didn't submit to its brand of Islam. Men or women, young or old, Christian or Muslim.
The Shekau faction of Boko Haram has a belief system whereby any Muslim that does not join their group is an apostate because they are fighting a legitimate jihad. And therefore, the idea that a Muslim would get killed in a Boko Haram attack, either because they're targeted or because it's collateral damage, is really not something that the Shekau faction worries about. because their penalty for not joining the group and being apostates is death anyway.
2015 marked a shift in the war. The Nigerian army, aided by military from neighboring Chad, Cameroon, and Niger, began reclaiming towns and territories once under Boko Haram's control. The momentum quickened under a new president, Muhammadu Buhari, elected that year. But the government's success also brought disturbing allegations of human rights abuses, excesses by the military and civilian vigilantes in their zeal to defeat Boko Haram. Amnesty International cited thousands of summary executions, arbitrary arrests, and instances of torture by Nigerian forces, war crimes the group said went unpunished.
The Nigerian government somehow have some doubts in what Amnesty is doing, but all the same, they have come clean and set up a presidential task force, and you have to take into account the composition of members of the panel. They are not people that could be manipulated, they can be manipulated, and they are judges of repute, and we wait and see the results.
As the government ramped up its pursuit of Boko Haram, Abubakar Shekau changed his strategy too. Boko Haram officially aligned with the Islamic State, or ISIS, the jihadi group waging war in Iraq and Syria.
Shekau, in 2015, formally pledged allegiance to ISIS, and ISIS responded to this. Some see this as because this coincided with the time when Boko Haram was coming under increasing pressure from the Nigerian military. It was being pushed back. After this, you had the Pledge of Allegiance to ISIS. So it's read as actually this is something of a desperate move on the part of Boko Haram.
Boko Haram could claim affiliation with the largest jihadi group in the world. It began using Islamic State templates in its social media postings, but it was an insurgency on the run. At least 3 times the Nigerian military claimed Shekau had been killed, yet each time he survived, reappearing like a ghost in new videos, recorded in a remote hideout somewhere deep in the northeast bush. The Sambisa Forest, a thick jumble of thorny scrub and scattered trees spread across 5 northern states. A portion was set aside as a game reserve, but its once abundant wildlife has been depleted by war. Now parts of the Sambisa are Boko Haram's sanctuary, a vast area of danger for anyone who dares enter. In a village nearby, Aisha Bakari Gombi lives with her family. In her part-time job as a seamstress, she works with hands and feet in creative concentration, at peace, away from the violence that prowls in the countryside. But the rhythm of the sewing machine is only one facet of her world. Aisha knows the Sambisa well. It was there as a young girl that she was initiated in a long-standing family tradition.
Su ma iyayen nawa iyayen su ma mafarauta ne. Ni kuma ba na so al'adarmu na gargajiya ya bace ni ma shine dalilin da yasa nake.
Boko Haram raided her village 3 times before the Nigerian government allowed people to fight back on their own. Now, instead of hunting antelope, baboons, and birds, Aisha goes after a different prey: Boko Haram militants. She is part of a group of hunters who go out in search of insurgents, ready to fight if the situation arises.
Gaskiya Boko Haram dai ba mutum bane. To Boko Haram ne ya isa zai kama mutum da ransa, ya kama shi ya yanka shi da zarton da ake yanka katako. Boko Haram zai kama mace da ciki, ya yanka ta, ya fidda da a cikin cikinta, ya jefar da shi. Boko Haram zai kama yaro jinjiri, ya karya wuyansa ya jefar, ya kama yara ƙanana ya murda wuya ya jefa a kogi.
At the start of their patrol, the hunters take part in spiritual rituals. They believe it will protect against enemy bullets and other dangers in the forest.
Akwai abubuwa irin namu na gargajiya waɗanda muke amfani da su. Wani muna amfani da shi don mu sha, wani mu shafa, wani mu sheƙa, wani mu yi hayaƙi, har ma wanka akwai. To mukan yi su ne kafin mu fita. To ai dajin dama shi muka riga muka saba. Babu wani abun da yake ba mu tsoro a cikin daji. Duk lokacin da muka shirya in za mu fita ko dare ko rana ne shiganta muke yi babu fargaba.
Aisha and her team not only search for insurgents, they're also on the lookout for captives fleeing from Boko Haram camps. Their stories can be heartbreaking.
Akwai matar da muka bari yanzu haka tana kam namu mu a inda muka yi sansani mu a cikin garin Lasa. Suka zo sace ta, suka sace ta da yara 6. Da aka tafi da su aka je aka ajiye su a can sun kai watanni suna wajen. Ranar da Allah ya taimake ta ya bata nasarar za ta gudu ta dawo. To su wayannan yan ƙanana guda 2, ɗaya ta goya ɗaya kuma ta ɗauka ta rataya a kafaɗanta. Haka ta haƙura da wayancan saura guda 4 ta ɗauko 2 ta kamo hanya ta dawo.
Aisha's efforts fighting Boko Haram earned her the respect of fellow villagers. They call her the Queen Hunter.
Gaskiya ba zan iya sani ba, don an kuɓutar da yawa. Na kwanakin nan ko kuma in ce na shekaran jiya mun kuɓutar da 9.
Later that day, Aisha and her band apprehended 3 Boko Haram fighters. They delivered them to authorities by truck. A commotion of curious villagers parading behind them. Success like this inspires her to continue the work, despite the danger.
Ani dai ina son duniya ta sani. Aikin da muke yi dai mu aiki ne na ceto da nema wa ƙasar mu zaman lafiya. Zaman lafiya nake son wa Najeriya. Ina so in ga Najeriya ta zauna lafiya kamar yadda sauran ƙasashe suke zaune lafiya.
They appear in seemingly endless streams, fleeing terror, bringing with them only what they can carry. Day and night, they've lost their homes, their farms, their livestock, in the worst cases, their children. And for now, they've no hope of returning. The world knows Boko Haram mostly through reports of bombings, kidnappings, and suicide attacks. But the insurgency has also made millions of Nigerians homeless and laid waste to the rural economy that long sustained the region. In village after village, devastation.
Boko Haram, they are rushing to this place. So that is the market. 1,000 houses burned.
Already destroyed.
Already distressed. Our market is distressed. We will not get market. We will not get eat food.
Hamam Mbombo has survived 2 Boko Haram attacks. The first time, they took his crops. The second time, they burned his farm to the ground.
Da aka kore mu a 2013 muka tafi, to haka wannan abin ya salwanta ban samu na girbe ba. To shekara da ya sake zagayowa kuma, bunni ya taso, ya yi kyau, amma kuma shi ma har yanzu ban sake samu in girba ba 2015 kenan. To daga nan kuma ban sake aiki a gonan ba. Rashin aiki a wannan gonakin ba ni kaɗai ba, manoma yan uwana ma duka gaskiya ya dagula mana rayuwarmu.
Farmers are not the only ones suffering from Boko Haram's plundering. These herders narrowly escaped a Boko Haram surprise attack with their cattle. They are aware that next time they may not be so lucky.
Babu wata hanya da za ku iya bi ne ku sake kwato su.
Ina za mu samu hanyar bi. Mu ba mu da komai, su suna da bindiga.
What's caused this crisis is people being terrorized and having to run away from the place they've been able to work for a long time. We were told that farmers do have seeds. We were told that farmers do still have some of the tools. What they don't have is the confidence to go back to their land because they're worried that if they're a man, they'll be shot. They're worried that if they're a woman, they'll be raped or kidnapped. So the key issue here is security.
Although the Nigerian military has recaptured and garrisoned some larger towns, the Northeast's breadbasket remains a free fire zone. Much of the food production infrastructure, granaries, markets, wells, is in ruins. Rebuilding it will take months, if not years. Northeast Nigeria borders Lake Chad, a vast inland sea supplying fresh water to about 70 million people in 4 countries. Fishing forms an integral part of household economies in the region. But since the insurgency, Boko Haram has controlled fishing by demanding a tax from those plying their trade. As a result, many fishermen have fled, choking off the once thriving industry. Most are reluctant to talk openly about the insurgents, fearing reprisals.
A shakka babu, 'yan Boko Haram sun kasara wannan sana'ar tamu gabaki ɗayanta. Domin ka kula duk tafkin Chadin nan gabaki ɗaya duk wani mu'amala da ake yi wato biyo bayan kifi ne. Watanni 4 na shekara wanda an fi kama kifi a cikin su irin watannin zafi. To a lokacin ana iya fitar da trailer 70, 50, 60 a rana ɗaya. To amma kaga yanzu ko ɗaya ba a fitarwa.
Deprived of their livelihoods, farmers, herders, and fishermen, along with their families, wind up in the camps for the displaced that have sprung up across the Northeast. Official estimates put the number forced to leave their homes at 2 million or more. For years, the lack of security kept many humanitarian agencies from entering the region. Now that more military are present, they are returning to learn that the crisis is much worse than they predicted.
I think a lot of humanitarian aid workers are saying that they didn't realize the situation was that bad. Some have described it as famine-like conditions. Unfortunately, if it was addressed sooner, it wouldn't have gotten to the extent that it is now.
According to the United Nations, more than $1 billion in humanitarian aid was needed to help 8.5 million people in the Northeast and Lake Chad region in 2017, most of it for food.
Children are particularly vulnerable because their bodies are growing, their minds are growing and developing, and if they don't have the nutrition that they need in the first 2 years of life, that has lifelong consequences for them. So a child, who's 1 year old, who doesn't get enough to eat will see her growth is stunted. She will have possibly trouble in, cognitive development of her brain. That'll affect her performance in school later on. It'll affect her ability to earn a living later on. So she will be paying the price for our failure for the rest of her life if we can't get that food and nutritional support to her now.
Without continued aid or a rebound in agriculture, Nigerians may be on the edge of famine for years to come. The emotional and psychological damage of the war has deep consequences and may pose the most difficult challenge of Nigeria's recovery.
Ba mu da sani a lokaci daya Boko Haram suka shiga cikin garinmu suka fara kashe-kashe ba mu da labarin komai ranar Asabar misalin karfe 9.
Kanin mama na guda 3 mijin kani na guda 1 guda 4 a take sun kashe.
To da muna zama a wurin sun kawo wani mutum sun yanka shi a idonmu.
After 8 years of war, these stories have become all too common.
When we're coming out of insurgency, it's one thing to rebuild homes and to rebuild hospitals and to rebuild schools, but the most important thing is to rebuild people.
Dr. Fatima Akilu leads the Neem Foundation, a non-profit that is taking on the country's psychological reconstruction. The work focuses on Nigerians who are homeless, suffered violence and trauma, or who were captives under Boko Haram. By sharing their stories, they help heal one another.
Our main objective is to hear their experience. We want to share our experience together so that we can see how we can support ourselves.
What we're looking at is their mental health status, their post-traumatic stress disorder needs, depression, anxiety, insomnia, psychosomatic symptoms.
These group sessions run for a month to build trust. Counselors help with translation.
They left anytime she remember her son. She can't sleep because she didn't even see the body of her son.
One woman told of losing multiple family members.
When there was one attack in Maiduguri here, a suicide bomber came to where they were staying, and that was how her husband was killed. That she has a younger brother too. Boko Haram killed him. That she's really feeling better ever since she started coming to this place. And she's very grateful.
The counselors use cognitive therapy to help victims control traumatic flashbacks.
We focus on trying to get them to alter their negative thinking about the event that has happened. We try to teach them thought-stopping behaviors, and we try to teach them resilience through group.
2 months after their initial therapy, members of the group reconvene to see whether they're continuing to cope.
That in this gathering, if you come to this gathering, after hearing everybody's experience, you realize that your own problem, somebody has a bigger problem than your own.
Dr. Akilu says victims can cure these deep emotional wounds. It just takes time.
As a psychologist, I have a role that I can play, and I can bring people together to show that there is an alternative way.
Rebuilding the lives of Boko Haram's victims is only part of the healing process. Another challenge is finding alternatives for those who perpetrated the violence. These men are Boko Haram fighters who have recently surrendered. They're about to enter Operation Safe Corridor, where insurgents who've renounced Boko Haram can undergo rehabilitation while in prison.
It's a federal government initiative aimed at radicalizing, rehabilitating, and reintegrating willing and surrendered Boko Haram back into the society.
The men will undergo 3 months of counseling to dispel their indoctrination under Boko Haram. Dr. Akilu helped start an earlier de-radicalization effort in Nigeria. All these programs work on multiple levels.
One would be ideology, because that was what they used to recruit. Second was to look at their mental states, so we had psychological engagement. That we felt art was important because they were so against art, and art allows somebody to express themselves in ways unexpected to that person. And we taught them a skill, a trade, different for different people, and we also gave them an education for those who wanted it.
Under de-radicalization, the Boko Haram militants are classified as repentant fighters. VOA was allowed to visit one class, but authorities refused to allow cameras inside to protect ex-fighters from being identified.
So we are hoping that when you leave here, which we hope will be very soon, you will all go back and all the skills that is being impacted now, you will use them to the benefit of your families and to the benefit of Nigeria.
In terms of de-radicalization, the positive there for us is there are more and more of the ex-combatants actually disengaging. Disengagement is key.
So I admonish all of you to take this program very, very seriously.
There is a debate about whether de-radicalization works or is appropriate. Among those who took part in Dr. Akilu's initial program was an imam who joined Boko Haram in its early stages, then preached against Western education. Caught by Nigerian forces, he was sent to prison with other fighters.
To a lokacin muna jin cewa kawai abun ba zai taba bari, ba za a bar shi ba, za a ci gaba da yi. Kuma mu ma muna jin a lokacin cewa ba za mu bari ba, ko mun fita za mu ci gaba da yin abin da muke.
That was before Dr. Akilu brought in Quranic scholars who persuaded him that Boko Haram manipulated key texts in the Holy Book to suit their agenda.
When we started working with Boko Haram members, I think for me the biggest surprise was how little knowledge they had of the Quran itself. And even including the chief imam, they had memorized parts of the Quran, but without context.
A lokacin akwai wasu malamai da suke ziyartar mu. To sai akwai program ne musamman nake jin gwamnatin tarayya ta shirya, wanda nake jin ta tura shi zuwa ga ya yi tasiri da yawa daga cikin wayanda aka kama su suke hannu. Duk a lokacin da aka sake mu din ba wani mutum ɗaya da yanzu, in ce maka mutum ɗaya da yanzu ya koma ya je linkin da wayannan mutane.
But whether such success can be repeated on the scale that's needed is unclear.
The problem is, if it doesn't work, then what? We must have something on the table that works. At the moment, it is de-radicalization. Look, the reality is that these people, they are Nigerians. And the fundamental question we should ask, to what extent did the Nigerian society contribute for them to become what they have become? And what should the Nigerian society do to get them back to living normal lives?
The conflict with Boko Haram casts northeastern Nigeria as a dark, dangerous place overcome with suffering and need. Months after returning home to Maiduguri in Borno State, Fati Abubakar set about to change that image, armed with her camera.
We're usually bombarded with images of, people, dead bodies on the street, sites of bomb blasts, some children in the hospital. It's just a complete, portrayal where you just think that there are no survivors of this conflict. There are different kind of stories that I felt that were completely neglected, and I wanted people to see that yes, Borno State is struggling, but there's still people living there and they're continuing their lives.
Fati posts her photography on Bits of Borno, a website she's created. For many, it's become a source of inspiration and renewal. She has over 7,000 followers on her Facebook page, 9,000 on Instagram. What they see is another side of Borno State, a proud region showcasing the rich diversity of Nigeria's people.
I have to be highly inclusive in this visual storytelling, so I try as much as possible to document all of the tribes in the community, ensure that it represents the whole of Borno State. And the Shuar tribe are a very beautiful, very colorful tribe. The portraits I do, I feel are, quintessential people of Borno State, and then I ask them questions about how life is And then when I do a lot of the interviews, I transcribe and then I post the images on social media together with the narratives.
In her regular job, Fati works as a communications officer for UNICEF. Immersed in the Northeast's humanitarian crisis, she searches for moments of compassion and caring.
So I do a lot of human interest stories and photo essays, and I document all of UNICEF's activities so that we can post on social media. UNICEF has come in and done a lot for our people, and for me it's especially fulfilling to see that.
She's journeyed to areas where the war left its scars, looking deeper to document how people have survived the insurgency.
And what I've learned is that even in the midst of adversity, people are able to continue and move on. People do not stop because of a bomb blast. I gravitate to children because of their exuberance. Even when you find them in a situation that is really bad, they're very bubbly and very lively, and that kind of keeps me going. I photograph a lot of street children and homeless children as well, and a lot of children that are escaping Boko Haram. You see them mostly by the river or under the bridge living on their own. But for these children, usually you kind of feel traumatized by their experience. You would wish for them to have a great future, but it will take a lot for them to have the kind of life that you would want for them. I just want people to know that, Boko Haram is a small percentage of people that are wreaking havoc on a community, and the majority of people from Borno State are very peace-loving, very hospitable, very highly intelligent individuals. We're the same as every average Nigerian. We just want to live our lives.
If Nigeria is to heal from the war, the country must recover the bonds of humanity within its people. One picture at a time, Fati is bringing that humanity to light. Three years after Boko Haram kidnapped the Chibok girls, Buki Shonibare is still campaigning for their release. She posts photos on social media marking the days of their captivity, unwilling to let their plight fade from public memory. Even during her daily routines, the girls are never far from her thoughts.
Thank you. My major fear is by the time we have these girls come back, inevitably so, at least for the number that can come back, what life would they live for the rest of their lives? They've watched amputations happen in front of them. They've watched killings. They've watched draining of blood. They've watched airstrikes. They've watched people being buried in shallow graves. They've been abused. Some of them come back with children. How do you take those memories away from them?
While campaigning for the girls' release, Buki is battling the militants on a second front, a brazenly symbolic one.
The Boko Haram faction is talking.
She launched a charity project called School in a Bag. It delivers backpacks loaded with writing materials to children who don't have them and instructional kits to teachers.
The best way to win against those that have abducted your children is to use other children as a perfect example and a perfect testimony and representation of a better life that can happen because education is there. We are telling Boko Haram that you lost, and we are winning.
April 14, 2017 marked the 3rd anniversary of the Chibok kidnappings. At that time, only 21 Chibok girls had been freed. Then on May 7th, 1,120 days after being taken, 82 more girls were released. Elation erupted at Unity Square in Abuja.
Wait for this one, wait for this one.
where Bring Back Our Girls campaigners have kept their long protest vigil.
The fact that we can have 82 of our girls come back is a validation of everything we have been doing here every day. So 106 girls out of 219 that we've been waiting for 3 years, 3 weeks, and 2 days today, they have come back. And that is a big deal.
News reports soon revealed that the release was part of a swap. In the exchange, the Nigerian government had freed several Boko Haram militants. But for Bukky, no price is too high to pay for the girls' freedom.
For the girls, it means life to them. There was a life they had before they were abducted. They were going to school. To them, it means I am coming back to civilization. I am coming back to life. I can breathe. I can sleep with my 2 eyes closed.
What does the future hold for Nigeria?
The future of Nigeria is actually not as bleak as people make it to be. I think it's really very important to understand that Boko Haram is not Nigeria, and Nigeria is not Boko Haram.
After 8 years of conflict, some 20,000 dead, and millions of lives disrupted, how does the nation move forward?
So we've got to remake our society. We've got to have justice. We've got to have inclusion. People must feel part of the state. There must be many platforms and spaces for youth to self-actualize. There've got to be other paths that children can feel that they can contribute to society.
In a country so rich in diversity, tribal, cultural, language, religion, a core humanity survives.
One thing I've found with Nigeria is that sometimes the country pushes itself to an edge, and at that edge, it pulls itself back, and things move. You know, someone told me a joke and said, it always seems as if the edge of uncertainty is Nigeria's comfort zone. When you think things are going to crumble, it always comes back together. And I think it's really the people in Nigeria. There is this can-do spirit in Nigeria. There's this spirit to thrive. There's this spirit to overcome the impossible in Nigeria.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, have you?
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Comic Republic is a Nigerian startup where we tell African stories. We push the African narrative forward through a traditional art form that is popular all around the world, which is comic books.
We kind of write stories that everybody can find a bit of themselves somewhere in there. You know, when you read our books, you will always be able to find one book that you are able to connect with, even if you are not an African. It's not just for Africans alone, but it's the African narrative. That's really what we do.
We take the process of telling our stories, you know, making our comic books engaging. We do it professionally and we take it as a business. We're growing bigger every day.
You know, we try to make sure that all of our comics, all of our content has a positive message underlying them, even apart from all the action, all the punching and all the superheroics.
Right now we have close to 48,000 downloads per comic book. We get between 5,000 to 7,000 unique visitors every week. Nigerians have been really excited to see people in Nigeria creating heroes from Nigerians, telling Nigerians that we can be everything we need to be if we only try. The comic business actually has a wide range.
One of the major things that actually helps us to move forward here is the fact that we are more than just a team, we're a family. And family is everything. We understand ourselves, we know what we're meant to do when we're meant to do, and we get them done.
The first and foremost vision for Comic Republic is to take control of the African narrative. Who are the biggest superheroes you know today? You're looking at Spider-Man, Captain America, and Superman. If you look at the colors of their uniform, they're all the colors of the American flag. If you look at where those people come from, they come from America. This is a way that a country has from generation to generation, you know, programmed their people to believe that they are strong and they are efficient. We want to do the same with Comic Republic. That's what we want to do at Comic Republic. That's our vision. And until we're number one at that in the world, we're not going to stop.
Many thanks for joining us on Plus News Brief. I am Justin Akadonye. As part of efforts aimed at ensuring that peace returns to the Southwest chapter of the People's Democratic Party, Chairman of the Reconciliation Committee in the region, Olagunsoye Oyinlole, has visited Lagos. At the meeting, members lament that the party's excos are the cause of their problems. Our correspondent, Jacinta Obioku, has more.
The Southwest Stakeholders Meeting has given room for party members to air their individual complaints about the party's progress.
The problem of Lagos State is ego, avariciousness, lack of interest in party development or self-interest, and lastly, unbridled aspiration. So if you are to reconcile everybody today, sir, it is the ESCO.
What reconciliation are we doing when the state chairman is not in our presence? What reconciliation are we doing that some other key stakeholders are not here with us? Today, there is no fund to run the party. Today, we have to look outside to sort because we eventually put ourselves in a situation whereby we cannot even manage the people that we put in power.
What is wrong with Lagos State? Part of it is from external forces. The moment you can be able to reconcile those 5 members, the Lagos State is stand footing. There is no problem in Lagos State anymore.
I would plead with the chairman of the committee and every other person in the committee to please tell Engineer Adedeji Duarte to take a step aside because he is the instrument that they are using to disrupt Lagos State. These people are APC at night, PDP in the morning.
After listening to their grievances, the visiting chairman gave his address.
We will do all that is needful to ensure that every member is brought on board and brought on board very peacefully. It is in the environment of peace and concord that we can all work together for the success of our party. We've had you. We will put our writings together. The followership is ready. The leadership must show us the way.
The former governor promised that the committee will consult with the 5 leaders as requested by some members of the party. Jacinta Obiuku reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Now, Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike says competence and genuine efforts at fighting criminality and insecurity in the country are often undermined by political interference in the posting of commissioners of police. Governor Wike said it is very disappointing that the Inspector General of Police will compromise competence in posting a commissioner of police to Rivers State because of a favor-seeking politician had approached him for such patronage. The governor made the accusation when he led the chief whip of the Nigerian Senate, Senator Ojozo Kalu, former Minister of Works Mike Onolomeme, and other dignitaries on a project inspection tour in Port Harcourt and Obiakpo local government areas. Governor Wike said such handling of touchy issues like insecurity makes it difficult for him to partner the federal government often, especially because they are not committed to solving the insecurity plaguing the nation.
I can only partner with somebody who wants to partner. There's so much insecurity in Nigeria, killings everywhere. His party should be able to solve it because they told Nigerians that they will solve the problem, but the problem has not been solved. They appoint commissioners of police based on patronage. A politician from my state will go to CIG, give me CP. IG is not posting CP based on competence to fight crime. IG is posting CP based on the fact that the man in the party says he wants so person. And then when the person comes, will he fight his insecurity? He will not. That's the problem we have in this country today. And how can I partner with such a government? How do I do it? A government that will not do things based on competence, that you post a commissioner of police based on the interest of a politician. So how do you partner?
Senator Ojus Okal, who was fascinated at the Okoronodo flyover, Mother and Child Hospital, and the Real Madrid Football Academy, describes the projects as long-term investment for the Rivers people. On his part, the former Minister of Works describes the flyover project as rare kind and difficult to find anywhere in the country.
For me, party is just an identity. The real thing is friendship, building unity, building understanding, making the people happy. Look at the crowd there. And they are coming out because of this flyover. These are the kind of things democracy is all about. So, Nyesom Wike is doing the democratic process.
It's only in the very few places in our country that you can see an infrastructure of this quality. And the good news is that this infrastructure will add to the urban landscape of Rivers State. It will reduce accident here because the infrastructure has separated traffic, the below and upper one. And once you do that, you reduce accident rate in the place. And beyond that, this infrastructure will serve the common interests of Rivers State for many generations to come.
Governor Wike says he is grateful to the Rivers people for giving him the opportunity to superintend the affairs of the state. A former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai, retired, has blamed a lack of infrastructure for the prolonged war against terrorism. General Buratai, retired, who appeared at the Senate as part of its screening process for the newly appointed ambassadors-designate, said the federal government and state inability to build adequate infrastructure hampered the military's efforts to tackle bandits and terrorists. His counterpart, the former Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olonishaki, retired, also blamed the nation's security agency's inability to man its over 100 forest reserves for the continuous rise in banditry and insecurity.
We shall therefore take our role very seriously, and we intend to discharge our responsibility diligently on behalf of Nigerians. This will not only help protect national security, but more importantly, also give the nominees the freedom to respond more adequately, comprehensively, expansively, without any fear of an unwitting exposure of sensitive information.
A governor of Niger State, Abubakar Bello, has described as remote the purported release of abducted students and members of staff of Government Science College, Kagara. Bello spoke on Friday at the Government House in Minna, the state capital, shortly after meeting renowned Islamic scholar Sheikh Abubakar Gumi. On his meeting with Gumi, the governor said the state is ready to engage any actor who is willing to assist with the rescue of the abducted persons. The Clean Foundation has expressed satisfaction over the level of success achieved towards domesticating the Administration of Criminal Justice Act as a law across all states in the country. Executive Director of the Foundation, Benson Olugbo, who stated these at the sidelines of its two-day workshop to assess the implementation and compliance of ACJA in Nigeria, explained that although almost all states in the country had domesticated the act, compliance remains a major challenge. He, however, called for the collaboration of both state and non-state actors to ensure that the provisions of the law are respected and complied with.
The whole idea is actually for us to have a working criminal justice system for Nigerians. The Constitution provides that you are innocent until proven guilty by a court of competent jurisdiction. So issues of bringing people out and parading them as suspects, nobody comes to reparade them and say either they've been set free or they've been found guilty. So there's always that stigma when you parade somebody or put somebody's face on the newspaper and all those things. So what we want is that the provisions of the law should be respected, the provisions of the Constitution, which is our ground norm, should be respected, and the minimum threshold that the Constitution says should apply to citizens of Nigeria should be upheld.
In terms of satisfaction with the different agencies, that the police came off very low comparatively with the others. So we found that a lot needs to be done on the police to get the police up to speed, with in terms of compliance with the provisions of the law and things like that. So yes, there's been progress, but we also believe that more work needs to be done, especially also in terms of reducing corruption in the sector, and also improving on funding, making more facilities available for the agencies to use and become more efficient and effective.
With this app, we have been able to compress all of this law into a kind of pocket, app that anybody on the street of Lagos, anybody that have any interaction with any of the criminal justice actor, they can actually engage with it. This will also help the Nigerian police force and any other law enforcement agency for them to be able to know what the law says in relation to administration of criminal justice act.
Recently nominated ambassadors designate consuls general in charge of affairs have been tasked by the Ministry of the FCT to make an impact in their new offices by building on the successes of their predecessors in office. This task was given when they visited the Federal Capital Territory Administration in Abuja as part of their induction exercise. The Minister of the FCT, Mohammed Bello, and his counterpart, the Minister of State for the FCT, Dr. Ramatu Aliyu, urged them to attract investment opportunities into Abuja.
My advice to you is, instead of trying to create things new, look inwards within your missions and consulates and see what are the ones that are work in progress.
We are exploring investment options to utilize the city's topography as a platform for sports and recreation. And we are about to commence activities in affordable social housing, provision for residents and the territory, in partnership with the Family Homes Fund and the Federal Mortgage Bank. On this note, I want to once again appeal to our ambassadors designate to call on potential investors to liberate the favorable climatic conditions, the high standard of functional infrastructures, peaceful coexistence and investment opportunities outlined hitherto, to come and invest in our nation's capital territory.
Thank you much for receiving us, and I'd like to assure you that all our listeners are committed to the mandate given to them to be respectful and obedient servants, to be the eyes and ears of the president and the mouthpiece of Nigeria. And we pray together we shall succeed in delivering the Buhari.
Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu has described as provoking and insensitive comments made by the Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed that Nigerians do not need Akeredolu's permission to live in Ondo forests. Akeredolu also warned Mohammed not to set the country on fire with his rhetorics. In a bid to sanitize Ondo forest of killer herdsmen accused of sundry crimes, Akeredolu ordered all herdsmen to vacate the state forest reserves or register with the state government. The development generated outrage with the presidency and some governors, including Mohammed, saying Akeredolu lacked the right to issue a vacation notice to herders in the state. Akeredolu had also slammed Mohammed for saying herders have the right to bear AK-47 rifle for self-protection. The Imo State government has defended the ongoing joint military and police operation in Olu local government area of the state aimed at clearing camps allegedly built by members of the IPOB's Eastern Security Network. Briefing journalists on Friday in Owerri, the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Cyprian Akolisa, said the state government invited the military to help intervene and end the criminal activities being perpetrated by suspected members of the Eastern Security Network. He said the intelligence report revealed that IPOB planned to attack Olu people and the government under the pretext of looking for Fulani herdsmen. The The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, has confirmed 662 fresh cases of COVID-19, bringing the total number of recorded infection in the country to 150,246. The Public Health Agency made the announcement on Friday night while giving an update on its official website. According to the new figure published on its website, the country has also recorded 10 new fatalities due to COVID-19 complications. Total number of deaths has risen to 1,813. The agency also announced 677 community recoveries in Lagos, Kaduna, and Imo states. So far, no fewer than 127,500 patients have been successfully treated and recovered from the dreaded virus. The Kaduna State government has approved the reopening of all schools in the state. The government said the second phase resumption for all schools will begin on Monday, the 22nd of February. In a statement on Friday, the State Commissioner for Education, Dr. Shehu Mohammed, directed that all SS2, SS1, and JSS2 in public and private secondary schools, as well as primary 4, 5, and 6 for public primary schools, and primary 3, 2, 1, and nursery classes for private primary schools, including Islamiyat schools, should reopen. According to him, the State Ministry of Education had directed all principals and head teachers to make arrangements to receive boarding and day students of the above-stated classes on Monday. He said the state COVID-19 task force will continue to monitor all schools to ensure that a safe learning environment against the pandemic is strictly adhered to and maintained, in addition to the continued enforcement of the COVID-19 guidelines put in place by the state government. And in other parts of Africa now, Corinne Kanimba, the daughter of Paul Rusesabagina, hero of the movie Hotel Rwanda, has called on Belgian authorities to intervene to free and repatriate her father of Belgian nationality. She denounces unfair trial. Rusesabagina went on trial in Kigali on Wednesday on charges that include terrorism, prompting international calls for his release. The former director of Hotel des Mille Collines in Kigali was arrested late August in Rwanda under troubling circumstances as he got on a plane he thought was bound for Burundi. His lawyers called the act kidnapping. In outside Africa, U.S. land borders with Canada and Mexico will remain closed to non-essential travel until at least the 21st of March to address COVID-19 transmission concerns. The new 30-day extension is the first announced under President Joe Biden and comes as the White House has been holding meetings about potentially tightening the requirement for crossing at U.S. land borders in North America. Canada has shown little interest in lifting the restrictions and recently imposed new COVID-19 testing requirement for some Canadians returning by land crossings. Canadian Public Safety Minister Bill Blair confirmed the extension of restrictions. Now, protesters have briefly faced off against the military and police in the town of Mtekina, the capital of Kachin State. The standoff saw protesters on the main road near a high school in the northern Myanmar town, with riot police holding shields and a water cannon truck in the distance. Live video broadcast by local media showed protesters starting to disperse after 20 minutes. A video obtained showed protesters marching with banners denouncing the military takeover, which occurred earlier this month after Myanmar's army alleged fraud in elections last year. Now, police and soldiers have in recent days used batons and rubber bullets to break up crowds in the town. Now, Thailand Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha and 9 ministers have survived a no-confidence motion in Parliament after a 4-day censure debate with protests calling for his ouster set to resume. Opposition lawmakers have taken aim at what they say is a slow government rollout of the coronavirus vaccine and its economic policies, vowing to continue investigating. The government's victory comes as pro-democracy protests returned after a lull brought on by a second outbreak of COVID-19. Now, protesters gathered at Parliament on Friday in anticipation of the vote, with more demonstrations planned for Saturday. Now, earlier this month, protesters demanding the release of activists scuffled with police. Well, let's talk business now. Bitcoin's market value has reached $1 trillion for the first time, a surge that's helping cryptocurrency returns far outstrip the performance of more traditional assets like stocks and gold. The largest digital asset has added more than $450 billion of value in 2021 to more than $1 trillion, a data compiled by Bloomberg show. The Bloomberg Galaxy Crypto Index, which includes Bitcoin and 4 other coins, has more than doubled. Speculators, corporate treasurers, and institutional investors are thought to have stoked Bitcoin's volatile ascent. And in entertainment now, singer Chinedu Okoli, a.k.a. Flavor Nabanea, is one artist who does not just sing about women. He has also been romantically linked with a couple of them. The Champ live singer, in a recent interview with media personality Ebuka Uchendu, also confessed that he indeed loves beautiful women. Asked if he agrees with the impression that he is a womanizer, Flavor said, "That's people judging me." The father of three noted that he had always known it would be difficult dealing with women because of his career. Flavor, however, noted that he is always happy whenever he sees his children. Meanwhile, Flavor, who was romantically linked with a former Big Brother Africa winner, Delish Matthews, stated that they never dated. Now, Kim Kardashian has filed for divorce from Kanye West after 7 years. Their marriage hit the rocks in 2020 while Kanye West was campaigning for the U.S. presidency. Kanye, in a tweeted thread called "Out the Kardashian-Jenner family," as he likened his marriage to the reality TV star to the Get Out movie. According to TMZ, Kim is seeking joint legal and physical custody of their 4 children. Now, sources report that Kanye is fine with the joint custody arrangement and they are both in agreement to co-parenting together. It was also learned that both parties are neither contesting the prenup and are already far along in reaching a property settlement agreement. Kim and Kanye got married in Italy in May 2014 and have 4 children: North, Chicago, Sam, and Saint. And in sports news now, Eugenio Onasi has signed for Lithuanian Liga champions Žalgiris. The Nigerian midfielder has been a free agent since January 5 when he left the Danish Super League club. Agreement after he was restricted to just 2 league matches in 6 months. Before the completion of the deal, Onasi has been on a personal training program which he regularly shared on social media. His arrival in Lithuania is expected to boost Žalgiris, who won their 8-to-fly title last November. Onasi could make his debut when the Green-White Battle Cup winners Panavis for the Super Cup on February the 27th. And sports news does it for us on The Brief. For more update, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back again at 2 p.m. with an update. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I am angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh. Now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy. Dance can make us happy. Dance can reduce stress level, depression rates. Dance can stop you from even committing suicide because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from a family that only celebrates children because our mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well, and I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates as what God put in you. That is not you.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Recently, Lagos State was plunged into a wave of destruction by hoodlums after the End SARS protest, which affected various micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises. These wanton destruction threatened the livelihood of over 4,075 business owners across the state, who were greatly affected by the vandalization of their business infrastructure. These actions prompted the swift launch of the Lagos MSME Recovery Fund by the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSETF, to support the affected businesses and to stem the imminent job losses that would have happened as a result. You're welcome to Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. I'm Moremi Akonwo, your host. On today's episode, we will be discussing business resilience for MSMEs in Lagos. And discussing this with me is our guest, the Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSETF, Teju Abisoye. She is a lawyer with extensive experience in development finance, project planning, execution, monitoring and evaluation of humanitarian projects, and many more. Thank you for joining us on the show today, Teju.
It's a pleasure to be here, Marimi.
Great. So let's just go right in. Tell us about the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. So what was it established to do?
The Employment Trust Fund was set up in 2016 to address youth unemployment in Lagos State. We creatively or strategically addressed this by supporting small, medium enterprises. We provide skills for young people, and then we support the tech ecosystem to make sure there's access to infrastructure, talents, and investments when necessary. But for us, the critical thing at Lagos State Employment Trust Fund is to put people to work.
Okay, so because you said youth earlier on, so I was going to say, is it just for the young people 18 to, I think youth nowadays are 18 to 45 or 40 or thereabout. Or is there no age restriction?
Well, it depends on who is defining it. Some have even defined it up to as low as 24, some to 35, some to 45.
Yeah.
So there are different categories of who is defining. But yes, we're not limited to youth, young people, but as long as it's the young people that are getting the jobs, that's what is very critical for us.
I agree, very true. Okay, so our topic is business resilience, building business resilience. What is business resilience?
Well, if you ask me, I'm not the, well, what I would say is that it's the ability of a business to actually recover in terms of economic downturns, in terms of whatever the situation in the country or the economy is. How resilient is your business to shocks or to whatever can happen in an economy? That's what we talk about. That's when we talk about business resilience.
Great. So these are trying times for both human beings and businesses. I'm sure you'd agree. So we've been dealing with the outbreak of COVID-19, which has affected people, affected businesses. That practically put the world on standstill. I never imagined that could ever happen in my life. Even Nigeria, it was so hard to see Nigeria put on hold. So due to these factors, there's also the current factor of increase in Forex. How can businesses in Nigeria, especially small businesses, MSMEs, how can they build resilience to thrive in situations like this?
So I think that, first of all, is to look at the business one is doing and confirm, is there a market for it?
Okay.
Is there an opportunity to pivot into something else? And then are there areas you can partner with people such that you can reduce cost in your business? So if you sell accessories, is there somebody selling clothes that you can share the space to display your product? Can you share facilities or can you share resources? So do I need to employ my own independent accountant if I can share resources with another business, accountants, lawyers? But the idea is, how do I reduce costs so that the margins or the difference in terms of my revenues are not totally affected in such a way that my business needs to shut down? So because most likely it's for a period of time. The business, everything will come back, economy will get back on its feet, production we hope will gear up again very soon. So what do you do within that time frame where you want to manage your available resources to make sure that your business survives that challenging period?
Interesting. So you said something about, well, you didn't say directly, but partnership. I think that's quite important this period, partnering with someone to reduce your costs and to basically thrive.
Yes, collaboration.
Collaboration. That was the word I was looking for, collaboration. Okay, so let's talk about the roles LSCTF plays, or rather is playing in helping MSMEs that were affected during the looting caused by hoodlums. It's a very, very sad situation, really. So how many businesses have applied for the fund so far?
So when we, I think at the end of, by the 30th of November, we had received over 4,170 applications or thereabout. We found 100 and something numbers in duplicates, and we came to 4,075 total unique identified businesses. And then we went to do verifications for that. And then after the verification, we can confirm today that 1,900 plus had valid claims. People that had been looted, people that had broken their infrastructure, they had destroyed inventory at those businesses. But from the 1,000 plus that today we classify them as no claims, some of them have not been available for that inspection or that verification, where people are saying, oh, I'm out of Lagos right now, I had to shut down, I don't know what, I really, some people just didn't know what to do. They felt a bit hopeless and just dumped everything and left. But so far, we've been able to validate over 1,900 claims.
Wow, so by validation, are those the people that have also been credited so far?
No, we've credited over 1,100 as of today. So we're working with a lot of our partners, and we must say thank you to all our partners and our donors that have been part of this journey with us. We're working with them for the disbursement. So some of them have chosen to disburse directly to the partners, to the businesses.
To the businesses, okay.
Some of them are disbursing to LSCTF to do the disbursement. So we're working, all of us, everybody has their own processes to follow.
Okay.
So that's what it takes time for us a bit, but we're hoping to close and have disbursed to everybody by the first week in February.
Oh.
Yeah, we want to close it because we have other things to do.
Okay, so you said something about verification. What's the process of verification like? What do you have to do to know that, okay, this is a legit claim?
Okay, so basically what happened was people filed their claims on a form.
Okay.
And then an independent person, not LSCTF staff, goes to the business. They need to provide evidence. If they've cleaned up the destruction, they need to provide evidence of that destruction. In some cases, they needed to provide their bank statements showing proof of inventory or that the business was a going concern even before the vandalization. The kind of income they were making, the amount they spent on their last inventory, what they had recouped since that time before the vandalization. And those are kind of documentation that was used to determine valid claims. And it did help us get to identify some invalid.
To really sort the batch out. Yes. Amazing. Yes. Okay, so we'll just continue with this right after the break. We will take a quick break now and be back with more talk with our guest right after the break. Thanks for staying with us. You are still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. And our guest for today is the Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSCTF, Teju Abisoye. Okay, so we're talking about you identifying legit applications, from that whole batch. So what is the time frame for recovery? So some people have applied since November. Did they start getting credited that November or December? So roughly how long does the process take?
If I recall, we started crediting people in November. So the process was after you have been verified, it goes through a steering committee who then approves the disbursement of the grant to the business. The business then receives a grant offer that they must fill, sign, put their account details, because we didn't have the account details. If you're not banked, you have to write unbanked, and then you have to open an account. Then once we go through that process, and then you go through an internal payment process, we disburse the funds to the beneficiaries. But some of the issues we've experienced with people giving us the wrong account numbers, the account number doesn't match the name of the business, it doesn't match the name of the promoter. And then you ask, oh no, it was my husband's account. I say you should pay the money into. Sorry, we don't do that here.
People do things like that.
No, but it just tells you that information, people sometimes just don't know. People sometimes do play ignorant, though, because they're trying to be smart. But the truth is that sometimes people just don't know that this is a formal process. We're paying a grant. It has to go to a business. And, but we then have to go through those delays back and forth. But once we then disburse to you, we follow up to confirm where your business has started, what other challenges, do you need additional facilities? Then we refer you to our partner banks. If LSCTF cannot provide it, we refer you to our partner banks for additional facilities.
So it's good you mentioned the grants, because I was going to ask you, so are they loans or are they grants? But you've actually cleared that to say that they are grants. So are there any special sectors you consider before funding, or if you have a legit claim and you've passed the criteria, you get funded?
Anybody that had a valid claim will be funded. It has nothing to do with the sector. But of course, the number of jobs that we're protecting at this time is also very critical. The gravity of the damage is also important. So it wasn't a one-size-fits-all. It was individual claims were evaluated.
Okay. From, this event of looting that happened, you could just tell that a lot of businesses felt it deeply because they had no insurance. And insurance in this part of the world is something that we are still not used to. We don't understand how it works. Maybe only big businesses have insurance today, but how about the MSMEs? So is that something that the LSCTF is doing to now sensitize people, just in case, we don't pray for this to happen again, but is this something you're doing to sensitize people on the importance of insurance, especially for MSMEs?
And I think that's very important. And I think it's not just LSCTF to do it. I think it's going to be us and a lot of partner insurance companies. We must help people understand the advantages of having insurance. And insuring against specific incidences, and not including flood, because we're talking about Lagos here. From the recovery fund, only 90 out of the entire claims, the valid claims, only 3% had insurance, and they were not the micro businesses. They were more of people who had over 10 employees that had insurance. So that would tell you that it was the bigger businesses that had insurance. Insurance is not people don't understand the importance of it's the premium they see. I don't understand.
Why would they ask me to pay? Nothing will happen. My shop is covered. Nothing will happen.
In Jesus' name. Yes, but the truth is, insurance is very critical. It's important for every business to insure, not just the life insurance against arson, against flood, security, different things.
Theft, all manner of things.
Everything. When you think about Nigeria, insurance is very critical.
I think a lot of organizations need to get in with that program. You need insurance, whether you're a small business, and I won't be surprised if there are insurance companies that have, packages for really, really small businesses.
Yes, so there are now quite a number, and I know that there's a particular one that offer micro insurance. And I mean by micro is a daily payment of your premium to the point where it's very convenient for you to pay your premium, and you're insured to a certain value for that, and but you pay your premium over much longer. You don't have to pay a bullet sum at the beginning of every year. You can pay it weekly, you can pay it monthly. And the idea is to paying your premium easier, especially for the micro businesses.
It makes sense. It just makes a whole lot of sense. So we will now take a break, and we will be back with you after the break. You are still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. So far, we have been speaking with Teju Abisoye, the Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSETF. Thanks for staying with us so far. Okay, so can you tell us about some of the loan facilities that your organization has for maybe businesses general, or do you have specific ones for women?
Oh, yes, we do. So
Okay.
thank you for that, Moremi. So at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, our flagship program is support to small, medium enterprises. And the idea is that micro, small, and medium enterprises. And the flagship program is access to affordable financing. So when we started, we offer loans at single digits with a maximum of 10%. And we have programs specific to sectors and to women entrepreneurship. In partnership with Access Bank, we have an LSCTFW initiative, which we are disbursing at 10% to women businesses, as long as they meet all the criteria.
Over a period of how long?
For a maximum of 36 months, they have access to up to 5 million. And the sector, that particular program is sector agnostic. That means you can be in any sector. You just have to be at least 50% owner of that business as a woman, or be the manager of the business. That program is one of our very core programs at LSCTF. We have another program for schools, proprietors for schools, and vocational training centers. That's in partnership with First Bank, and we're disbursing that at 9% for all schools affected, especially post-COVID lockdown. We wanted them to have access to affordable finance. And the interesting thing, and the same program for schools we have with Edfin Microfinance Bank. But what is critical for us is that not just do we provide that access to affordable financing, but we provide capacity development, advisory services, legal, HR, accounting. We want to help businesses increase productivity. It's very critical to us. That is not just that we've left you with the funding.
Money.
If we can provide markets, we have those discussions as well, access to markets, because so one of the things we're working with the Lagos State government now is where small businesses can be part of vendors in Lagos State, so that they're giving, they can not necessarily lower the standards for businesses to be able to provide services to the government, but to reduce the parameters around things around the annual turnover, the number of years you need to be in existence, or
before you can offer such services.
Before you can offer the services. That's very critical to us. So we do provide different loan programs for different categories. In business, if you're in tourism, if you're in hospitality, we have another program that is available.
Entertainment?
Yes, and entertainment. No, so it's part of tourism.
Oh,
it's
okay.
actually part of the Tourism, Arts and Culture Fund, where you can access that through the LSCTF. We support the creative sector as well. So what I advise people is please look online at our website. You will see the different programs. And is at lsctf.ng to ask about the products that are available and what any business can access at this time in Lagos State.
You heard that, people, so don't forget to go on their website to find out more information about the programs you just talked about. So let's talk about the key achievements of the LSCTF to date since 2016. So what are the key things that you're proud of when you think of, you're like, okay, I'm proud of these things which we've achieved?
Oh, yes, for us at LSCTF, I think for us, what success looks like is really where LSCTF has been able to intervene or provide an intervention to a business, and the business has been able to increase productivity by employing more people, raising additional financing with that equity, But the idea for us is that whoever we've supported has been able to increase their productivity. As of today, we've been able to support almost 15,000 businesses with different categories of intervention, ranging from loans, promotion, training, capacity development, different types of intervention. And then, of course, the grants that we did more recently. With training, we've been able to train over 5,000 young people.
On vocational
As of
things?
over 8,000 people with vocational skills, some not just vocational, soft skills in some cases. We had a partnership with Coursera where people, over 1,500 have completed their course.
Are they free? Are the trainings free?
For now. Okay. So there was, it ended on the 31st of December.
Okay.
But you didn't have to pay to sign on to Coursera and start taking their courses. A lot of people have finished their courses. Over 1,000 people finished courses in training. And then we've done over 5,000 in vocational skills. And we've been able to place over 60% of that in jobs, with some of them even starting their own business. In the technology space, we've been able to support over 120 business with access to vouchers, infrastructure, where we give them workspace vouchers. We've been able to help.
You don't see these things out there. So is there a platform that just shows the
we
things that
need to do more with?
Yeah.
We need to do
People
more with
need to know
respect.
that these services are even available, and they need to know more of what you've done.
We do. We need
they
to
are commendable
do more.
things.
Thank
Well done,
you very much.
LSCTF.
We've supported over 20 new ideas, and we have 60 in the pipelines that we want to actually take live this year, 2021. Where we've actually helped them with mentoring program. They've met mentors. They've been able to take their business to the next level. So yes, we are doing a lot of work.
I mean, it leads to my next question, because I was going to ask what is underway for MSMEs in 2021. So what should they look out for?
So we have a lot of plans for 2021. Part of the strategic things we're thinking of in 2021 is also the support we can provide to micro businesses in business parks, where they can have access to all their tools, access to space, working in such a way that is easier for anybody that has a skill to start work. And as part of the business pack would also be training. So where you don't have the skill, you can actually learn it in the business park and know that the facility or the what you require to start earning is already part of that pack. Okay. So that's part of our programs. We're going to increase our numbers in terms of talent development, especially in the technology space. And of course, our loan programs, we have over 5 billion to disburse for this year. We hope people do take advantage of that.
People, they have over 5 billion to disburse, so please do take advantage and just visit the website, call the customer care numbers if you need clarification on anything. And I would like to say congratulations on your induction into the Amujai. Is it Amujai? Did I pronounce it?
Amujai.
Amujai Leadership Network. Okay, so tell us more about the network and what's it going to do for you personally and to your career? Because I think there are about 11 or 15 women that get that opportunity from Africa.
So there are 15 women from 11 countries. There are 3 Nigerians.
And you're one of them.
But we can, yes. And you can imagine with our size, so it's expected. But the idea of the Amujai Leadership Initiative, or the network of the Erling Sirleaf Johnson Center, is to actually help women be their best in public office. How do you use a network of women in the same space to share experience, learn from people who have been in public office and are still in public office? So people with more experience than us that we can learn from. And if you read the bios of a lot of them, some of them are former governors, ministers, that I am going to get the opportunity to be learning from. It means a lot for me as a woman in leadership. Because what we women need more than ever is a support network, a support system that can help us thrive in our position of leadership, where we can learn how to handle situations, where, sometimes as a woman leader, you're talking, but they're not hearing you. Just because you're a woman, not because you're not saying what they want to hear. But how do you handle those situations? Those are the kind of things we get to learn. And of course, I'm hoping to inspire a lot more women to go into public office, to get involved.
I'm beginning to feel inspired.
To get involved in the public space. Okay. And because it's critical that we're ahead, that we're part of, because we're more than 50% of the population, or at least 50%. We need to be active. We need to be involved. We need to be part of the informed decisions. Don't let us leave our lives in the hands of people that don't understand what we go through. That's part of it for me, and that's why it's so critical. It's very critical that we, so it's very important for me that it's a support network that really helps.
So how long is it for?
So you're part of that network for life.
For life. Oh.
Yeah, we want. Obviously, we're hoping that the cohort will get to know each other more, and of course, because of that, ends up being a lifelong relationship. It doesn't end with that this year when they announce the next batch. Does that mean we're gone? But we hope that we actually bond and we become friendship, or the kind of thing that you use for the rest of your life.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, Teju, for joining us on this episode of Ladies Talking Business. We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And we also wish you all the best at LSTTF.
Thank you.
So this is how far we can go on this episode of Ladies Talking Business with Teju Abisoye on Plus TV Africa. I hope to see you next week for another episode. I am Moremi Akonwo. Goodbye.
It is a great source of pride to Nigeria whenever a Nigerian in a foreign country rises to the top of their field and is recognized for good. Here are a few of such Nigerians. Oye Obolewa is the first Nigerian-born Democrat that has been elected as a shadow United States representative out of the District of Columbia. Based on the result, Oye had 82.65% of the votes, which represents 135,234 votes against Joyce Robinson Paul. Oye was congratulated by many, including the Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. His father is from Kwara State and mother is from Oyo. He holds a PhD in pharmacy from the Northeastern University, Boston. He will be representing the District of Columbia under the Democratic Party. Esther Agbaje. Born to immigrant parents, Esther has been elected into the Minnesota House of Representatives in the recently completed United States general election. In the election, Agbaje won by a total of 17,396 votes, which represents 74.7% of the total ballots cast. She will represent District 59B in the 134-member House on the platform of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, an affiliate of the Democratic Party. She has a degree in political science from George Washington University, Washington, D.C. Oyema Ogbuagwu. Oyema is a Nigerian-born researcher and medical doctor who is one of the brains behind the research at Pfizer for the potential world's first effective coronavirus vaccine. The vaccine has been tested on over 43,000 people in 6 countries and no safety concerns have been raised. Oyema is the son of a former vice chancellor of Abia State University and a professor of sociology. He was born in New Haven in Connecticut but went to the University of Calabar in Cross River State to complete his university education in medicine. He then returned to the Yale School of Medicine to work as the director of the institution's HIV clinical trials program. After becoming a fellow of infectious diseases, he rose to the height of an associate professor of medicine at the Yale University School of Medicine, New Haven. He has worked there for 5 years, focusing on finding a cure for HIV/AIDS. Robert Shola Okoje, the Nigerian doctor who is a native of Uromi, Esso Northeast local government area of Edo State, has been inducted into the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. Dr. Okoje is recognized globally as the leading expert on silicon carbide-based microelectromechanical systems, MEMS, for use in extreme environments. He has worked with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, for 20 years and has 21 patents. Isaac Okoro. In the world of sports, Nigerians are also taking center stage. Isaac was the first of the 8 Nigerian players drafted into the National Basketball Association, NBA, in his 2020 draft. He was the 5th overall pick and was chosen by Cleveland Cavaliers in 2020. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia, to Nigerian parents and was a small forward, part of the USA's winning team at the 2018 Under-17 Basketball World Cup in Argentina. His parents originate and immigrated from Nigeria. Isaac played basketball for his high school in Georgia for 4 years, helping his team win the state championship and achieved national success in his senior season. He was considered a 5-star recruit by Rivals and a 4-star recruit by 24/7 Sports and ESPN, respectively. To these Nigerians and other Nigerians breaking the proverbial glass ceiling, we say, keep it up. The motherland is proud of you.
জানে নাই যে সে তারা যেটা যাচাই করে নাই। আমার নাম মাহি, আমার যখন 11 বছর বয়স ছিল নিজেও জানি না। তারপরে আমি বলছি যে আমি এখন বিয়ে করবো না, আমি পড়তে চাই। আমার মারে বললো
ini baru selalu kambia kunam tu anu kuja daun ko ada ko wema banzuri tu mdogo mimi nikafanya nini kama pia kishmika imermeza zake دور میداد باز همه پدر مادر هیچ چی نمیگفتم به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم باز هم به می رقم تیر میکردم.
In 2018, Voice of America posted videos on social media of girls and women describing their experiences as brides and young mothers. The videos sparked a global conversation, receiving tens of thousands of comments and arguments for and against child marriage. Spurred by the overwhelming response, VOA journalists and photographers spent a year chronicling child brides around the world, putting faces and voices to a practice the United Nations is trying to eliminate by 2030. They focused on the worth of a girl and her value to two families, the one she leaves behind and the one she joins. What they found was troubling. In much of the world, child marriage is common and acceptable, and the lives of girls aren't worth very much.
به مکتب میرفتم صنف 7 بودم 10 روز بمونده بود که امتحانا سالم نخو بودم که برم صنف 8 عروسی که بکردم دیگه نگذاشتم هرچی که من گفتم میرم به مکتب میرم امی خسول ما خوشی ما همگی گفتن که اگه تو بری به مکتب ما.
At 13, Samaya was a dutiful daughter and sister in Afghanistan, helping her family make ends meet. Her father sold her to an abusive relative for $3,300.
این مرمی زدک دو میداد باز همه به پدر مادر هیچ چی نمیگفتم به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم باز هم به مو رقم تیر میکردم همین تا با موش لغت و هردم مرمی زدم و دو میدادم فاش میگفتم مثلا اثری نمونه به جمله به شلاقی چیزا نمیزدن که اثری بمونه.
Samaya represents child brides around the world, poor, powerless, barely educated, whose resistance to marriage is either ignored or overruled. Like most, she had no choice in the decisions made by the grown-ups in her life. She was a business deal.
کارا مارکی میکنم موتور بخریدیم اونم مقدارمو هم که میگفتم میرم مکتب و شومه و خوشومه و همه مرمه زدن که تو نمایی که بریم مکتب نمیگذاشتم.
Unë quhem Orkida Driza, jam martuar në moshën 13 vjeç e 7 muaj. Njëra nga motrat e mia që ishte, domethënë, ishte më lart pak më e madhe se te unë, vuante me një sëmundje të rëndë, domethënë nga veshkat, të dyja veshkat I kishte jashtë funksionit për jetën, dhe ishte në rrezik vërtet për jetën. Dhe mamaja ime vendosi që të bënte motrën në operacion, që të më martonte mua me dikë tjetër dhe të bënte motrën në operacion, sepse ky njeri që më mori mua për djalin e tij kishte, domethënë, kishte muhabet shumë me doktorët e Durrësit. Ky ishte një detyrim ndaj familjes, edhe unë e bëra për hir të si me motre për të shpëtuar jetën. Më vajti vajza Bleona 11 vjeçe, edhe merdi dikush ma kërkoi po nga komuniteti, po ishte egjiptian. U detyrova, thash për mua si ta ketë shkujtash Zoti jetën, thash për paktën vetë di që të flej rrugëve, për paktën vetëm fëmijën ta kem të strehuar, sepse nuk njihja ndonjë këtu që ta mund ta strehoja fëmijën. Po faktikisht jam ndjer shumë e penduar, por më bëri jeta, fatkeqësia e jetës.
Child marriage is not confined to girls in poor, developing countries or members of a certain religion or tribal custom. Even girls in the wealthiest countries, like the United States, are child brides.
I have 4 boys. I have a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
Ashley got married under the mistaken belief that her 18-year-old boyfriend would be jailed for statutory rape of a minor in the state of Missouri. Ashley said 2 of her cousins, one a year younger than her, married soon after she did.
Good. I got married when I was 15. I just found out I was pregnant not long before I got married. My aunt got on the bus and she told me to get off the bus that I was going to go get married that day. All I can remember is hearing all the kids gasp and was like, she's too young. We went to the courthouse and got our marriage license. And then we went to a preacher's house here in Steele, and he married us. I don't think either one of us realized how big of a commitment we were making then. No, that day I think I was happy, but I know there was definitely fear and doubt in my mind. I mean, I was happy that I was about to do what I thought was start a family, and I was excited more for the future than I think I was for the present.
عمر مې چې دی یو 20 کال کېږي چې عمر مې دی 6 میاشتې کېږي چې واده کړی مې دی. دلته راغلی مور مې ډېرې قرض وکړي په قرض کې خلک باوې وړي. ژړل مې ټول کلک ته مې مجبور ولو نو سمو کال قرضاریان داسې مو ټینګ کړی و. بیا مو ټول ول چې قرضاریان دې ټینګ کړی دي پیسې نه لري ورکړه ول پیسې نه لري ورکړه خپل لور ورکړه.
In much of the world where marriage is a transaction marked by cultural expectations and traditions, young brides like Samaya and Bobogai pay the biggest price with their innocence, independence and freedom.
واده مې چې وکړ ژړل مې اوس 2 میاشتې کېږي خپل د خپل د مېړه کور دلته راغلی یم. داسې راباندې کار ډېر کوي کار مې هم نه دی لږ زده نه دی دغه دپاره اوس دلته خپل مور سره راغلی مور مې لږ کار راته ښیي. ژوند مې مخ ته همدغسې و تماس سبا ووتم اپشین د عینونه 500 روپۍ 100 روپۍ 10 روپۍ کبان مې ټولول. دا چې واده مې وکړ په دغه ورځ مې واده ولا زه ولاړم کباړ ته ولاړم. كبار متولوان كاغزان متولوان عينان متولوان كانوا تشكيم خرج مكينو توتي موتي راودام نقش نقريش خرج كمينا كدا قسوا جنة تجانا أصلي تو سالنتي مرز لالارم سامي تشديري بنديج دقيق تشكي جداس سامي بديش تمام رس بستري تمام رجكر خوني كومو تمام رس داسي بتزرمي دغ سوور وين وقسي
मैं नंढी उम्र में शादी थी तो मैंने छोकरी मैंने बाबे ये सोचा हुसी तो मैं तो मैंने दिला पानी तक मैंने बाबे के तो वडी थी सीट पे जब मैं बिलावन डो है ना वड्डा छोकरा बिलावन असारा नंढे वाला रवाज है ना नंढे उम्र पे शादी कर छोड़े दिया नंढी उम्र पे करने तलाम पीछे मेरे बाबे मैंने लेती ही मैं और मैं जैसी तो पीछे माँ शादी कर छोड़े सा
Over and over, girls are forced to leave classrooms where they thrived and into marriages where most of them never wanted to be.
शादी का पेरी मना मैं स्कूल विंदी हम तो सुठो लगंदा हो मां जब मैं पढ़ा वो वाले शादी को मुझे शादी थी वही तो मैं जान पो भी मुझे शौक आए हो पर मैं शादी के पीछे भी मैं मना स्कूल मैं शौक आया मेरे पढ़ने दा मां जब मैं पढ़ा सारे छोकरे इवें करन न दिला पानी न चेन शादी कर छोड़े शादी के पेरे मां आजाद हो मना घर जो काम कर अपन मर्जी ते करंदी हम पीछे वाले मां पे वादे करंदी हम ना तो अठे बैठी हुंदी हम वांदी बैठी हुंदी हम शादी के पीछे वाले सजी घर दी जिम्मेवारी आ गई ना सजी घर दी जिम्मेवारी आ गई सजी घर दा काम कर मना बालों को संभालना पीछे भी मैंने घर वाले मैंने पीछे रोक छोड़े ना घर दी सजी जिम्मेवारी आ गई अपनी दीदी शादी मैंने वडी थी सी पीछे करवे सा
Growing up in poverty, the girls value an education.
Iya sih, takutnya gitu yang ditakutkan. Dulunya sih sempat nangis gitu, mau udah saya tuh pengen sekolah aja dulu. Tapi kata maknya udah nggak ada biaya, jadi nggak bisa lanjut gitu. Kata orang tua udah gini aja, udah nikah aja. Baru umur anak dibikin cepet aja, anak umur 2 tahun saya udah ditinggal. Ya mungkin karena enggak terurus mungkin. Ya kayak sayanya kan belum bisa ngurus suami sama anak mungkin. Mungkin kurang diurus gitu, makannya, tidurnya gitu. Kalau saya kan pengennya bermain terus sama teman-teman.
To kamar da kika sani dai ban fara al'ada a lokacin ba, amma kuma sai ina gidan mijin na fara. To kuma dai da na zo haihuwa dai kin san yanayin da yara karancin shekaru baka yi girman ma da zaka san menene matsalolin ciki ba, amma wurin haihuwa dai an sha wahala.
Khadija, a member of the Fulani tribe, comes from a family of clerics. At 13, she was 2 years younger than the age limit that girls in her family are married off.
Amma ba a yin sama da haka. To maganar kuma da kika yi min na cewa akai haɗi ne, to zan iya cewa haɗi ne tunda a lokacin ba zan iya tantancewa me ya so me ya kiyayya ba, kuma ban san ma ya so yake ba.
Throughout the world, young girls realize almost immediately the harsh realities of an early marriage.
Ai vërtet ishte I verbër, po ishte alkoolist, nuk rinte në shtëpi. Isha 13 vjeç e 7 muaj, ishte 24 vjeç në atë kohë. Martesa zgjati 15 vite, mbasi unë bëra 4 fëmijë me këtë që kisha. Dhe pastaj durova I thash, u detyrova që ike sepse nuk mund të rinja dot më.
আরে যখন স্কুলে যখন পড়তেছিলাম যে আজকে আমি প্রতিদিন পড়তে থাকতাম, আজকে মানুষ এত লাঞ্ছনা এত কথা এত কিছু শোনা লাগতো না, ভালোটা চাকরি বাকরি করতে পারতাম, ভালোটা কাজ কাম করতে পারতাম, কিন্তু অথচ এখন মূর্খ দেখা এখন পড়াতে দূরের কথা, এখন আজ পর্যন্ত আমার স্বামী আমার লাথি মেরে ফেলাইতে হয়ে গেল। আর যেটি পড়ালেখা থাকতো তো স্বামী যেতে পারতো না এরকম আমাকে ফেলাইতে। আজকে যদি লেখাপড়া করতাম, 5টা জানতাম, বুঝতাম, শুনতাম, তাহলে আজকে আমার এই দিনটা দেখা হইতো না। একমাত্র বাবা মার ভুলের কারণে আর বিয়েটা হয়ে যাওয়ার কারণে আজকে আমি এই রাস্তায়, আজকে আমি এই পথে।
خود اینا که همه بی سوادن. ایران میگفتم ما تو رو نمیگذاره مکتب. اگه تو بری کارامو که میکنه. بعد از عروسی هم می شوهر من خود بدون مادر پیش میکرد، پیار پیش میکرد. مکتب خو همه می دوران طفولیت خورد هست. من مکتب خوش دیدم که
is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. Every week, connect with our experts. You can ask them your questions and get their advice. Join me, Lina Hmudu, in Washington on Healthy Living, your new health program, right here on Voice of America.
In a village in Tanzania, faced with the prospect of being married off to a stranger, 14-year-old Mwana Hamisi took control of her own destiny. She said no.
Siku hiyo ikatokea shughuli, nikaenda pale katika shughuli za tuseme za shule za graduation, nikaenda tukafanya sherehe, nikasikia kama mtu na umri mdogo anataka kuolewa. Fika kituoni, akataja zile namba za simu, nikachukua zile namba nikaziandika, nikaondoka zangu nyumbani. Nilia, mama akasemaje, nenda, nikaondoka zangu. Niliondoka zangu kwa hivyo siku ya pili ile, yule bibi akanipa ile simu ili niwasiliane na yule bwana. Aliponipa ile simu, mimi nikaichukua ile simu, nikaziandika zile namba, nikaanza kuwasiliana na polisi. Nikawasiliana nao, akaniambia inabidi ulipate hilo jina la baba na hizo tarehe. Ilifika siku ya pili, nikamuuliza mama, mimi naolewa tarehe ngapi? Akaniambia tarehe kuhusu ananioa nani? Akaniambia hivi vinavyo kuhusu wewe hapo kaa. Akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa. Ulipofika usiku, akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa, akasema wewe ndo Damwana? Nikamwambia ndio. Akaniambia aje sisi tumepata taarifa kutoka kituoni kama wewe unataka kuolewa. Kweli wewe? Nikamwambia kweli. Kwa mwenyewe na mimi sitaki kuolewa. Basi mwenyekiti tena akatumwa aende kule eneo la tukio, akaambia hii ndoa isitishe.
She now lives in a shelter with other vulnerable girls and dreams of a career in fashion. Despite a worldwide acceptance of child marriage, the young brides realize their own self-worth. Girls marry for a number of reasons. But what about old-fashioned love? As the saying goes, it's complicated. Estrella was in the 6th grade when she fell in love. She married her boyfriend over their parents' objections. In Mexico, roughly 1 in 4 girls is married or in a live-in relationship by age 18.
Me llamo Estrella Belén Estrada Rodríguez, tengo 13 años, iba de segundo grado de la secundaria, sino que lo pensaba por mi escuela, pues, pero como lo quiero mucho, sí quería estar con él. Cambió pues porque estudiaba y llegando pues ya estaba todo listo. Ya ahorita pues tengo que atender a mi esposo. Me levanto temprano a darle pues su café para ir a las 5:40, 6. Ya después empiezo a limpiar la casa, lavar trastes, lavo su ropa, todo, ¿no? Y ya le ayudo a mi suegra a hacer pues el desayuno para que aprenda yo a cocinar pues. más que nada porque como no muy sé, pues ya mi suegra me enseña, pero ya me estoy acostumbrada.
Okay, I live in Dyersburg, Tennessee. I work all the time, take care of my baby and the husband. That's about it.
At 16, Katie married a man twice her age. Her mother signed the marriage license.
I got pregnant underage, and that was kind of what had us go ahead and get married so I wouldn't send him to jail. A lot of people look down on him for it and stuff, you know, but like I told him, I don't care what anybody thinks. I love him, you know, it is what it is. I mean, we're like any other marriage couple. We've had our problems. I mean, we split up, I went and stayed with them for a little bit, but we just know we want to live with each other, we want to be with each other, you know what I mean? So we work through our problems. I couldn't live without him.
Sultan in Turkey can relate to that. Now nearing 60, hers was an arranged marriage. She has 2 sons and no regrets.
Güzel bir şeydi. Bilmiyorum. Ben de çocuktum. Beraber büyüdük oğlumla. Ama eşimi hiç tanımamıştım, bilmiyordum. Zamanla biz birbirimizi tanıdık. Şimdi çok mutluyum, çok şükür. Yani iki tane aslan gibi oğlum var. Güzel bir yerdedirler. Eşimle beraber yaşıyorum.
مدتی که اونجا در خانه بودی 1 سال ادعا می‌کنی و در خانه بودی برخورد اینا با تو چطور؟
عکس‌ها خلیجی ببینم گناه نداره.
هیچی گناه نداره.
8 months after her first interview, Samaya is transformed. She is divorced and living at home, away from the beatings and violence of her in-laws. Her father was sentenced to 2 years in jail for forcing her into marriage. She's happy and healing and wants to learn to read the Quran.
اونا دارن زندگی خور میکنم، من زندگی عادی خور شروع کردم، خیاطی میکنم، من مادر یک براری دارم، برار من فعلا به شرکت مایه بره کار میکنه، دیگه کسی نیاز ما که مثلا نوار خونه ما فقط مانه، اول خدا بعد از ما برار مینه کلا نمینه، پدر ما کارم نمیکرد. بله فعلا بیتر شده، حالا که پیام نیم خب کل بیتر شده، به خاطر از اینکه پیام که به جنگ دعوا میکرد و چه میکرد، اون پولی که ما خیاطی کردی از ما میسون، به این واسه از اون لحاظ خیلی خوب. خونه دیگه ما خیاطی مانه که مثلا اپرانه که بیارم برای ما خیلی میارم، بیشتر خیاطی و پیش مانه.
Na nikaendelea kusoma ile shule tuseme, ndoto zangu nataka niwe mwana design mzuri.
Ya alasan saya mengajukan ke MK, jangan sampai adanya pernikahan anak lagi. Udah cukup saya aja yang jadi korban, kalau dinikahin masih anak, masih kecil tuh, aduh nggak enak rasanya. Iya, memperjuangkan anak gitu, udah jangan sampai kayak saya gitu, harus diperjuangkan anak.
What about your microphone, Mama?
It just stays there.
Why?
It just does.
Nie minutę to po dziru.
Dziru
Unë e martova se mbeta në rrugë, ku mund ta çoja unë vajzën time. Pra ma kisha në një shtëpi me vajzën, kisha një shtëpi personale siç jam këtu për shkak. Me vajzën time, normalisht unë do ta arsimoja fëmijën. S'kishte nevojë vajza im për burr 11 vjeçë, 12 vjeçë, 13 vjeçë. Ta arsimohesh, të shkonte në një punë, të punonte për veten e saj në një kurs, për veten e saj, jo për mua, për veten. Unë do punoja vetë edhe për fëmijën që fëmia im të ishte dikushi.
Girls like Samaya are the exception rather than the rule. Around the globe, they remain at risk. For every girl like Mwana Hamisi who escaped an unwanted marriage, millions more are trapped in abusive, unhappy unions. For every Katie and Sultan who found love, comfort and stability, millions more are like Khadija and Orkida who don't know what love is.
Unë I bëj një mesazh të gjithë këtyre nënave, vërtet ne vetë jena martuar në një moshë të vogël, por të paktën fëmijëve tanë t'i japin një arsimim të mirë, dhe fëmia mund të martohet në një moshë e pakta 20 vjeç, e pakta.
তাই আমি সবার কাছে বলবো একটা কথাই কমু যে আমার মতো আমরা চাই না যে কোনো মেয়ের বাবা মা কোনো মেয়েকে অল্প বয়সে বিয়ে দিয়ে কোনো মেয়ের পড়ালেখা নষ্ট করুক বা কোনো মেয়ের জীবনটা নষ্ট করুক।
I do regret, not finishing school, growing up way too fast. That's just stuff you shouldn't do when you're a kid, honestly. I see that all now. I didn't see it then, though, and you can't change it.
Ending marriage before 18 is one of the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It asks that governments, civil society organizations, religious and community leaders and families work together to re-evaluate the worth of their goals. It's a community effort, it's a country effort, it's a global effort.
So if somebody would have had a similar story to mine and would have told me, I wish that would have happened for me. I wish I had somebody to tell me that I was making the wrong choice.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria
I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh. Now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Sports betting has been around for a long time, even if data of the first bet seems untraceable. We can think of the Greeks, inventors of the Olympic Games, where it was not uncommon for spectators to bet among themselves on the winners. Over the years, pool staking and betting has been the traditional way of gambling in Nigeria. Recently, the emergence of sports betting has increased due to the various betting websites that have become famous. Due to this latest development, sports fanatics now take their interest in sports to a greater level, having realized the financial benefits that could be gained from predicting match scores. Unfortunately, addiction sets in along the line when one has no self-control, and it then leads them to the dark tunnel of gambling. This is Sam, a 35-year-old man who has been through the ups and downs in the virtual world of sports. He loves to forecast games and put his money where his mouth is. Along the line, his love for forecasting and betting led him into the dark side of addiction.
It all started 2015. Okay, I finished service 2013. So between that time, I was job hunting, and I've been a fan of sports growing up right from childhood. But I have a neighbor that walked up to me that he won 140,000 with 100 naira. So as at that time, I knew little about sport betting, but I don't know how it works. So I had to sit him down. I was like, how did you come about this? What did you play? How did it work out? So he held the coupon in his hand. I made the ticket. So he showed me saying, I picked this team, I picked this team, I picked that team. So I was like, oh, I saw some other things there. So what does this one mean? What does two means? So he was the one that put me through the fundamental parts of the sport betting. Like, okay, if you picked one means the home team to win. If you pick two, that means the away team to win. If you pick GG, that means both teams to score. So I took my time to understand that. He only put me through how it works, how you stake. So I had to do further research myself. So I took my time to walk into the shop. So my first few weeks there, I didn't play. All I do was just to make friends, observe how things work. So I was there, I see people placing bets. So I started asking questions. I even asked the cashiers that, okay, if I pick this, if I pick this. But I remember vividly then, there were limited market options then, unlike now that we have vast majority of market options. Like I said, I don't have what I'm doing, so my income is so limited. All I do is when I started playing, I use my pocket money to place bets. So, then to stake, the minimum stake is 100 naira, so I can still feel like, hey, the money I would use to buy recharge cards and call friends, why can't I use it to place bets? So that's how it all started. And then it was fun. Some places I would have just one game that would make it a lost bet. I'll pause the game, I'll be like, oh, I'm so close. And that will be like, you can go further, you can try more. So it goes on and on like that. I could remember vividly my first win was a 5,000 naira with 100 naira.
Oh, wow.
I got motivated, yes. So the 5,000 then was like a gold, like, wow, this is cool business. With 100 naira, the multiple interests that comes or that is accrued to it, I was like, wow, this is good business. So I started going deep. And over time, I started looking into the virtual. When you walk into the shops, you see a lot. So it's like, the place is more like, maybe like, let me just say, like a theater where you just see all different kind of. You see people that walk in, say this thing has destroyed my life. You see people that say, wow, I don't chop. So you have different kind of things that motivate you. I remember then there was a day a guy walked in and his first game, he placed bet on the virtual, that football virtual, and his first game with 100 naira, he won 35,000.
Oh,
so
wow.
That's really intrigued me. I was like, what exactly did he play? How did he know that all these games will come true? So he said he has been studying it. We became friends, and over time, I started playing the virtual too.
From all the games, he got more interested in a virtual game called Color Color.
It's a game of numbers. So you predict the numbers that will be displayed after some rounds of events. So,
yeah.
And we have different colors, but my interest is always on the numbers because if I predict two numbers to appear out of 6 possible outcomes, I would, with 100 naira, win 6,005.
Really?
So I always aim higher because I just feel if I use 100 naira to win, if I play the color, I'll win 300. So I will be like, this 300, they can take it back anytime. But there's this thing that punters always believe in, that if I can win a huge amount of money, even before they will take it back, I can leave. So I always aim high. So if I win such kind of amount, I won't stay. I would go, then still come back the other day. But in the long run, if you come back another day, it's just like you're just delaying when they will get the money back.
Many can attest to the money-draining virtual games.
You see that virtual, I will not tell you the lie. The truth about it is that virtual is a killing machine. If you want to die, go there. You will die easily. If you have 50,000 in your pocket, in the next 5 hours, if you don't take time, you will borrow money out of that place. That one is not game. That one's like, it's dice, like 2 people playing dice or 4 people playing dice. That one is a killing machine. I don't go there. Except you just have money you want to waste. You go there, go and waste it. Money you don't budget for. But if you want to make something in life, I prefer to book game and wait for the results after 90 minutes.
When Sam places bets, he spends about 2,000 naira, but it increased when he started working for a bet company.
In a month, let me just approach it. In a month, I can spend like 2,000, 3,000, but over time, when I started working, I spend more than that. So let me just say, when I started in the year 2015, I just spent 2,000, 3,000 to place bets in a month.
Wow.
When I started working, the mentality of playing bets with 100 naira left. I was like, if I would choose, the idea behind it is, I was like, if I could choose 20 games, and 19 of it I could predict correctly, just one of it got spoiled. So why stress myself with 100 naira? So why not pitch something lesser and stick with a huge amount of money?
Wow.
So I started experimenting that. When I started, it was working fine. I could play a single bet with 5,000, place a single bet with 2,000.
Reality dawns on Sam when he lost 200,000 naira on a single bet, but continues to play.
The highest amount I would say that I've stayed to it is a 200,000.
100,000.
200,000 at a go.
At a go?
Yes.
Wow.
And I
Tell
lost.
us about that.
I lost.
You lost it?
Yes.
Wow.
I lost it at the nick of time. Okay? So on that day, I'm a Man U fan though, so I stayed for my team to win. Wow. And that day, Man U was winning. I could remember Man U play Newcastle or so. Man U was winning. And at injury time, I think 90 plus, Newcastle equalized and the match ended 1-1. The money wasn't mine. Several things came to my mind. Like, I was like, I wish I didn't do this. Why did I do this? How can I get this money back? What will I tell the owner?
It got so bad he borrowed a lot of money and spent 90% of it on bets.
Borrowing money to place bets.
You borrowed money to?
Yes, I did.
What was the highest amount you borrowed?
450,000, yes. 90% of it was to place bets. Now, for me to have been able to secure 450,000, I never knew what I wanted to do with it. Over time, I borrowed quite a lot of money, and the day I sat down to, you always be afraid to like put your pen to paper to just write down the figures. But the day I did that, I noticed it's over 1 million, 1 point something million. Yes. Wow. And everything was within 2 years.
2 years?
Yes. Everything was within 2 years. And for all the companies that were able to give me loans, it comes with interest. Then if you default, you have further interest. So the 1 million I mentioned is accrued interest on loans I've defaulted.
Wow.
So I speak with you, I'm still paying back.
Wow.
So it shows the extent, the damage it has caused. So the day I sat down and I put down names of each company I'm owing and the amounts with the interest. So, and individuals that I owe. Then I found out that, hey, this thing has turned to 6 figures. So that's when it comes on me that I realize that this is not fun anymore. It's an issue.
In Nigeria, football betting has a long history that can be traced to colonial times when pool betting was popular, especially among the elderly, retired workers, and the unemployed. Since the 1920s, younger people have taken up betting on the results of football matches, including European football leagues. In the betting shops, you will find different kinds of people in clusters discussing either the Premier League, Champions League, the La Liga, boxing, and all types of sports, with their passion for the game increasing every day, having high hopes of winning the jackpots. There are factors responsible for increased football betting among youths in Nigeria.
It keeps my hope alive. When the government are not trying and I don't have any other way, I don't have any other person to help me. It's only the bet that can help me.
As you can see, the country is very rough, you understand? The government is not trying, you understand? So at least helping the youth, So some people cannot steal, like me, I can't steal. So I just do this way to make money for myself.
In the past, people watched sports with keen interest based on loyalty to a particular club. But today, that is no longer the case with many.
Like me now, I'm a driver now. For the past 2 months now, I don't have a car again. I don't have any bus that I'm using to work. But I'm surviving with this because I don't play visual game. I only play the game I will book and bet. Maybe Madrid is playing Osasuna. I bet it Madrid to win. Chelsea is playing Watford. I bet Chelsea to win. I collect like 5 games like that. I put like 500 or 1,000. The game give me something like 13,000 or 8,000. As the game is going, maybe I play 8 games. 6 I've played. They are giving me a crash out like 5,000. I'll just collect the 5,000, crash out. I book another one. Out of that one, I send a little money for my family. That was how I've been coping for the past 2 months now, because there is no hope. I'm not addicted to betting. It's just like I just sat down and I studied and I said, okay, I can make something out of this. Not that maybe if I have a work that I'm doing now, I will not sit down here and say I want to start betting because I'm a driver. I'm on the road now. Maybe it's when I close. And if I go to work Monday to Saturday, is it that night I will now start? I'm tired now, I'm going to relax. But for now, let me just use this one as another avenue to make money.
There are those ones who have become addicted to this behavior. Sam is one of them, and every addict shows some vital signs.
There's an attribute with someone that is addicted to gambling, and that is you always find your way around things, and that involves lying to people close to you, people you know. If you tell them strange things, they will believe you.
When you say that someone has gambling addiction, there are certain things you see in someone that has gambling addiction. Is this, you see that they have this strong compulsive use to this craving to always bet money. And you see them that they neglect other activities that they used to find pleasurable, spending most of their time gambling. They hide the fact that they are gambling from their family members. They feel guilty. They've lost vast sums of money. Sometimes they have to take loans, and they believe that if they keep gambling, they will be able to recover some of the money that they've lost. So those are some of the features you've seen that it affects their career, affects their family.
Addiction is more like an eye. You have that feeling that you are high on something, so you feel uncomfortable until you place bet.
A report revealed that about 60 million Nigerians between the ages of 18 and 40 are involved in active sports betting. They spend almost 2 billion naira on sports betting daily. And this translates to about 730 billion naira annually. Betting may appear to be a way to make quick money, either as a betting operator or as a gambler, but addiction sets in along the way.
Usually most people, when they start for fun. They start with funds that they can afford to lose. But for some people, it progresses beyond that. And then they start to bet large sums of money. They have, when they can't bet or they are prevented from betting, they start to become very uncomfortable. They spend most of their time engaged in either betting or trying to get money to bet. And they start to suffer harm in terms of their career. They get into debt. They keep having, they find it they're unable to control their betting. When you see those signs, those are signs that the person could possibly have a gambling addiction or sports betting addiction.
Are there consequences for addiction?
Gambling addiction has significant comorbidities with psychiatric conditions. As you might imagine, if you've borrowed a large sum of money and lost it to sports betting, there's a high tendency for you to have clinical depression. It could also progress to having suicidal thoughts and attempted suicide. You could also have post-traumatic stress disorder. You could have sleep problems, sexual dysfunctions. It could predispose to even psychotic breakdowns. So having a gambling addiction predisposes you to having a whole lot of other psychiatric comorbidities.
Sharing my experience now, I am someone that loves sleeping very well. I do have sound sleep, but when this issue become a problem, I couldn't sleep well. Wow. There have been different kind of thoughts. You'd start thinking that life is not worth it. You know, such kind of things, and you start thinking of, oh, how am I going to pay this person? So shame comes in, reproach. Loan agencies started looking for me, calling my numbers. I had to start changing numbers. I started withdrawing from people because when I had the encounter with my family members, I had to change my numbers. Then loan agencies started calling me. I had to start withdrawing. So at that point of withdrawing, you want to be alone. Like, it's as if these people don't understand you. So you start withdrawing and That's when the suicidal thoughts start coming in and the lights.
Sam's family felt disappointed after they found out about his sports bet addiction.
At a point, my family gets to know about this. I used to be like the favorite child. I used to be like someone they're looking up to just bring the name of the family, to raise the bar for the family, to not to put down the name. But the moment they got to know, I felt like an outcast because I had different kind of things that really put me down. So after the session with them, going back, I wasn't myself.
Is there a way out of addiction?
Since we consider gambling addiction to be medical and mental disorders, there are treatment modalities that are available, and it first starts with you having an assessment. When you are assessed, you're now able to understand the severity of the disorder, and the treatment ranges from simple interventions like reading a brochure, to short interventions, to long-term interventions that involve psychotherapy with a therapist. So there are treatment modalities depending on the severity. You need to talk to a medical professional, and then they'll be able to help you with this disorder.
Since it is difficult to convince many that caution is needed, it is hoped that Sam's experience and many around us are pointers that this craze for quick wealth is at the end of the day counterproductive, including suicide as a result of depression.
My first advice would be to everyone that you should have a high index of suspicion if you are gambling and then you're finding it difficult to control your sports betting. Then you might need to take a step back and stop gambling for a while. You might have difficulty controlling your sports betting. So before it becomes a full-blown disorder, it's better to know that it's possible that you could get addicted and to reduce it. Now, if you do have a problem with sports betting, is affecting your schooling, your work, your marriage, your relationship with people around you, then it's advisable that you get some treatment. You could come to any neuropsychiatric center and have an assessment done where a treatment modality is available. And lastly, you should tell people around you if you're having this problem. Too often we are too stoic in our culture. We tend to hide things. If you're having difficulty, let your friends and family know, and then they will be able to put in place a support system that will be able to help.
For people that place bets, this would be my advice. It's supposed to be fun, yes. You can state on what you like, and you can have passion for it. You know, people have different kind of hobbies. So, but the moment you notice you're losing sleep over it, the moment you notice it's affecting your health, the moment you notice it's affecting your relationship, because as an addict, and the effects of most of these things is you withdraw from your loved ones, you hurt them, you hurt yourself, your health status, emotion, your mental state, at a point you realize you're losing it. So if at the moment you notice it's getting to that point, you need to speak up, seek help. It's very, very important. In my case, I didn't do that on time. And if you're seeking help also, I would advise to seek help from the right channel. At a point, I had to go to religious leaders to seek help. The earlier you stop, the better it is.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
Many thanks for joining us on the news. I am Justin Akadonye. Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, says the federal government will not pay ransom to secure the release of the abducted students and members of staff of Government Science College, Kagara. There have been unconfirmed reports circulating on social media that the government had paid a huge amount of money to secure the release of the Kagara abductees. The Niger State Governor, Abubakar Bello, ordered the immediate closure of all boarding schools in the bandit-ravaged areas on Wednesday after the attack in Kagara. The Senate had also asked President Muhammadu Buhari to declare a state of emergency on security without further delay. The Clean Foundation has expressed satisfaction over the level of success achieved towards domesticating the Administration of Criminal Justice Act as a law across all states in the country. Executive Director of the Foundation, Benson Olubo, who stated this at the sidelines of its two-day workshop to assess the implementation and compliance of ACJA in Nigeria, explained that although almost all states in the country had domesticated the act, compliance remains a major challenge. He, however, called for the collaboration of both state and non-state actors to ensure that the provisions of the law are respected and complied with.
The whole idea is actually for us to have a working criminal justice system for Nigerians. The Constitution provides that you are innocent until proven guilty by a court of competent jurisdiction. So issues of bringing people out and parading them as suspects, nobody comes to reparade them and say either they've been set free or they've been found guilty. So there's always that stigma when you parade somebody or put somebody's face on the newspaper and all those things. So what we want is that the provisions of the law should be respected, the provisions of the Constitution, which is our ground norm, should be respected, and the minimum threshold that the Constitution says should apply to citizens of Nigeria should be upheld.
In terms of satisfaction with the different agencies, that the police came off very low comparatively with the others, so we found that a lot needs to be done on the police to get the police up to speed, with in terms of compliance with the provisions of the law and things like that. So yes, there's been progress, but we also believe that more work needs to be done, especially also in terms of reducing corruption in the sector, and also improving on funding, making more facilities available for the agencies to use and become more efficient and effective.
With this app, we have been able to compress all of this law into a kind of pocket, app that anybody on the street of Lagos, anybody that have any interaction with any of the criminal justice actor, they can actually engage with it. This will also help the Nigerian police force and any other law enforcement agency for them to be able to know what the law says in relation to administration of criminal justice act.
Now, new details have emerged about the case against Instagram influencer Ramon Abbas, fondly referred to as Hush Puppy. According to the United States of America's Department of Justice, Hush Puppy laundered money for North Korean hackers. The revelation was made known when federal prosecutors in Los Angeles unsealed the case against one Galeb Almari, 37, of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada, for his role as a money launderer for the North Korean conspiracy, among other criminal schemes. Almari agreed to plead guilty to conspiracy to engage in money laundering, a charge contained in criminal information filed in the United States District Court in Los Angeles on the 17th of November. last year. The Lagos State Police Command has threatened to sell off vehicles and other items parked at its different formations if the owners fail to claim same within 14 days. A statement by the Lagos State Police spokesman, Muyiwa Adejobi, on Saturday warned those who have to exhibit cars or items parked at various police formations across the state to come forward for claims with immediate effect. Adejobi said the command the manner in which police formations in the state are littered with such exhibit cars and other items, and direct the DRA commanders or area commanders, divisional police officers, and heads of departments to decongest their formations of the items without delay. Well, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says the day will set aside a day to celebrate the life and achievement of the full civilian governor of the state, Lateef Jakande, who passed away on the 11th of February 2021. The governor made this commitment at the 8-day Fidal prayer in honor of the former governor. Plus TV Africa, Destiny Momo, has details.
Number 2 Bishop Streets in Ilupeju area of Lagos, the home of first governor of Lagos State, played host to loyalists and family members, including dignitaries from different walks of lives. Host Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu with the national leader of APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, Governor Fayemi of Ekiti State, former Governor of Ogun State, Olusegun Oshoba, and a host of others graced the occasion, paying glowing tributes to Lateef Jakande. Governor Sanwo-Olu says the 8th-day prayer is of utmost importance and that a special day will be set aside in Lagos to celebrate the great legend because of his huge sacrifices done in the city of excellence.
Lagos State will indeed use it to celebrate this man and will be able to put in proper perspective what he has done for us that all of us are talking about today. And for all of us that are humbly in this position today, that we will not overuse it.
School classes, with one single one, without failing. Only one. He converted so many hospitals. He is the most progressive individual that you ever have. But when the crisis of military intervention and any other issues arise, we said we want Jakande, but he said he's no longer interested in becoming a president.
His first son says he will miss his late father's endless prayers and simple lifestyle.
His fatherly love and his prayers, his regular prayers. He prays for us every day. Anytime he sees you, that's the first thing he does. Prays and asks after our welfare.
Other dignitaries in attendance appreciate the first civilian governor with clear reference to his achievements.
It is not about wealth. It is indeed about the lives that you have been able to impact very positively. And if we have to keep count, in fact, Alhaji Abdulateef Jakande has impacted a legion of lives.
Jakande's name is imperishable. He has already become the signpost upon which all governors of this country will be assessed. So for that reason, the man cannot die. He lives in the hearts of the people forever.
The late legend died in his sleep after breakfast on Thursday, February 11th at the age of 91. He was buried the following day at the Vaults and Gardens Private Cemetery, Ikoyi, Lagos. He will be remembered for his countless legacies that has shaped the Lagos of today. Destiny Mama for Plus TV Africa.
And to other parts of Africa now, Niger will choose between two heavyweights in a presidential runoff vote on Sunday, set to bring about the forced democratic transition of power in the coup-prone country's history. Niger struggles with a poor economy and with jihadist insurgencies that have spilled over from Mali and Nigeria. Despite these crushing burdens, the country is on track for a peaceful handover between elected presidents it forced since independence from France in 1960. Outgoing President Mahamadou Issoufou's decision to voluntarily step down after 2 5-year terms was welcomed in a region where many leaders have tried to cling on to power. Now, Algeria has released more than 30 pro-democracy activists from jail, including a prominent journalist in the first batch freed under presidential pardons issued ahead of the second anniversary of a popular uprising. President Abdelmadjid Tebboune declared in a speech on Thursday dozens of pardons in a gesture of appeasement as the Hirak protest movement, which swept former strongman Abdelaziz Bouteflika from power in 2019, gathers momentum once again. Tebbouni's initiative comes ahead of the Hirak second anniversary on February 22, with calls on social media for demonstrations on Monday to mark the day. And outside Africa, Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny lost his appeal on Saturday against what he said was a politically motivated decision to jail him for nearly 3 years, but had his prison term slightly shortened. Navalny, President Vladimir Putin's most prominent critic, was jailed earlier this month for parole violations that he said were trumped up. Now, Western countries have condemned the case and are discussing possible sanctions on Russia. A Moscow court swiftly rejected his appeal while shortening his original jail term by 6 weeks. The original term was 3.5 years, but with the amount of time he had already spent on the house arrest and taken into account, it amounted to around 2 years and 8 months. His lawyer said on Saturday he would now spend a little over 2.5 years behind bars. At least 5 people have been killed and 2 others wounded in 3 separate blasts caused by mines in the Afghan capital on Saturday. One of the blasts hit a Ranger-type vehicle belonging to the office of Afghan political leader and advisor to the president, Mohammad Mohaqiq, but he was not in the car. Kabul has seen a series of attacks with small magnetic bombs attached on the vehicles and other targeted killings against members of security forces, judges, government officials, civil society activists, and journalists in recent weeks. Now, no group claimed responsibility for the blast, but government officials say Taliban insurgents are to blame and use such tactics to instill fear while avoiding large-scale civilian casualties. In business news now, Bitcoin's market value has reached $1 trillion for the first time, a surge that's helping cryptocurrency returns far outstrip the performance of more traditional assets like stocks and gold. The largest digital asset has added more than $450 billion of value in 2021 to more than $1 trillion, a data compiled by Bloomberg show. Now, the Bloomberg Galaxy Crypto Index, which includes Bitcoin and 4 other coins, has more than doubled. Speculators, corporate treasurers, and institutional investors are thought to have stoked Bitcoin's volatile ascent. In entertainment news now, I Am Laycon, a reality series which premiered on the 10th of February on Showmax, has broken the Nigerian record for the most viewed show on its first day. This was disclosed in a statement that was made available to journalists in Lagos by Showmax's public relations officer in Nigeria, Honor Okafor. I Am Laycon follows the Big Brother Niger Season 5 winners, Laycon Agbeleshi, popularly known as Laycon, and his crew made up of his closest family and friend. I Am Laycon is currently streaming in 26 countries outside Africa, including the United Kingdom, Italy, France, and Germany. Kim Kardashian has filed for divorce from Kanye West after 7 years. Their marriage hit the rocks in 2020 while Kanye West was campaigning for the U.S. presidency. Kanye, in a Twitter thread, called out the Kardashian-Jenner family as he likened his marriage to the reality TV star to the Get Out movie. According to TMZ, Kim is seeking joint legal and physical custody of their 4 children. Now, sources report that Kanye is fine with a joint custody arrangement and they are both in agreement to co-parenting together. It was also learnt that both parties are neither contesting the prenup and are already far along in reaching a property settlement agreement. Kim and Kanye got married in Italy in May 2014 and have 4 children, North, Chicago, and Sam and Saint. In sports news now, Japan's Naomi Osaka cemented her place as the outstanding star of the women's game by beating American Jennifer Brady in the Australian Open final to win her 4th Grand Slam title. Osaka, 23, is unbeaten in major finals after a 6-4, 6-3 win in Melbourne. Osaka edged the 4th set when Brady, in her 4th Grand Slam final, paid for some glaring errors in the final game. The third seed seized control from that point, raising 4-love ahead in the 2nd set before sealing a deserved victory. Osaka has now won 2 Australian Open titles after also triumphing at Melbourne Park in 2019, with her other Grand Slam successes coming at the US Open in 2018 and 2020. She has not suffered a defeat since February 2020 after victory over Brady was her 21st successive match win.
The 2021 Australian Open Women's Singles Champion, Naomi Osaka.
Firstly, I want to congratulate Jennifer. We played in the semis of the US Open, so a couple months ago, and I told everyone that would listen that you're going to be a problem, and I was right. Thank you for coming and watching. It feels really incredible for me. I didn't play my last Grand Slam with fans, so just to have this energy, it really means a lot. Thank you so much for coming.
Now, Osaka is the first women's player to win her first 4 Grand Slam finals since Monica Seles in 1991. Congratulations to her. And that's Plus News brief for now. For more updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll return again at 4 p.m. with another update. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
Even if INEC opens their portal today for continuous registration, we would rather complain than go to register.
Yeah. If we go and know, are we going to change Africa? Because what did they do to make our lives better since then? Because will inspire you. Inspire us to be like who? Like Awolowo.
Inspire you to know that once upon a time, some people also struggled.
They don't even consider it that it's important to make the place conducive for people living with disabilities.
More accessible.
Because Nigeria has actually gone too far the other way to come back to look after the disabled.
Somebody rigs the election and then he's, fraudulently sworn in. He goes for Thanksgiving. The rest of us will join, Your Excellency. Yeah. But the day he's removed, we say he was corrupt.
Don't forget the political angle.
You mean brown envelope will stop?
No, brown envelope will, I don't want to say will not stop, but I've done hand like this, Sha. But quickly.
helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the result of tomorrow's election. You have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say.
The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
We do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
In recent times, mental health disorders have become a pressing public health issue, depression being one of the most common of them. Depression is a common illness worldwide with more than 264 million people. According to WHO, projections indicate that depression may be the second leading cause of life lost after heart disease. At its worst, depression can lead to suicide. Almost 1 million lives are lost yearly due to suicide, which translates to 3,000 suicide deaths every day. For every person who completes a suicide, 20 may attempt to end his or her life. Recently, a young Nigerian known as Ayodele Bandele was reportedly been found dead hours after he was declared missing on Tuesday, January 12 in Lagos State. Before he was declared missing, he left a disturbing note on his Instagram story where he hinted suicide after opening up on how he battled depression for 7 years. This trailed reactions on social media. Depression is real. Anyone can get depressed, even the teenagers. The World Health Organization has said that globally, depression is one of the leading causes of illness and disabilities among adolescents, and suicide is the third leading cause of death in 15 to 19-year-olds. We spoke to a child and educational psychologist who spoke on the causes of depression among the teenagers.
A lot of people believe that depression happens to only adults, but research has proven that teenagers also experience depression. Now, talking about what causes depression in teenagers, there are a whole lot of things that could cause depression among teenagers, but it's usually as a result of some kind of exposure to experiencing something different. So for some of them, they might experience a failure. Maybe they wrote an examination and they failed. It could cause depression. Sometimes it could be loss of a loved one. Maybe one of the parents passed on, or even a situation like a divorce. For some children who have very fragile personality, something like a sudden change of environment or a sudden change of school, something that is just unpalatable to them can cause depression in teenagers.
Here is a viral video of a mother in Kenya who narrated how she lost her teenage child.
And it was a Sunday evening and we had just had supper. And I thought that it was just one of his antics because he was a difficult boy. He became very difficult after he failed his Form 4 exams. And so finally when they kept going and coming, and I was in my room. When I went outside, I found my son hanging on my veranda, and the most wicked sight in my life is to see his tongue hanging almost up till here, because he had...
What should be done? What are the roles the parents are to play in curbing these disturbing issues of depression?
So the first thing that I would say that parents need to do is to realize that this is possible and to wake up from this, what I call it, denial that seems to exist in most African families. When parents do these two things, then they become naturally more observant. They begin to look out for the signs in the children. Yes, teenagers have a lot going on for them. They're going through hormonal changes. They're going through a lot of physical, psychological changes. And so, yes, they would have mood swings. They'll have high and low days, but it'll come and go. But once it lingers for 2 weeks, thereabouts, please, we need to talk to a specialist. We need to talk to a doctor, first of all, because sometimes parents do not know how to access specialists. So we need to talk to a doctor who will then refer whether to a child psychologist or to a psychiatrist or whoever they think is best in that situation.
It is reported that majority of Nigerians lack awareness about mental health, plus non-available mental health services. These barriers have long-lasting consequences, as depressed patients who are untreated are more vulnerable to suicidal thoughts and suicide. There is therefore a need for more mental health practitioners in the country in order to meet the needs of the ever-growing number of people who will need to be treated. The first step towards tackling these issues, however, is raising awareness and talking about it.
Hello and welcome to Tea Time Roundup on Plus TV Africa, where the big stories live. So here on this show, I break down for you the fun-packed entertainments and celebrity gist that made it to Tea Time this week. So if you missed it, then this program is just for you. So please stay tuned and stick around with your girl, Ife Omai. Trust me when I say you don't want to miss this. Mr. Macaroni speaks after release from detention. So if you knew anything about the NSAS that was, well, let me say Occupy toll gates that was staring around on social media, the government came hard heavy on the people who did not obey the instructions. But Mr. Macaroni had a whole experience and he had a lot to say on Instagram and also on the show. So moving on, we also had singer Peter Okoye speak against tribalism and racism. Obviously, that's an important conversation that goes on in Nigeria, and Mr. Peter had his own 2 cents to the conversation. So look out for how Ife and I and the other anchors broke down these conversations. Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith, Westbrook's partners with Ebony Live on TV and film production. You know those people that just win big? I think Mwabudu is top on that list. So she's going to be doing something really wonderful with that. She has 2 series and 1 feature film, and I think the whole country is excited about that. The skit maker wrote that the Nigerian government is responsible for all forms of insecurity in Nigeria, whereas they are opposed to protecting the lives of citizens. He further added that he is only pleading for peace. And his words, and I quote, "The Hausa man is my brother, so is the Igbo man and the Yoruba man. We are all one. The government and the government alone is responsible for insecurities in Nigeria, and it's their duty to protect all Nigerians. I plead for peace. We will all come back to matters later." And there's another video, but let's just talk about that before we see the update that he put on Instagram. What do you think about this post? Is this a tribal issue?
No, I don't think it's
so I don't understand. I don't understand. I mean, it's great. Yes, we're all one. But how does this have to do with anything that we are talking about right now?
So the government is responsible for insecurity in the country.
Yes, I agree.
That's nobody would send out policemen or even who gave the order to date.
But what about the Igbo? Your Igbo friend. Is there something going on right now that I don't see that has anything to do with tribes playing?
Yeah,
but that's police brutality.
No, not because of police brutalities. I think it's about the Fulani headsmen. There's a story that happened on that same Saturday where a man was bumped of a guy just for looking
because
Fulani.
He looks, that's true.
Do you understand? So I think he's addressing it from that angle. He's just putting it together that, look, it's not just about that. It's not like I'm the bone of contention. But the only cause of insecurity is the government. So we need to tackle the government and every other thing will be in place. You understand? So I think it was just addressing that issue as well. And then you see in the police force, it's not like it's just the Yoruba man that is there. It's not like it's just the Igbo. We have the Igbo Hausa and Yorubas there. So it's about the insecurity. It's about the states in which they don't work for us. They don't work for us. They work for the government. They're supposed to be working for us because, excuse me, we're the taxpayers, but they answer to the man on top. Whatever the man on top tells them to do, that's what they do.
But we still pay as well. I mean, but anyway, can we see the Macaroni video really quickly so that we can update this conversation?
The one
I don't think anyone should be talking about maybe celebrities came out or they did not come out. No, the situation that we are in this country is deep. You cannot blame anyone. People are scared. You think I'm not scared? People are scared for their lives, and we know that we are in a government that has zero value for human lives. Like, they don't care at all. They will kill anybody. They will dehumanize anybody, just to make sure that, like, what they want to do, just to make sure that they do it. So this is not the time to be saying, oh, where are the celebrities? Oh, where are the rest? Oh, where are these? We don't need all of that. All we need is one love, one unity. We need to come together to speak against what is going on in our society. Picked up or taken to Adiminji, where we were beaten, we were stripped naked, like, and everyone was beaten. So when people, I asked them to already help me put out the names of the 39 guys that were with me, male and female alike. So when I see people calling my name, like I said, I didn't have the strength to go out. It wasn't even me. It was these 39 people that were out. that, you know, gave the ginger for me to even say, let me go and see what is happening.
If you have seen this video, then you know that it's a bit longer, but we don't want to obviously take all of it because we have other stories to talk about. But for me, I think before I had to listen to this thing twice, like go back again, because when I first saw him, I'm like, bro, your face.
Yeah.
He looked like he was embodying trauma.
Like
you could see it. You could see that this guy has been through something. And then when you look closer, especially when he starts to like look away, you can see like the blood clots in his eyes. So I was like, what is even going on? Like, what did they do to you? I mean, I saw the video of them squashing all of them in the car. That was really low. Like, that was,
barbarian.
That was very awful. But, you know, when I saw that, I was like, okay, they're harassing them, and it's kind of like an emotional toil. But I didn't know they actually physically hit him. And then in the video, you also now mentioned that, they hit him and all of that. So, I mean, he went through a lot. What I want to point out really quickly is when people were saying, why are we always talking about macaroni? I don't think people understand how important it is to have somebody in there that everybody knows.
Yeah.
It's so important, and I'm glad that he said this. I think people still miss that. I'm still seeing conversation on Instagram saying, always talking about macaroni, but it's so important to have people that are accountable, because the fingers are not equal, and there are levels to citizens, and we all know that. There's nothing that can ever change about that. You cannot be as important as Kim Kardashian in America. Standard. You cannot be as important as Barack Obama, right? So there's levels to citizenship, and it's important, and it's almost even like a saving grace that we have these people wanting to mix with us with this type of issues, because then it holds the government accountable.
Yeah.
So, like, I like that he brought that up. I didn't even know that was the intention and the reason why he was thinking about that, but I'm glad he was there, and I'm glad that he was able to get the other people out as well. Yeah. It's a lot.
A lot. I just don't want to say, because seeing the video at first, I really felt bad for him. Yeah. And then I think I saw a message or something on Instagram. Someone was like, why did you go there? Like a lot of people were saying things like, why did you go there? You know, Nigeria is like, this is a lost battle. You can't be fighting a battle that at the end of the day, you know, nothing is going to happen. The first time people have died, this is the second one, Like, a lot of people said a lot of things. But looking at it from another angle, I wanted to be among those people. Yeah. At some point, I thought that way. Like, why did you go there? Like, we know it's going to really get really dangerous. Okay, imagine if macaroni wasn't there. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly.
Those people.
That's why he kept saying that.
They won't have. They might just kill them, and nothing will be done, and that's just it. The story will just end as the other one happened. So, I just don't know. Like, I really don't know, but it's sad.
Yeah, I mean, I like that you brought that conversation up about why did you go there? Why did you go there? I think people need to understand something, and I pray that one of those people are watching the show right now. If you look at the history of everything, civilization and freedom, it all came from protesting.
Yeah, people died.
There's no progress that has been made without protesting. Peaceful protest, violent protest. Look at the history of history from day one. It's always been like that. Yes, not everybody is built to protest. Not every single, like when we were protesting for female rights, for like the first time feminism ever occurred in the 1800s, right? When they were like saying we want to vote and we want to do all those things. Not every single woman came out to vote. Yes, every single woman is enjoying it right now. Not everyone was still getting their shower, but most people are enjoying that right now. But not everyone is voting. My issue with Nigerians and the people who don't have the audacity to vote to go protest is that you are now bashing the ones who do. Like, do you not understand that if they win the fight, or when we win the fight, you would enjoy this progress as well? If the government says that they've made a law that you are not allowed to protest, that in itself is a infringement on your democratic human institutional rights, right? You're supposed to protest that already. Because if you start to allow that, what you're saying is that we don't have a right to speak up. And last I checked, we do. And then we're also fighting for the issue that we've always been fighting for, bad governance. How are you not going to enjoy the benefits of that? It's one thing to say, dude, I wouldn't have been able to do it. I'm too scared. But thank you for going out. Just be careful, guys. But it's sort of like, I saw Katrina's tweet of like saying, oh, we're advising people badly. They know what is up. If you follow Falz the Bad Guy's tweet, he said something. He was like, oh, that people are talking about danger, but there's a lot of people that are living, that the lives that they're living is not worse than that. So they don't have anything to lose. Like, can you not encourage those kind of people to fight? I don't know. It's very pissing.
All right, so for me, there are two sides to the story. You know, I've always been on a very, very, how do I put it now? I try to tread softly on the subject matter because there are different ways to look at it. Now, first of all, was it barbaric the way they were handled? The way the protesters were? Yes, it was. Were they exercising their right to protest? Yes, they were. Do you understand? Were they fighting for a just cause? Yes, they were. Am I in support of them? Yes, I am. Do I think they shouldn't open the Lekki toll gate? Yes, I do. They should. I think they shouldn't. Do you understand? I think it's too soon. I think we need to get justice. Do I think we could have gone about it a different way? Yes, I do.
How?
Because we can't keep going with the same. We can't keep putting the same thing in and expect a different result.
Okay.
Now, I heard somebody say, you need to understand the country you're in. I'm not justifying the insecurity in the country. I'm not justifying how low the government can go. I'm not justifying, but at the same time, safety matters. There's a saying, you live to fight another day, right? I'm not saying, Carl, listen, that's what I'm saying. Look, I'm in support of you. See, everything you're thinking is what I'm thinking. Okay. I'm not against any of your thoughts, but I just feel like we can do it in a different. That was what happened the last time. We went. I'm not the one to prefer the solution.
Then I don't think you have a right to say that comment. Then, if I'm sorry, but
okay, I actually understand where he's coming from.
No, but you see,
you can't keep doing the same thing and expect the same result.
First of all,
we keep saying it's faceless.
Every time we protest, best believe that we get results, different results. Did you see how many people came out to Tollgate? They are listening. We did not go and announce this thing on TV. They're listening to us on Twitter. That in itself already is a change.
Oh,
okay?
Really?
Yes, it is a
change. To make sure they give them information and they came out and riot.
Wait, listen.
That's not a change.
Because you see, the thing about
the situation is
worse. My issue with why I'm coming hard on you is that you claim to agree to everything that we're saying, but your mindset is very different. So I don't know how. So you think you're lying about one. If you say on this table, if you say on this table that we should change our approach, you cannot say that statement if you don't have a change of approach.
Okay, now what I would
so the
suggest
problem is having the change approach, right?
Yeah.
The problem is bringing the solution.
Yeah, you should bring the solution. Yes.
We can't keep saying we want a faceless.
How can you tell somebody?
Hold on, why are you getting agitated?
I told you, I understand where you're coming from. I also understand where he's coming from as well.
Nigerian singer Peter Okoye, also known as Mr. P, has taken to his Twitter account to speak against tribalism and racism in Nigeria. On Valentine's Day, the former P-Square member noted that he is an Igbo man who is married to a Yoruba woman. The One More Night crooner also revealed that he grew up and schooled in the North. In his words, I am an Igbo man married to a Yoruba woman. I grew up in the North, schooled in the North, started my career in the North, and today I speak Hausa language fluently. Please, this ethnicity, tribalism, and racism has to stop. Abba, what is going on? Stop the bloodshed. What do you say to this?
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
Yes.
It's right up.
Yeah, he's right. He's right, and it's very plain. But you see, I kind of felt like the whole tribalism situation in Nigeria must have subsided due to the level of enlightenment that social media has brought to the country and to the youth at the moment. But you see, I kind of feel like there's some people or some set of people that understand that they could use that to their advantage politically and would always and continually keep bringing that up. But it's up to us to rise against that mentality. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah,
personally, I honestly don't care where you're from. Like, I literally, like, to the worst part of it, I don't care. What's your name? I know your name, and that's fine. Are you a good guy? Yes. Are you a bad person? Okay.
But what about when it comes? No, it's easy for all of us to say this, but there's certain aspects that you just, you have reservations about certain tribes, like when it comes
honestly,
to doing business. No, if you want to be real with yourself, I know you have some reservations.
No, honestly, I am. Funny story is,
so if you go to a marketplace,
I am actually an extreme anti-tribalist. Do you understand what I mean? I really, it disgusts me. Let me put it in the plain terms.
But
the fact that you see somebody as he's from here. No. I want to only know that you're from here because, okay, I know so much about fish because I'm from a riverine area, or water. That's all I want to know. No, because I'm stingy, so that means I am from this clan, or I'm this way, that means I'm this clan. No.
But do you think the tribalism, you know, it all sprung out of, you know, upbringing, where your parents, you know, keep you confined to your own tribe. You can only go to a certain place for Christmas. You can only go to your own hometown for Christmas. Imagine if we had stuff like, you know, when you go on road trips, you stop in the east, the west, the south, you know, you get to have a feel of different cultures. Then at the end of the day, you begin to know different people for who they are and understand their own culture. But our parents just kept us stuck to one place. So if, like, you see that if this person is not my person, I'm not from that person's side.
But you see, what you're saying makes a lot of sense, right? And to a certain degree, I agree. You see what I did here? Yeah, but all in all, there's no way you are an enlightened person and you are tribalist. Possible, it's not. It doesn't.
But we have a lot of enlightened people that are racist.
Bro, I tell you this for free. The billionaires, the biggest and the richest people that you feel are tribe. No, they are not, bro. Do you understand? They might use it as instruments to, you know, for their own whatever. I'm not saying anybody, but I'm telling you that they are not tribalists. You are a Yoruba man, he's an Hausa man, he's an Igbo man. All that is important is the bread at the center of the table, which is money.
I've lived in different places in Nigeria, so I think I have that exposure of getting to know all the tribes. You understand? But I just feel like there's still a unity that I think the new generation parents have a lot of work to do in terms of tribalism. Because
do they really? Because it's a continuous process.
It is.
It would keep. You're not seeing the fact that I'm talking about how tribalism is weaponized.
Of course, and it will always be weaponized. The people will always come against, oh, this person is not mine. They want to segregate their own from your own. Do you understand? We saw that in the Biafra War. We saw the Igbo people trying to break out. See, it would always be there. That is why I'm saying that, look, this is from history, right? Now, the new generation parents have a lot of work. I'm talking about me and you, where we're able...
I'm not a parent yet, but it's okay. I'm listening to you.
Where you're able, you know, to actually... Okay, your child wants to go to the north, and you're like, no, that place is too hot. No, they kill people there.
That's not being tribalist. But you see, that example is not being tribalist.
But why is it not being tribalist?
Because...
for you to tell me I cannot go to an Igbo man's land because of ABC is not tribalism?
No, it's not tribalism.
How? What else is tribalism?
I did not say don't go to an Igbo land. I said do not go to... Okay, so my child wakes up now and says, I'm going to, peradventure now, Borno is... I'm not saying that's what it is, but let's say Borno is the hardest place at the moment. Boko Haram, incessant killings and everything. And then my child wakes up and says, I want to go to Borno State. My brother, you are not going anywhere. Why? It's just common sense. It's logic. You're not going to go to a place that there's so much killings. You can decide to go to Abuja.
Insecurity. Now, before Borno was like that, some parents would still not let you go.
Yes,
now, I'm saying this because I know it.
It's a personal example. I don't have a problem with that. A lot of parents do. Yes, it's fine. But you see, you need to change with the changing times. And people are changing, either we like it or not. But as I said, unenlightenment is the reason why tribalism can be weaponized. Because you are super enlightened. You know that when it comes to whatever it is, it's bigger than where you're from. It's where we're at. Do you understand what I mean?
I get what you're saying.
Oh, are you tribalist?
I get everything.
Are you tribalist?
I'm not tribalist. Look, if you know me, I've lived in the north. I've also lived in the east. Yes, and currently here. You get me? So I lived everywhere. So I have a feel. I've lived in Ghana. Do you understand? I lived in different places in Ghana as well. So I've met different tribes. So I'm not tribalist. I'm just saying that, look, it still boils down to the parents.
Yes,
the parents.
It does to a large extent, but also I think it's more about
narrative.
Experience. I think it's experience, right? And we're very quick to attach experiences to places people are from, and not really just say that guy is just a bad person, right? So you do something bad to me now, I say, oh, all Yoruba people are bad. He does something bad to me now, I say, oh, all Igbo people are bad. That's just, it doesn't make any sense.
Let's bring it back to the music scene. They say there's tribalism in the music scene. Like Lagos State is a Yoruba musician state. Like the people that are actually being fruitful. Have you heard that before, though?
Yes, I've heard it from unenlightened people.
Well, you can't say from only like I can remember what's his name now? Ilblis came out recently and said something about Igbo people and now they don't try to show support for each other. You understand? Like I think
that's different. That's within the commune.
Yeah, that's within their commune. I understand. Now I'm saying that a lot of people have also come out to say that. Okay, what about Fino and all the people that don't try to help? It's not about just being enlightened. It's not just about your tribe. I think it has something to do with who you are as well.
Where you're
Are you
from.
ready to carry everyone along?
Very good statement and very good question. Yes, I think I agree. In short, not even I agree 100%. It depends on the person, right? But you see, with
Which
the
is
music
why
scene,
it goes back to the parents.
Does it really? I think it's about experience.
It's about experience.
Yes.
So you think you can have all the experience in the world and you can have a different upbringing and you think your upbringing won't have a part to play in all the experiences you've gathered over the years.
So I'm not saying experience like in the vague term. I'm saying experience like literal experiences that people, happenings, actions, reactions, different situations that different human beings find themselves in. Shows what I mean? Yeah, that's what I think happens. And that's what I think really forms a notion of tribalism and whatnot and whatever, right? The parents have a lot to do with it, yes. But is it really what it is? Because I remember I'm not saying, I've once corrected a particular teacher from being tribalist or being tribalistic, pardon me. Do you understand? He made a statement actually, that was tribalistic. And I told him that was tribalistic and he was trying to defend himself. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just very anti-tribalism.
Even the things
greatly.
people say about different tribes, that everybody has a say, you say, he's Yoruba.
You understand?
You understand?
That's
so I think the narrative,
Igbo man find money pass, but na Dangote.
Now you get money
pass. So, do you understand what I mean? It's just simple logic.
Disha.
Do you get what I'm saying? Now this person cook pass, now this person get the link. No.
So do you think we should stop making the comparisons to even
Yes, we should. It's not, I don't think we need to. It's really important that we do that as soon as possible. And for the music
What would you do differently as a parent?
What I do differently as a parent?
Yeah.
I'll just be myself. My great, awesome self that is anti-tribalistic. Yeah. Good is good, bad is bad. It's not about where anybody's from.
But would you let them experience different cultures?
I'm open to that. I love experiencing different cultures. At first, when it was time for me to serve, I got my call-up letter and it was Kogi State. And I'm like, I'm down. 9 billion years away from Lagos.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's do this. And I got there and I absolutely love it. It's what I fell in love with the tribe.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Ebony Live Studios was announced its latest international partnership, this time with Will Smith and Jada Pinkett of Westbrook Production, and that's their production company, Will Smith and Jada Pinkett. The latest partnership will see the studios co-produce 3 projects, and which will lean heavily on the African continent. The projects include a feature film and 2 television series titled The Gods and Dada. Safaris, the comedy feature, is titled Are We Getting Married? Are we looking forward to these guys?
Of course.
You know what you just read?
Yeah.
How does she even do that? Like, this
Boss
woman.
Boss moves.
She doesn't even make noise like that. I don't know anyone who
She'll just announce
like,
it when it's done.
Exactly, but that's
Once
the best
it's
way.
done.
Like, just do your work and let it speak.
She
like,
doesn't.
speak.
I don't know. She wows
Westbrook
me.
Media though, like that's big.
Very
Will Smith
big.
and Jada Pinkett are very big. Their kids are even. If I get a deal with their children,
Do you understand?
yeah, that's a big deal on its own.
Yeah.
She
Now
does it really differently. Like there's a lot of people that are successful in Nigeria, but they follow the formula, which is not a bad thing. Most people do. You know, you start like this, you do this, you join this organization, go to this church, and mingle with these people, and then you would be able to get that profit or that gain or that success or whatever. That's how it's usually done. But the one thing I like about her is that she just does her own thing. Like, she's not really copying people. She's setting the pace, especially in the media industry. Like,
But one thing I want to say, because a lot of people will be looking at it like it's coming easy. It's not like she's doing it effortlessly. She's putting in a lot of work. So people see a lot of this thing and just say, this woman is lucky. This woman is... You don't know about the sleepless nights. You don't know about the travels, the trips. I follow her. So this morning, you could see her in America. This next to you, seeing her in France. She's somewhere else. She's moving. She's actually making moves. All those things can be for meetings that she's actually waiting hours just to see one person.
That's
Do you
true.
understand? But people will see her and she has this whole deal all together. You're like, man, this woman is making moves. She has everything. It's not really like that. So put in the work if you really want to get the results. You get me?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
But like the name of the movies you mentioned, 2 series and a film.
The Gods and Dada is what I'm looking up for.
No, I'm looking forward to the Are We Getting
Are We
Married?
Getting Married, yeah.
That one, that should be the movie, the film. I think that should be the film. Then the other ones are. Then also the Gods and
Dada.
The Gods and Dada. Are they together or the Gods is different and Dada?
I think the Gods and Dada they're together.
That's Safari.
That's Safari.
So the Gods
Gods
it's on its own.
One, yeah.
Okay, I think that one. I'm really rooting for that one as well. Because the production. Excuse me. You mentioned that they're trying to like showcase more of African content and all of that. So that's one, the Gods, I feel like it's going to really really tell a lot about Africa.
Such a strong goal. I think we've ignored them so much.
Too much.
Way too much. See, Americans, they don't even have half of the gods we have, God of Thunder, but they have superheroes, portraying those gods and all that. But out here, we actually have them. And we're not making use of them.
We've localized them, that's why. So if you're trying to be modern or trying to progress.
And I feel like they're going to,
PR.
people really appreciate it, especially that side of the world.
Oh, yes.
They really appreciate it.
Oh, yes. There's a whole movement in America for people who are spiritual. It's Shango, Oshun, it's all those people
all of that,
and stuff.
Ojibwa.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely like the people who still connected to that, just because I know it's not very easy to even have that kind of mindset. The PR for such gods have been very bad. We've localized them, we've demonized them, we've made it look really horrible. But again, this is such a big move for Moabudu, and I think for the continent as well, because we all get to win to be part of this. I think the level of Abudu has always been like that, where her level of acting and quality of her movies have always stood out.
Yeah.
She tries her best with the acting, and it's not cheesy. I don't mind watching. No, I can't sit and binge, but I can watch a few of her stuff and be really impressed by that, which is not very common with most Nigerian movies and stuff like this. Namaste Wahala. Have you watched it?
Yes, I have.
Which one?
Very nice movie.
Okay. No, I haven't actually.
I have seen it. I think it's a great movie. I just didn't like the old part where they were trying to dance.
Bollywood now.
Yeah, I just didn't like all that. But even in Bollywood, I wouldn't watch all of that. You understand? So bringing it to Nigeria, I wouldn't want to. So those places, I was pressing my phone and was on Instagram or something. You understand? Then when that is gone, but it's a great storyline. The acting is great as well.
Oh wow, okay.
I haven't seen it, so I can't say.
I couldn't watch past 5 minutes. I just saw him doing. Somebody ran to the beach and said, that's how the beginning of the movie started.
The beginning was quite cheesy.
What is going on? I just removed it from my screen.
The beginning was quite cheesy, but if you go on, it's a great storyline.
And this is where we wrap up, guys. I hope you did enjoy today's episode like I did. Don't forget that you can watch more of Tea Time on our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. You can also catch the Tea Time crew live on Monday to Friday at 10:30 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. on DSTV channel 408. Signing out is your favorite girl, Ifeomai. Enjoy your weekend and stay safe.
Hello and welcome to Plus Reports, a compilation of the stories and events that made the news recently. I'm Jacinta Obiuku. We begin with this report on B117 variant, reported to have emerged in September 2020 and has quickly become the dominant circulating SARS-CoV-2 variant in England. B117 has been detected in over 30 countries. Now, Nigeria has recorded its 13th case. Vivian Oguche has more.
The B117 variant has triggered the current spike in the number of COVID-19 cases in the United Kingdom, leading to a stay-at-home order and travel ban on the UK by some countries. In Nigeria, cases of the new variant are beginning to climb. This begs the question, should Nigeria embrace more aggressive measures to curb the spread?
We're not going to start doing forever. We have always had viruses. Even flu we have flu virus. The needful in this case is people doing the protocols, wearing your face mask, washing your hands, avoiding crowd, social distancing, improving your immunity.
What we need to do as the public in, being concerned is to make sure we do not allow this virus to transmit from person to person. Once the virus can't transmit from person to person, it cannot mutate.
Till now, we are seeing on that testing. Therefore, we may be able to know. And how do they get it? Transport from UK. You realize that some country I saw people coming from UK because of this variant. But Nigeria is still open.
Just last week, South Africa said a study had shown that a wide range of vaccines had little effect on new COVID-19 variants. But Nigeria continues to make plans to purchase more vaccines. Experts argue for and against the significance of this move.
They have realized that AstraZeneca is not as effective. So this new variant of the COVID-19 virus. Therefore, government is purchasing the AstraZeneca. What happened to those that have the variant?
Every COVID vaccine gives a measure of protection, which is better than no protection. No vaccine in this world is 100%. We know that. But the thing about Nigeria is our health system, our healthcare system, we need to strengthen it. We need strong institutions and not strong personalities. We're hammering on strong personalities and we don't have strong institutions. People are hungry. You give them vaccine, people that don't have immunity. It's not going to work.
Nigeria, Africa's most populous country with more than 200 million people, has seen fewer COVID-19 cases than many others on the continent. And for this trend to hold, the nation must begin to investigate the nature of this new variant to devise the best means to curb its spread. Vivian Oguche for Plus TV, Africa.
No doubt, new variant comes with fresh challenges, and like we know, efforts are on to produce vaccines that can prevent this B117, including that of South Africa variant. Still on COVID-19, specifically to Kogi State now. Recently, the state government and the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 were at loggerheads over the declaration of Kogi as a high-risk state by PTF. Here is the report.
Part of the reactions was one from the Kogi State Commissioner for Information and Communication, Kinsley Fanwo, and I quote, "We very much believe their intent was to ensure investors are scared from coming to the state. Despite their unreliable figures, Kogi emerged the investment destination of Nigeria in the last quarter of 2020. They felt embarrassed, and the best way to hit back is to create a picture of health crisis in the state. We will not hesitate to seek legal redress against them. Kogi is safe. Investors are coming in." End of quote. We further spoke to the commissioner on why he thinks PTF will just single out only Kogi State.
PTF is doing what they're doing right now to Kogi because they felt Kogi is demarcating their trade, and they should also demarket Kogi State. All their postulations that people will fall by the roadside and die because Kogi was not following the protocols did not come to pass because we were able to manage the spread of the pandemic in the state, and because we've always maintained our stance that COVID-19 could be better managed than the PTF and NCDC are currently managing it. There is no common sense in impoverishing the people of Nigeria the more. There is no common sense in procuring vaccines for an ailment that has not killed 1% of those who contracted it. There is no common sense in procuring vaccines for hundreds of billions of naira while our health institutions are in shambles.
And on the question why the Kogi State is at loggerhead with PTF, a body set up by APC-led federal government, where Governor Yahaya Bello is a major stakeholder, this is what he has to say.
We are not in any way at loggerheads with the APC government. More than any other state and more than any other APC government, we believe that the government of Alhaji Yahaya Bello is doing more for Mr. President and speaking up to ensure that the integrity of Mr. President is protected.
During the breakfast show, we spoke to the former chairman of Medical Guild Lagos State on this.
You have to prove people wrong that there is no COVID by testing and have data. And Kogi, since the time we have started from this period to this period, everybody is negative. Do you understand? That is a data. But when you don't have data, you are working like a blind man. If you don't do tests, you are giving face masks, you are saying you have isolation. What is the essence of it? You are deceiving yourself.
The National Incident Manager of the PTF COVID-19 pandemic, Mokhtar Mohammed, also disclosed that states like Yobe, Jigawa, Zamfara, Kebbi, and Kogi have not been reporting at all to ascertain the level of the pandemic in the states.
Well, the fact remains that the pandemic is very much real, and politicization of its existence or allegation of corruption should be discouraged in any shape or form. Away from COVID-19, but still on health-related matter, according to a report, tobacco use is the world's leading cause of preventable death, killing more than 8 million people worldwide and causing more than $1.4 trillion in healthcare expenses and other economic harm each year. Here in Nigeria, Ekiti State precisely, stakeholders had discussion on how to control the intake of tobacco. This report has more.
The team held a special session in Ado-Ekiti in partnership with the government, where they gave statistics showing more than 29,000 dying annually in Nigeria as a result of tobacco smoking. The research also shows that the country's health system is expending 526 billion naira yearly on health problems traced to the habit. They advise smokers on the benefit of quitting the act without delay as to prolong their lives and protect their health.
This work we are presenting, or our research we are presenting this morning, is about the other side of the question, the costs. Because if you understand the costs and we just oppose it vis-a-vis the benefits, we can begin to have that honest conversation about are we taking the right decision in terms of our action? Because it is when you understand comprehensively the cost side and the benefit side that you can effectively actually say, make a better decision. If we are paying as much as this, and in terms of however you look at it, the benefit is below 300 billion. That means we are losing at least nothing less than 200 billion. I mean, by this very, very simplistic estimates. So we are losing a lot as a country from this, and that's why an effective tobacco control strategy is quite crucial for the economy going forward.
The Ekiti State government admits that more needs to be done on its part to put the anti-tobacco law passed 8 years ago into full implementation, while highlighting some challenges at hand.
The challenges we are having now is that the anti-tobacco smoking law is not totally prohibited. There's a section in the law that permits that you can smoke, but not in public places.
Designated area.
Designated area. If this designated area can be removed, there will be no limitation to the enforcement. Mobility, vehicles that we can be that can take us around, our officers around, to apprehend all those people. So definitely, by now, for the past 9 to 10 years, it will have been the thing of the past in Ekiti State.
They also call on the government to exercise commitment and political will in actualizing the campaign.
Well, my take here is that tobacco control must be a priority for governments and communities worldwide, which involves developing, implementing, and enforcing the most effective tobacco control policies aimed at reducing its demand. Still on health, February 4 every year is designated as World Cancer Day to amplify the call for action and awareness of the ailment. As part of activities to mark this year's World Cancer Day, a group known as Giving Tide International has called for personal and concerted efforts in preventing and combating the scourge of cancer. Plus TV Africa's Destiny Momo has more.
Despite the threat that cancer poses to public health in sub-Saharan Africa, few countries in this region have data on cancer incidents, a situation experts decry. Worthy of note is the fact that cancer is a major source of morbidity and mortality globally.
So right now in Nigeria, every year, unfortunately, we have about 200,000 cases of cancer, out of which we have 100,000 new cases, over 100,000 new cases every year. And every day we lose about 200 people to cancer. And then for each day of that day, we lose about 32 women to breast cancer, 28 women to cervical cancer, 16 men to prostate cancer, 14 people to liver cancer, and then different kinds of cancer.
World Cancer Day was first established at the World Cancer Summit Against Cancer for the New Millennium held in Paris on February 4 in the year 2000. And the different kinds of cancers causing pain and death in the life of Africans are breast cancer, ovarian, cervical, prostate, lungs, leukemia, and more. It is very scary to note that cancer is not age-friendly as it affects the very young and old.
It doesn't spare children, it doesn't spare women, it doesn't spare men. It affects every category of person. Globally, 1 in every 3 persons will be diagnosed of cancer in their lifetime. That's WHO statistics. And it's projected that it will get worse. You can also prevent it with vaccines, the vaccine against human papilloma virus. And so people do not need to be dying at the way they're dying from these diseases.
The message here is that each person can be an agent of positive transformation in Nigeria when it comes to cancer if all will stop passing the buck, but make personal commitments to support institutions championing awareness. Destiny Momo for Plus TV Africa.
World Cancer Day 2021 is led by the theme, I Am and I Will, an empowering call for personal commitment that represents the power of our actions taken now to reduce the growing impact of cancer. You're watching Plus Reports. We will bring you more after this break. Thanks for staying with us. And this is on a sad note as 6 persons reportedly died and many injured on Thursday morning in a fire that lasted over 2 hours at Tipe Market in the Gwarinpa area of Abuja. Traders affected have called on government to come to their aid as they have lost their livelihood. Plus TV Africa team visited the scene where victims were seen trying to salvage what was left from the fire. Our correspondent Amadine Uyi reports.
This is what remains of the once busy Gwarinpa Tipa Garage Market, raised by an inferno in the early hours of Thursday, February the 4th. The market, which is located at the heart of the Gwarinpa suburbs in the Federal Capital Territory, is said to have gone up in flames at around 1:25 a.m. on Thursday morning. Its cause is still unknown.
We met the fire around 1 a.m. in the morning, and we couldn't put it out until around 5:30 a.m. in the morning. We lost over 500 shops and goods worth about 1.5 billion naira. We tried to put out the fire but could not. The fire service came as well but couldn't do much. Anybody who says they know the actual cause of the fire is lying. Everyone woke up and met the fire. Even we, who were keeping watch as at the time it happened, do not know the cause of the fire. Everyone is attributing various things as the cause of the fire. Some say it was caused by an electric surge, some say it was the carelessness of someone who was cooking, and some even say it was caused by a lit cigarette that was carelessly disposed. But no one knows the actual cause of the fire.
Awalu Muhammadu is one of the many traders who has lost his business in the fire. He couldn't salvage anything from the shop.
I have 5 shops, and in total they are worth over 5 million naira. We are about 30 persons who raised money together for the 5 shops and couldn't even take out a single thing from any of the shops. We lost everything.
I have 2 shops there. At the selling, I have bought medicine and handset. All of them are not taking one single thing. I'm not taking it.
Out of the over 1,000 persons who own shops in this market, over 900 of them couldn't salvage anything from their shops. Everything got burnt.
I was in the house. My children called me. I should run and come that the whole market is burning. So we ran. Before we could come here, the whole thing has burnt.
Others like Aminu Bala, now helpless, says he has left everything to God.
Nobody can help me anything, now only God. Because all things where I lost inside, now only God cover everything for me. Now God give me, God is collecting it. I know say inshallah, God you will bring it back for me.
Nigerians should please pray for us, as we have suffered a huge loss, and it is only God who can console us.
Some of the traders spoke to Plus TV Africa, calling on government to come to their aid.
The government should please come to our aid because we are in a terrible condition. We have no business, we are many, and many of us are the breadwinners in our families. We need the government now more than ever to help us out of our current predicament.
The government should run to help us because the thing, I think some will bear it, some might not bear it.
The FCT administration has not made any official statement on the fire. Those present on ground say only 1 person lost his life in the incidents. Amadine Uyi, Plus TV Africa.
It's quite unfortunate, and we do sympathize with relatives of the dead and other victims of the fire. Shortly after their retirement, President Buhari surprisingly nominated the nation's ex-service chiefs as non-career ambassadors. While this move has been perceived by many as a reward for loyalty, some believe it's a demonstration of bias rather than competence. Our correspondent Destiny Momo has more.
The role of a non-career ambassador is political. In Nigeria, the president has the right to appoint veterans as non-career ambassadors because of their unique talent or expertise. In this case, President Muhammadu Buhari's nomination of Nigeria's immediate past service chiefs as ambassadors has been perceived in some quarters biased.
People consider them to have been incompetent, and which prompted the wide outcry, wide public outcry and demand for their removal. It seems to me that there is something that these people know, that the president thinks he needs to keep them happy. These are people who, as you know, are subjects of investigation before the International Criminal Court.
If you are compensating them with this, what about other generals that fought with them? What about other officers, colonels, that are also retired right now, that fought with them, that made them to even sit on that seat and dish out orders that were carried out? What about the soldiers that died? What about their families? What are you going to do? How can you be selective in compensation? Compensation has not been properly defined.
Earlier, many Nigerians had called for a rejigging of the nation's security architecture due to the spate of insecurity. If the Senate approves the president's request, the retired service chiefs will now become non-career ambassadors designate. Meanwhile, President Buhari's extension of the tenure of the current Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu, by 3 more months has also been described as a glaring case of favoritism.
I feel it is scam, because how would you say you prolonged the tenure of the IGP, whereas the record is there?
I think it's the right time for him to give someone else a chance, so that we make a fresh start.
By February 1, 2021, retired IGP Adadamu was supposed to have left office. He ought to have honorably left, but we saw him still sitting tight in office, and the president endorses that illegality by extending his tenure contrary to the Police Act that he signed.
In all, the underlying message here is that curbing insecurity and restoring peace to the nation should be the president's priority. Destiny Momo for Plus TV Africa.
Thank you, Destiny Momo, for that report. Well, whatever is the rationale behind the president's move, the justification will only come when these men exhibit excellence and the discharge of their duties upon approval by the Senate. And that's the wrap for today's edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us on Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And just subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. I'm Jacinta Obiuku. Thanks for watching.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Story. Once upon a time, there was a very young, agile, vivacious, spunky, unconventional Pikin you have all come to know and love as Brother Derele, Shewere, and all of the above. But you see, getting to this very point in time has been a story of hurdles. I have crossed so many hurdles. I've broken down ceilings. I've crashed barriers. I've scaled mountains, figuratively speaking, because you know what? For every single door that was shut on my face, you know what? I found another door. For every time I was put in a box, I jumped right out of that box. I am still in an industry where I have to constantly prove myself. Not the fact that I have to prove myself to myself, but I have to prove myself every time how resilient I can be and how much of an identity and strong force that I must be. So you know what? This is my celebrity story. My story is like $1 million question rolled into one.
My story for today, which hopefully will inspire you, is that when I was 17, my mom died. And at the time, my mom was the only one that had been encouraging me as far as acting was concerned. My dad was not for it at all. And on her deathbed, she told my father, let this girl do what she wants to do. Unfortunately, he was still against it. And I went to theatre school, much to his disdain. But the thing is, even though I went through a lot of stuff because he refused to sponsor me because I was doing what he didn't want me to do, I endeavored, I worked, I had many jobs. I used to do all kinds of stuff. I used to braid hair. There's a lot of stuff I do people don't know about just to make ends meet. Some days it would be between transport and food and all kinds of things. But I endeavored, I worked hard, I stuck to what I wanted to do, and finally I am here. And as far as I'm concerned, I've only just begun. But I am here, and I'm going to keep on pushing on until that Oscar sits on top of my table. So, no matter what it is that you want to do, so far it's a good thing. Don't let anyone discourage you. There will always be a way around it if you just put your head down and put in the work.
What's up, everybody? They call me Road Boy. Now, let me share a brief and a small story for you guys, okay? I used to be a young boy who never had this experience of having parents coming to pick you in school or taking you to school. Those kind of things that if you woke up in the morning as early as 6, you dress up everything by 6:30, it will take you like 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to my school. I never had that experience of waiting for a driver to come and pick me in school. That kind of lifestyle whereby even your parents will prepare breakfast for you or lunch for you to take in school. It was all about survivors, okay? But today, I want to tell you guys something. Maybe my parents took it that way for me because they never had, but I promised myself when I was young, if I ever made money, my children are not going to go through that. I'll provide everything for my kids, transportation, security, whatever, okay? So let me tell you, so whatever you're going through in life today, make sure you keep your head up because whatever you're experiencing, it will give you that power, that strength not to allow your kids to go through that. Road Boy says so. Bless her.
Before Jennifer's Diary, I would go for, to be honest, I did not think I was going to be an actor. I just thought I was going to sing. How I got into acting, one particular day, I went to church for rehearsals, choir rehearsal, and then I got there early. My friend called that she had written my name in some audition. I was like, audition, ads free, me? I know they do. So she was like, come through, they're waiting. So because rehearsals had not started and the place wasn't so far from where I was, so I was like, okay, I'll just go and see what's up. Thereafter, I started going for auditions. Some people will say really nasty stuff to you. Instead of them to just say, no, go. They will yab you. They will make you not believe in yourself. You just feel like giving up. So I just chilled. And then one particular time, I got a BC. That was in days of BlackBerry. My friend sent me an audition BC. It was for Jennifer's Diary. So I said, guy, I know they go. All these things, they don't already get people where they want to put there. So I'm not going to go. So I was like, go. My mom told me to go. My dad told me to go, the amazing man, and my friend. So I didn't even know what to wear. So I was discouraged, like, nah, I'm not going to go. But my friend, thankfully, she works for Genevieve at the time. By the way, I love. I cannot explain the love I have for Genevieve. The place was crowded and I don't like crowd. So I went to hide in the restroom as always. That's what I always do. So I was there till like 8 p.m. For real. I called my mom. Mom, I'm leaving. She said, no, too bad it's audition. So I stayed there. 9 p.m. I auditioned. In my head, I was like, there's no way they wouldn't have found people they need. Couple of weeks after, they called me for the second audition. We did a third audition. We did the final reading. We're quite a number of people reading for Toyosi. At the end of the day, as God would have it, I got the role for Jennifer's Diary to play Toyosi. I did not have any idea that the character was going to have so much continuity. I don't even know. I didn't know that I was going to be in several seasons. So, yeah, and that's how I found myself in Jennifer's Diary series.
If women do better, economies do better. Those are the words of the former head of the International Monetary Fund, Christine Lagarde. According to the IMF, Africa's large economies like Ethiopia, Morocco, and Nigeria could add a whopping 35% to their economies by bringing more women into the workplace. But what happens when they do enter the workplace? Are they safe? Do they prosper? Do they do better? Think sexual harassment, fighting for promotion, for equal pay, for maternity leave, and the list goes on. If you're a woman, you've probably been there. Today, we want to look at the challenges women face while in the workplace. Hello, welcome to Our Voices. I'm Orion Itangishaka. Here with me is my co-host, Haiti Adams Fitzpatrick, Ayan Bior, and also joining us on our discussion today at the table is Kehinde Ajayi, lead of the World Bank's Gender Innovation Lab Youth Employment Research. Welcome, Kehinde.
Welcome. Welcome.
Thank
to the
you.
show. Thank you.
And joining us via Skype from the Ugandan capital, Kampala, is Rita Akutwasa. She's the director of IST, Institute for Social Transformation, who I met while on travel in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Hi, Rita.
Hi.
Thank you for being with us. I recently had a chance to travel to Kampala, Uganda, and talk with market women entrepreneurs in Kalere who are striving to grow their businesses beyond the market. They enlisted help from an NGO called IST, Institute for Social Transformation, to address some of their frustration about their work environment with the city of Kampala. Let's take a look. We're here at Kalere Market, Kampala, Uganda, where many women in this market are asking for their conditions to change. The conditions of sexual harassment, sanitary situation, childcare situation, that they need change. They met with the authorities of the city of Kampala, as well as the UN Office of Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women in a town hall meeting and demanded for better work environment and conditions. Women are routinely sexually and physically assaulted while at work in the market. Josephine Mukisa describes the circumstances of sexual harassment against early morning small business entrepreneurs who have to be in the market as early as 4 a.m. to sell or trade with wholesale vendors from other markets.
The challenge we have with coming very early is that at times we come across hoodlums who often rape women. Others simply insult and sexually harass women with so much obscene words. They touch and grope you. Your customers could be right in front of you. They would still grope your breast and your butt aggressively. When you tell them to stop it, they get irritated and start shouting horrible insults at you, even in front of your own kids. It's so humiliating.
Betty Mwanzi's main concern is for women small business entrepreneurs like herself who do not have access to designated women-only bathrooms.
The toilet we have, it is mixed men and women. So as we go there, you found that women, we have nowhere to put our pads. You don't find there gel cans to wash our, as you know. But my request to KCC is, if it is possible, in their programs they have, they can build for us a toilet, a good toilet, whereby the toilet is separated for men and women.
Namatovulo Kadia sells cassava in Kalere Market. She says the most pressing issue as a vendor is childcare, as the market's authority have begun enforcing an old market regulation that forbids parents from bringing their children to work in the market.
We are requesting Kampala Capital City Authority to design an area in the market where we can keep our children while we're working. We cannot leave them at home alone, so the city authorities should help us in finding a place where they can care for until it's time to return home.
IST, Institute for Social Transformation's representative, says women have taken an important first step in coming together to demand action.
I would start by answering that question to ask how important is the G7 coming together? How is important is COMESA coming together? How important would the European Union be coming together? So it's a whole question about collective organizing, collective voice, being able to identify yourselves as one and be able to fight issues that affect you on a common ground.
Leocadia, however, is not very hopeful for the future.
If Kampala Capital City Authority and other authorities implement what we have discussed, then we have hope for change. But if the ideas are just left on paper and not included in their programming, then our hopes will just fade.
So Rita, while there, it was my impression that the leadership, whether it be the city or the commission of the market, weren't sensitive to the issues of women. Why was that so?
I think, of course, it comes from the issue of priorities. And when you look at, especially in Uganda, the priorities, you always find that issues that affect women come last on the list, if actually not missing totally on the list. Because when you look at the management of the city, for instance, they well understand that everyone in the city does shopping from the various markets. Of course, you visited one of them. But they are very precarious conditions in which these women work in. And worst not to say that those conditions even affect the hygiene and the health of the foods that we all purchase from there. But of course, to the city, it's not number one on their priority. That's why you find that the women will work in some spaces where there are no toilet facilities, that they will have no daycare centers where their children can be able to rest or learn when the businesses are going on. And also to say that most of them are working under the scorching sun and the rain, that when it rains, they just want to work under such conditions that are not very favorable to their health, but also for them to attract the clients that they need so badly to be able to sell.
In the Ugandan case, it sounds like it isn't the priority. But, you know, as you've heard in the story, there are sexual harassment issues and not being able to have what to take their children. I mean, men have mothers, daughters, sisters. Why aren't they sensitive in your view?
Orion, for me, this seems like an issue that goes just beyond that marketplace. It's really, these are universal issues, I think, that women struggle with, whether this is in the informal sector or in the private sector. You know, I think we need to look at how to gender-proof, I really love this term, how to gender-proof our work environments, because we're bringing women into a workspace that isn't really designed with them in mind. Traditionally, these were just spaces for men. So we really need to think about how do we meet women's needs, because if organizations are going to want to attract women and also retain them, they're really going to have to show that they are committed to changing the work environment, changing the work culture. And I really hope we can start hearing more, and I think this is already happening, but hearing civil society, in the media, you know, in legislation, and politicians all start to hold organizations accountable on that score.
What is your view, Ayan?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely right, Haiti. I think that change will come, not only when women enter the workforce, but when we are in positions of power. Because, one, I do think that we are stronger in numbers, but I do think that having women in high positions of power, whether it be, you know, in Kampala and government or even in the marketplace, I think that these women can be in positions where they are advocating for a sexual harassment policy, or they are advocating for pump stations for women who need to pump breast milk. But I think that only happens when you have women in those places, because men are not. When you have the numbers, absolutely.
Yeah, let me bring it back to Kehinde. In your view, in some of the research you've done, you know, in segregation in the employment sector, what are some of the things you think are the issues?
So some of the recent work we've done, we have a recent report that's come out that's addressing this fact that even though women, especially across Africa, are a large part of the labor force, they still have lower levels of earnings, both in formal jobs and in the private sector jobs and informal jobs. And one of the big core areas that we outline is the fact that there are contextual factors that matter. So the legal environment, whether there are laws that determine how property rights are allocated, whether women have access to land, whether they have access to different assets, what the rules are about things like employee-mandated provision of childcare. So there are a lot of countries in other parts across the world where there are laws requiring employers to provide childcare. Another issue in terms of contextual factors is things like social norms, whether there are norms in the society that women should do certain types of work, that certain types of spaces are the spaces that women should be in, what the rights are for women in terms of addressing gender-based violence and having protections in that. And so there is a lot of work showing that those are some things that could improve.
So it sounds like there is an issue with gender roles that are still very intrinsic in how people behave even in the workplace, and allowing women to just be women, it seems like it's still being challenged by the roles.
Absolutely. And we were talking earlier, I said that this is why we also need men to enter female-dominated workforces like nursing or, childcare.
Yes, one of the big constraints women face in the workforce is having constraints on their time. So in a lot of contexts across Africa, women are the primary caregivers. And so one of the big constraints to them engaging more in work is the fact that they have these commitments. And so different types of interventions to encourage men to take on a greater role in terms of childcare and other domestic duties is one approach that could be found to reduce the constraints that women face and allow them to engage more in employment and to have
I agree with you on that, because it's like charity, right? It begins at home. You know, when we have men also playing that role, I see men also then coming forward and fighting for paternity rights. More paternity leave. But I want to ask you something very, very quickly about the treatment of women by other women, because sometimes having other women that can help, but I've also seen and experienced incidents where women have been really sometimes the culprits of holding other women back. How does one begin or even start to fix that issue? Because it's not a conversation we as women are very excited to have, but it's there, it exists, and I'm sure many of us have experienced it too.
Correct. Perhaps in the market leadership, there's probably a woman who's supposed to be advocating for her friends and aren't.
Yeah, I think this comes back to the fact that women are a large part of the labor force, but have different social networks, tend to have different social networks than men do. And that, again, provides, in some situations, a constraint to women in terms of accessing the type of support that they need to really excel or succeed in the workplace.
Well, what challenges do you see women face in the workplace, and what are some of the solutions? Join the conversation on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Our handle is @VOA Our Voices, and we're also on WhatsApp. The number is on your screen. We'd like to thank our guest, Rita Akutwasa, the director of IST, Institute for Social Transformation in Uganda. She joined us from Skype from Kampala, and of course, Kahinde Ajayi, the lead of the World Bank's Gender Innovation Lab Youth Employment Research, for joining us today. After the break, we'll switch gears a little bit to take a look at the wage gap for women and if it can be closed. We'll be right back.
Our Voices is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
You're with Our Voices. Welcome back. The World Economic Forum estimates that the global gender gap will take 108 years to close, and the gender pay gap will take even longer, 202 years. In the next part of our discussion on women in the workplace, we shift the gears a bit and ask, what is driving this wage gap, and how does unequal pay in the workplace affect women on the continent? And I'd like to welcome Helen Fisahai. She's the CEO of F3 Global, based here in Washington. She works with women entrepreneurs across Africa and in the diaspora to help improve their capacity and give them access to trainings and networking opportunities. Helen, welcome back to Our Voices.
So good to have you back.
Nice to see you again.
Ladies, it's going to take 202
This
years.
is 2 lifetimes.
I mean, it feels great to know that your great-great-great-granddaughter might have a chance at equal pay for equal
Well, we better
work.
start
I mean,
now.
We're so much closer now. I mean, I don't even know what we're supposed
But
to do.
why is it
about
going to take that long? I mean, I guess we can talk about it.
It's amazing. Helen, why do you think we still have a pay gap at this moment?
I feel like the simple answer, honestly, is that the world and men that control the world really don't see us as equals, clearly. Because if they did and they saw the multiplying effect of having a woman earn as much as you, who contributes ×2 as you, then you would recognize that it actually puts more money in your pocket, actually, by paying the woman next to you a little bit more.
And I couldn't agree with you more. It is about the power dynamics in the workforce, and the people who hold the power traditionally have not been people who look like us. And I think that they are afraid of losing that power to women who look like us. And that's what we're really fighting against. It's these power dynamics that are against us.
It's a lack mentality. Like, you think by giving her more, that you're going to lack something.
But it's not even more, it's the same. Equal
Exactly.
pay. Equal pay.
That's more, right?
That's true. And the logic behind it all just always blows my mind that there is no logic behind it. Because for me, it's very simple. I always look around me wherever I've worked in my life. I've looked around and I have asked myself, what are the men doing right now that I cannot do? What am I doing that they cannot do? And, is there anything that they do better than I do? And if the answer is no on all of that, why on earth am I being paid less? So that's always been, even when I was younger, I wasn't as outspoken about it as I became later in my life. But we've got to push for this harder every single time, especially because it doesn't make sense.
And I think that we also have to know our worth, which is something that I think a lot of women really struggle with.
I totally agree. I find that when I have male clients, even if they're startup businesses, they're so confident in their business and they're so like, yes, I deserve to get paid $250 an hour. I'm like, really? You just started. Right? But when I find a woman who has 10 times more of the experience of that same man will say, oh, well, is that too high? Well, she constantly asks for affirmations and confirmation that, she's charging too much. Right? And I think it starts as kids.
We really look at this logically, because even what I said earlier, I'm looking at my contemporaries, people who are doing the same work that I'm not saying I should earn as much as the CEO, but someone who is doing what I'm doing. And I think women are practical that way.
Yes, exactly. And Helen, maybe in the trainings that you've been giving these women on the continent, what are some of the tricks in the books that you teach them?
One interesting training we did was in Ethiopia, and it was focused around marketing yourself, but we talked about a shame culture, right? So in those cultures, and I'm from Eritrea, so we have the similar culture. It's a shame culture where a girl does not walk around saying, I'm the best, look at me, pay me for what I deserve. It's almost like you have to be recognized. And so we got to get out of that as women and say, like, I worked hard, I have the same education, I earned this, so this is the value. And this is what you need to pay me.
Right.
And not make excuses or not ask for anything else.
Hey, and you spoke to someone in Ghana also.
Well, yeah, and it really goes to what you were saying, Helen, about culture. I'm from South Africa, and I don't know how it is in the countries you guys are from, but we don't really talk about how much we earn. It's just not, it's taboo. And of course, organizations like that it's taboo because, nobody knows how much the other earns. And so I just traveled to Ghana recently, and I spoke to a very interesting woman, Lilipal Baba Otu, and she's the CEO and founder of an organization called Bridge for Equity Ghana. And we talked about, equality. We talked about equity when it comes to pay. She mentioned something very interesting about how when a woman gets married, that just changes the dynamics of what you find out, what you ask around the pay gap. And just take a listen.
Gender pay gap in Ghana happens because of how they perceive a woman to be, especially when she's married. Let's say you're in the same position with a guy, they will think he has more responsibilities when it comes to money, and so they, tend to pay him a little bit more than you are, but you're doing the same job. It's hard to know how much your male counterparts are being paid, but when you compare to your friends or your spouse, you can tell that you're being cheated.
And this is so fascinating to me, because Lily Pearl also said organizations are going to have to come to terms with the fact that women are becoming the breadwinners. So you shouldn't just assume that a woman in the workplace is necessarily because she's married, she's being taken care of by a man. Those dynamics are changing, and everybody just better get with the program.
And something else that I think needs to change is I think that women need to be more comfortable negotiating their salaries. And I wanted to ask you about that, because I've read in a lot of places that women just don't negotiate for their salaries. Have you heard of this? And what's your advice to women who might be trying to negotiate for their salaries?
No, I agree. A lot of women don't negotiate. I have friends, I have clients who don't even negotiate the terms of the contract because they're a little bit scared, right? They feel like maybe they're grateful for whatever the situation may be. But again, it goes back to knowing your value and knowing the value of the work that you're producing. And then stick to that.
But are the leadership, the bosses also at least sensitive to women in the workplace?
I would love to say that they are, but I don't think so.
And remind them. If you're able to pull up your work and show what you have done, I think it's a great refresher.
They come back to you though, right? And teach them. I try to teach people lessons, right? So if you don't hire me the first time and you go and hire someone who is my male counterpart who's going to charge you 10 times more but deliver less, you're going to come back to me because you know my value.
And then you charge more.
Then I charge you more.
That is so interesting. We'll have to stop it right there, ladies. I'd like to thank Helen Fisahai for joining us once again. It's been a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you, Helen. Great to have you with us.
Helen Fisahai is the Principal Chief Strategist of F3 Global LLC.
Well, after the break, we'll introduce you to our woman to watch. She'll share her personal story of harassment in the workplace. That experience ultimately forced her to quit her job and motivated her to start a nonprofit that now advocates for women in her native country, Mali. We'll be back in a moment.
Welcome back to Our Voices. It's time for a Women to Watch segment. Everyday African women on the continent and in the diaspora are doing extraordinary things. And today we highlight the contribution of our VOA colleague from the Bambara French to Africa Service, Kadiatou Traoré. She's the founder of the Association for Solidarity, Aid and Action in Mali. Welcome, Kadiatou.
Wow. Good to have you.
Welcome.
We're so happy to have you.
Thank you for having me, and I'm so honored to be part of your beautiful team.
Thank you so much.
Like I talk every time, my voice is our voice.
Yes. Now you're part of our voice.
Finally,
you're part of our voice.
Yeah, finally, I'm here and with you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Inset? Yes,
Okay,
for
thanks.
sure. Well, we're going to get right into it, Kadiatou. What drove you to start the nonprofit that you started in Mali?
Well, in Mali, I work as a prominent government staff members. So I faced the worst time in my career when the new boss, solicited me a sexual favors. It was very, very complicated situation for me. And he made my job a living hell when I did not give in to his advances. So I thought this situation will be, very, very
a safe
worse.
place.
Exactly, because in our society, it's very, very complicated to say that a man could, put up the woman and in this kind of situation. So, but when I refuse his advances, I refuse his advances, they put at me to the resignation. So, I lost my well-paying positions, and so I decided to go forward to the job, but and
moved on to
decided
better things.
launch an organization, like a non-profit organization, to help other women who were going to these issues, and also, I would like my voice to be heard.
Kadiatou, I really have a lot of respect for your generation because you guys really laid the groundwork for young women like me. We come into the workforce now and we know what our rights are.
Right.
It's in large part because of the work that you have done to fight for your own rights in the workplace. And I wonder, looking back at really your career, when you look at the workforce now, do you think that we are where we're supposed to be, or is there more work to do?
Oh, yes, of course, because I was talk to myself and said it should be started by something, The women do not react to that kind of situation when it's happening. But I said to myself that I took that decision to myself and said, and maybe I'm gonna get some voices added to mine, and fighting against that issues.
Speaking of that, did you get any support from either family, community, or anywhere else?
A very few support.
Did people fight you back?
A very few support. Friend of mine told me, you have not to do that. I say, why? When I said why, I asked why, she said, you know what I'm talking about it. You know where you're from. You have not to do that kind of, create that kind of a situation, because it could be another, create another problem to you, to yourself, and to your family also. But I see.
Well, Kadiatou,
that was a big frustration for me, and I decided, to express my frustration and to just tell to people, we have a right. We are women, and we have a right in the society.
Thank you so much, Kadiatou, for sharing your story with us.
Well, Kadiatou, because you used your voice, I'm sure you have emboldened a generation of women to use their voice as well. And we also want you to use your voice. Who do you think deserves a shout out? Use the hashtag #VOAOurVoices and tell us who you think is a woman to watch in the fight for a better workplace for women and closing the wage gap. Also, be sure to watch Our Voices on the VOA website, where you can find the world's top news stories.
And we leave you with a quote from American journalist and the niece of the late U.S. President John F. Kennedy, who signed the Equal Pay Act into law in 1963. Maria Shriver used her voice to say, when we pay women less than men, we're telling women their work isn't as valuable. We're all equally valuable, and we should be paid equally.
And that's our final word for this week. I'd like to say thank you to our guest, Kehinde Kenny Ajayi of the World Bank's Gender Innovation Lab Youth Employment Research, Rita Akutwasa, Director of IST, Institute for Social Transformation, and last but not least, Helen Fisahai, CEO of F3 Global LLC, and also Kadiatou Traore. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, and I really appreciate it.
Yes. On behalf of the Voice of America, along with my colleagues, thanks for tuning in to this week's Our Voices. I'm Orion Itangishaka. Good day.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Even if INEC opens their portal today for continuous registration, we would rather complain than go to register.
Yeah. If we go and know, are we going to change Africa? Because what did they do to make our lives better since then?
Will inspire you.
Inspire us to be like who? Like our Lord.
Inspire you to know that once upon a time,
Thanks for joining us on Plus News Update. I am Annetta Felix. Nigerian soldiers on Friday repelled an attack by insurgents on Dikwa, a local government in Borno State. The attack started late Friday evening and lasted for over 3 hours, forcing residents to seek refuge in a bush. Eyewitnesses say a large group of gunmen believed to be ISWAP members invaded the community armed with gun trucks. The attack comes 4 days after another attack on a military base in Mate, a local remote border community located 40 kilometers north of Dikwa. At least 7 soldiers were reportedly killed in that attack. Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, says the federal government will not pay ransom to secure the release of the abducted students and members and staff of Government Science College, Kagara. There have been unconfirmed reports circulating on social media that the government had paid a huge amount of money to secure the release of the Kagara abductees. Niger State Governor Abubakar Bello ordered the immediate closure of all boarding schools in the bandit-ravaged areas on Wednesday after the attack in Kagara. The Senate had also asked the President, Muhammadu Buhari, to declare a state of emergency on security without further delay. The Clean Foundation has expressed satisfaction over the level of success achieved towards domesticating the Administration of Criminal Justice Act as a law across all states in the country. The executive director of the foundation, Benson Olubu, who stated this at the sidelines of its 2-day workshop to assess the implementation and compliance of ACJA in Nigeria, explains that although almost all states in the country had domesticated the act, compliance remains a major challenge. He, however, called for a collaboration between both state and non-state actors to ensure that the provisions of the law are respected and complied with.
The whole idea is actually for us to have a working criminal justice system for Nigerians. The Constitution provides that you are innocent until proven guilty by a court of competent jurisdiction. So issues of bringing people out and parading them as suspects, nobody comes to reparate them and say either they've been set free or they've been found guilty. So there's always that stigma when you parade somebody or put somebody's face on the newspaper and all those things. So what we want is that the provisions of the law should be respected, the provisions of the Constitution, which is our ground norm, should be respected, and the minimum threshold that the Constitution says should apply to citizens of Nigeria should be upheld.
In terms of satisfaction with the different agencies, that the police came off very low comparatively with the others. So we found that a lot needs to be done on the police to get the police up to speed, with in terms of compliance with the provisions of the law and things like that. So yes, there's been progress, but we also believe that more work needs to be done, especially also in terms of reducing corruption in the sector, and then also improving on funding, making more facilities available for the agencies to use and become more efficient and effective.
With this app, we have been able to compress all of this law into a kind of pocket, app that anybody on the street of Lagos, anybody that have any interaction with any of the criminal justice actor, they can actually engage with it. This will also help the Nigerian police force and any other law enforcement agency for them to be able to know what the law says in relation to Administration of Criminal Justice Act.
New details have emerged about the case against Instagram influencer Ramon Abbas, formerly referred to as Hush Puppy. According to the United States of America's Department of Justice, Hush Puppy laundered money for North Korean hackers. The revelation was made known when federal prosecutors in Los Angeles unsealed a case against one Galib Alumari, age 37, of Ontario, Canada, for his role as a money launderer for the North Korean conspiracy. Among other schemes, Alumari agreed to plead guilty to conspiracy to engage in money laundering, a charge contained in criminal information filed in the United States District Court in Los Angeles on November 17, 2020. The new acting chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Abdulrasheed Bawa, has been promoted to the rank of Chief Detective Superintendent ahead of his Senate screening. The move comes amid a lawsuit challenging Bawa's qualification for the job of EFCC chairman. Bawa was on grade level 13 and a Deputy Chief Detective Superintendent, and with the new promotion, Bawa is now qualified to take on the new job. Recall that President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Bawa on February 16, 2021 as EFCC chairman. Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, says the day will set aside a day to celebrate the life and achievement of the first civilian governor of the state, Lateef Jakande, who passed away on the 11th of February 2021. The governor made this commitment at the 8th day Fidel prayer in honor of the former governor. Plus TV Africa's correspondent Destiny Momo has the details.
Number 2 Bishop Streets in Ilupeju area of Lagos, the home of first governor of Lagos State, played host to loyalists and family members, including dignitaries from different walks of lives. Host Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu with the national leader of APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, Governor Fayemi of Ekiti State, former Governor of Ogun State, Olusegun Oshoba, and a host of others graced the occasion, paying glowing tributes to Lateef Jakande. Governor Sanwo-Olu says the 8th day prayer is of utmost importance and that a special day will be set aside in Lagos to celebrate the great legend because of his huge sacrifices done in the city of excellence.
Lagos State will indeed use it to celebrate this man and will be able to put in proper perspective what he has done for us that all of us are talking about today. And for all of us that are humbly in this position today, that we will not overuse it.
School classes, with one single one, without failing. Only one. He converted so many hospitals. He is the most progressive individual that you ever have. But when the crisis of military intervention and any other issues arise, we said we want that country. But He said he's no longer interested in becoming a president.
His first son says he will miss his late father's endless prayers and simple lifestyle.
His fatherly love and his prayers, his regular prayers. He prays for us every day. Anytime he sees you, that's the first thing he does. Prays and asks after our welfare.
Other dignitaries in attendance appreciate the first civilian governor with clear reference to his achievements.
It is not about wealth. It is indeed about the lives that you have been able to impact very positively. And if we have to keep count, in fact, Alhaji Abdul-Lateef Kayode Jakande has impacted a legion of lives.
Jakande's name is imperishable. He has already become the signpost upon which all governors of this country will be assessed. So for that reason, the man cannot die. He lives in the hearts of the people forever.
The late legend died in his sleep after breakfast on Thursday, February 11th at the age of 91. He was buried the following day at the Vaults and Gardens Private Cemetery, Ikoyi, Lagos. He'll be remembered for his countless legacies that has shaped the Lagos of today. Destiny Mama for Plus TV Africa.
And in other parts of Africa, several million children are at risk in regions in DR Congo that have been destabilized by armed groups. The United Nations Children's Agency, UNICEF, said this on Friday. According to UN figures, 5.2 million people in the DRC have been forced from their homes because of conflict. That's more than in any country except Syria. Of these, half have been displaced in the past 12 months. It added that displaced families live in crowded settlements that lack safe water, healthcare, and other basic services. UNICEF has so far received only 11% of the $384.4 million it is seeking for humanitarian operations in the DRC in 2021. Outside Africa, Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny lost his appeal on Saturday against what he said was a politically motivated decision to jail him for nearly 3 years, but had his prison term slightly shortened. Navalny, President Vladimir Putin's most prominent critic, was jailed earlier this month for parole violations that he said were trumped up. Western countries have condemned the case and are discussing possible sanctions on Russia. A Moscow court swiftly rejected his appeal while shortening his original jail term by 6 weeks. The original term was 3 years and 5 months, but with the amount of time he had already spent under house arrest taken into account, it amounted to around 2 years and 8 months. His lawyer said on Saturday he would now spend a little over 2 years and 5 months behind bars. At least 2 people have been killed during fresh protests in Myanmar against a military coup. Hundreds had gathered for a rally and several were injured, reportedly by live fire and rubber bullets from police officers. Myanmar has seen weeks of protest following the coup which overthrew Aung San Suu Kyi's elected government. Protesters are demanding that she be released, along with other members of her National League for Democracy Party, NLD. Kyi is under house arrest, accused of possessing illegal walkie-talkies, violating the country's natural disaster law, and rigging the election, although the military has brought forth no evidence. And in business, Nigerian equities shared 130.17 billion naira this week as the liquidity crisis in the market aggravated, setting in motion a 43% fall in turnover. Yet a positive breath was posted as 39 gainers emerged against 33 losers. The all-share index and market capitalization respectively fell by 0.63% and 0.61%. Trade volume of 1.541 billion shares worth 18.23 billion naira was recorded in 22,752 deals. The financial services sector led the activity chart with 1.099 billion shares worth 11.110 billion naira traded in 12,544 deals. And that's Plus News Update. Thanks for watching and bye for now.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
First of all, symptoms of COVID-19 in children are very clear. You talk about fever. Most of the times it could be low-grade fever, oftentimes continuous high-grade fever that is not relapsing with your regular paracetamols and your tepid sponging. One of the other symptoms, aside the respiratory symptoms that you have to look out for, is the stooling and vomiting. It's been seen to have very strong effect on stooling and vomiting in recent times among children. And when you do a culture for that, you don't see anything. There are no bacterial infections associated with it. So then, of course, the baseline is your respiratory findings, which you can have the regular cough, nasal discharge a few times, but dry cough more often in children. You want to watch out for temperature changes. You want to watch out for, loss of appetite and some catarrh for a long time, what we know as nasal discharge. Then you have to teach and model hygiene, all right? A good hygiene practice, using the hand sanitizer, washing your hand regularly, in fact, should be the stated one. And in cases of no water, you can teach them for hand sanitizers, especially those more than 60% alcohol. And then they don't necessarily have to use the face mask often, but you must teach the intake of good clean water. And then more importantly is diet. You cannot just give any food now. You have to pay attention to vegetables, greens especially. You have to have a high protein diet and high calorie diet. For example, fat and oil is important for a child to improve their metabolic state, for protein to improve their growth rate, and more importantly, fruits to improve minerals and vitamins. And so you're not doing substitute of fruits, you're doing the real fruits, the vegetables, and things like pear, cashew nut, watermelon, cucumber. Very important for them right now. Pawpaw has been seen to be very effective, especially for vitamin E, and it contains the tocopherols, vitamin E and Co, which is very important for their immunity. So you're focusing on building their immunity, and you're focusing on them having a good diet. So a summary of what parents should do in preventing COVID-19 amongst your children is: 1, teaching and modeling good health or hygiene practices. You don't just teach it, let them watch you and let them be conversant with it. Secondly, you must monitor their health. Don't take anything for granted. Once you notice fever for more than 24 hours, you want to report to the hospital and be sure that that fever is not stepping its bound. The third and very important thing, you want to see that this child is eating appropriately, and appropriately not giving junks. You want to see that they're eating the right protein, high protein diet, a good calorie, which is fat and oil, and lastly, vegetables, of course, fruits and vegetables, so that they can build their immunity. Don't necessarily do fruit substitute. Some people want to do multivitamin. Those are placebos. They're good, but it cannot take the place of the right diet pattern, greens and vegetables.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? It's Dice Ills, aka Mr. Miyagi, and we're just gonna give a few words to every up-and-coming artist or every dream chaser out there trying to be successful. I started off with just a dream and an undying passion to become Dice. Back in the day, a lot of people told me it wouldn't happen. A lot of people told me my dreams were too big. But one thing that I never stopped doing is I never stopped believing, and I never stopped having passion. And that's what you need to do as well. And when you ever hit success, never forget where you're coming from, because that's the only way that you can stay grounded. So believe in yourself, stay prayerful, and be passionate. One love. Bless.
Truth is, I've always wanted to be an actor in a terrain where people thought, oh, you may not fit in, this may not be the thing for you. I've always been desirous of being an actor, and one of my biggest people mentors, or who I look up to, or the character I want to play, is even playing James Bond sometimes. But it's been a long journey for me. I didn't get here. Last year, 2019, I won Best Actor 2019 for Maya Awards, and I didn't get there all in one day. I've done a lot of things. I've worked in the bank. I worked in the bank for 9 years. I've done real estate. I've sold cars. I've sold lands. I've gone through the highs and lows. And initially, when I told people that I was leaving, I've been doing acting all my life. But when I told people I was going to leave and go full stream and full line into acting, people told me, don't go for this. I don't think that's what you should do. Maybe this is not for you. And it was a tough call to make. It was a tough decision to make, but I eventually decided that I was going to go for it. And I went from audition to audition to audition to audition to audition to audition till I got my first major job, and that led to my second, third, fourth, fifth. And I decided to go and upskill myself and go to film school, in the US. And I came back and I got a fantastic opening, a cinema movie where I played leading man with Omotola Jolade called The Tribunal. So it's been a very, very long journey. But one thing I can say is that whatever path you choose in life, As long as your heart is there, stick with it.
18 years down the lane, I'm still doing my thing as a stand-up comedian and also a master of ceremony. I've been through the vicissitudes of life. It was not like this before. I remember those years when when I was still in Warri, when I would go from show to show, looking for a platform to express myself. Thank God for helps around me, but it wasn't easy because I had to convince people that, oh, hey, try me out, I'm funny and all that. I had to trek many times. Even when I moved to Lagos, oh God, I trekked all kinds of distance just to attend shows, just to maximize the opportunities I had. It wasn't funny. I had to squat with squatters. I lived with people that were living with people. It was that bad, but hey, all our stories now. I'm here, and I'm not where I want to be, but I'm not where I used to be. So don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your dreams. As long as you believe you can do it, yeah, in spite of the pitfalls, of the shortcomings, still move on. Stand up, dust yourself off the feet, off the ground, and move on. All right. There are more to conquer than you have conquered.
There was once upon a time in my life when I was doing this MC work and all these things, hosting gigs, and I did an event. I won't say the name of the organization, but you know, when they say, oh, we'll give you honorarium, I'm like, yeah, okay, great. And it's not a small organization. And when they finished, I got 25K. So I used the money with the love of God, fueled the car, and then kept the change to buy granules, sauce, and get the egg on the road. When it's your time, it's your time. Don't rush it, don't force it. What's yours is yours. What's meant to be yours will be yours. Nobody can take it away from you because you are you in yourself. Know your creator. And that way, you know that your creator did not create a joke. So therefore, just believe in yourself and your time will come. I love you guys. Thank you.
When I was younger, I had just lost my father. And it was at the time when, you know, we had that television that you open and close like cupboard. Okay, I know that a very high number of people may not understand this. And I came back. Our TV was not there, but our neighbor had bought a new kind of TV. It was colored, and all the kids in the neighborhood were sitting on the floor watching this TV. And then I came back from lesson, saw everyone sitting down there. It looked a bit different from us, and the pictures looked finer because it was colored. And I stood by the curtain, and this lady just pulled the curtains together and shut me out. I felt bad. But I was also a big-mouthed young child. So I went to her and I said, because of me, you pulled the curtains together, right? The next time you look at that your TV, you will see me there. It was a joke. I mean, like, okay, it wasn't a joke, but I didn't know how it was going to happen. But I just wanted to tell her that she had no right to shut me out. And I went to school and I got this, the principal came in and said, Commissioner K is looking for you. You're going to open up ROS TV. And guess what? When she put on her TV at 4 p.m., 2 months after, I was a continuity announcer who opened up that station. So don't be afraid and don't worry about how anyone looks at you right now. Worry more about how you see you. Worry more about what you intend to do with you. Worry more about how convinced you are about anything that you want to do. It doesn't matter. People can close their windows, close their doors, tell you to get out, tell you to sit down, tell you to go to bed. It's okay. They are not God. He has a final say. But guess what? You have the final work. Because if you don't work and work towards it, God is just going to stand there waiting. It is what you give to him that he will enhance. I hope this does somebody some good. We're all stars, I tell you. When you look up, you see a lot of them. I'm sure you're up there and shining, okay? So please, put some glow to your own star. Love ya!
Hello and welcome to your favorite social diary show. This is Plus Events on Plus TV Africa. This week's episode is quite an emotional one, and it's mostly a celebration of life. First is the funeral service of Reverend Adeleke Kayode Adefokpe.
Reverend Adeleke Kayode Adefokpe was laid to rest on Tuesday, February 16, 2021. He is survived by his wife, siblings, and children. A service of songs was held at his residence.
Thank you for joining us. I would like to officially welcome you to the service of songs for our dear Reverend Adeleke Adefokpe. We're here to honor him, his memory, with songs and worship. At this point, we would invite the choir members to join us.
We sing a song in the sanctuary. We sing a song to give you the glory. We sing a song to give you the praise, and we will praise you for the rest of our day.
At this point, we would like to take testimonies and tributes. I would like to invite a member of Old Boys.
He was an extremely good man to me. He played a lot of parts in my life, which I don't know. I don't know. Just pray that God will rest his soul in perfect peace.
Even though I'm older than Leke, but when we talk, Leke is very deep. He will talk to you about life. He will advise you at every point. There is no topic you want to discuss that Leke will not know anything about.
I would like to invite Uncle Leke's youngest daughter, Demilade, to share some words about her father. Please give her a round of applause.
Anyone who knows me knows that I can't face a crowd for anything, but this is my father. I mean, I have to say something. Okay. As Reverend Akiade just said, he is and was a man full of life, full of passion, full of life. I just want to summarize how or the kind of man he was. Okay. Like then, whenever I used to do something for my mom, whenever I was stubborn or anything, and then my mom would beat me,
And then he'd get back from work, he would come back from the farm, he would see me crying, he would be so angry, and he would beat me too, because he'd say I stressed his wife. He'd say, why did I stress his wife? So for that, he would beat me. So please, everyone, don't live your life in anger. Like, just try. Just try. May his soul rest in perfect peace.
Leke was and is my brother. Yes, I'm married to his sister, his dear sister. But hey, Ogao, that's how we talk. You say Ogao, he's Oga. Leke never for once regarded me as an in-law. He didn't even behave to me like an in-law. He behaved to me like a brother. In fact, there's our sister in the audience, Lola now. Between the two of us, he would always call us collateral in-laws. She's married to his cousin, I'm married to his sister.
Abide with me, fast falls the eventide, darkness deepens, Lord and me above.
The wake-up service was held at the Holy Trinity Church, Mushin, on the 15th of February 2021.
We are here because we are celebrating the life of our brother departed, Adeleke Adefope. And we are committing the family to the Lord. And because you are here, because of the family, take a brief moment and pray for the family. Pray for Mrs. Adefope. Pray for her children and grandchildren. Commit them to the Lord at this time. Pray with all your heart. And call upon the Lord to send His mercy and grace, comfort and consolation, to wipe their tears and to remember them for good.
One particular feature about him is he's very, very caring. I mean, he calls you, asks after you, how you doing, not just talking to his daughter alone. I mean, he wants, how's the call? Phone, you know, that kind of something. So he's a very caring person, basically. And whenever I go to his home, I mean, it makes you feel like you are part of the whole family. So he'll definitely be missed.
He was an amazing man. If anybody knew both of us together, we were always like cat and mouse. But in the end, I was his girlfriend, he was my boyfriend, and nobody knew me that didn't know about him because he was a big man. He was full of life, he was a lot. He was accommodating, he was loving, he was caring, he was very kind. He will surely be missed.
He always called me Michael Jackson. He never called me B, always MJ or Michael Jackson. So every time I would see him, we always had that rapport. And his voice, if you ever met my uncle, you know he was a very cheerful person, very bubbly personality. He loved to sing, and his voice always stuck out in the crowd. Like, just during the service, I got a little bit teary-eyed because the choir here is so amazing, and it just took me back to all those times I would hear my uncle sing, and it was just, yeah.
And the funeral service was held on February 16, 2021 at the All Saints Anglican Church, Montgomery Church, Yaba. He was laid to rest at the Athens Cemetery.
On the departure of our brother, our prayers that the Lord will be your comfort, and our God that does not change, who owns tomorrow, will take care of your future. In the name of Jesus.
It was an emotional event. May his gentle soul rest in perfect peace.
Very emotional indeed. Next is the funeral service of Pastor Amure.
Pastor Abiodun Amure was born on the 28th of December 1942 to Pa Agbeleye Amure and Princess Adetunke Amure. Pastor Amure and his wife are loved by their sons and daughters-in-law and many others who they consider as their children. He passed on the 31st of December 2020. The service of songs took place on February 10, 2020 at the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Glory Parish.
It was the best that I could ever have, and his memories, you know, the way, our conversation majorly, you know, how the conversation goes when he calls or when I call, you know, it's something that is very different from every other father-to-daughter relationship.
Permit me to say, Mommy, God bless you. We appreciate your work and your work with Daddy. We know that they say behind every successful man that there is a woman. I know for the years that I have known your family, at least about 12 years, that you've been a very strong pillar, and I thank you so much. The family that he has left with you will not collapse in the name of Jesus. I pray, because I know also that these children are not just soldiers, they are generals in whatever field that they found themselves. They will make you proud in the name of Jesus. I also want to encourage the children that the light that the Lord has put in your hands will not be quenched. It will not be put out in Jesus' name.
on Sunday mornings when he's going to church, he'd always call me, particularly when I was still living in the house, to help him tie his knots, his tie knots, and that for me was always, something I always looked forward to, knowing that at least there's something he needs from me. Even though it was my father, I paid for my school and all of that, but at that time was one thing I could do, I could give back to him, and I always enjoyed it every Sunday morning. So it's one of the things I think about.
I thank God for the life of Baba Amori. The Nika you are seeing today is groomed by Baba Amori. Baba groomed me, and I'm serving in this capacity because of what Baba have laid down.
It's a tough love, but we know God has taken him, and there's nothing we can do or we're gonna do, but we really love him. We're gonna miss him. That is very respectable, very quiet, even in a soft tone. It passes the message deeply. He will speak so slowly and soft, and you get a message.
I would like to say a special thanks to the family of Glory Parish, all the pastors, all the ministers, all the workers, and all the members. We are grateful for all that you have done. All of our friends and all of our family members who have come from far and wide, we are grateful. We thank you. We pray that our love for one another will continue to wax stronger. And we pray that all of us shall not miss heaven in Jesus' name.
He was laid to rest on the 11th of February 2021 at the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Glory Parish.
My dad was a perfect gentleman. He was a no-hassle kind of person. He loved God and was